Chapter 150. Not only did Qian Rongji not warn Zhuozhibua that Li Qingshan might have been hiding his strength, but she even purposefully misled him, as if Li Qingshan's victory was extremely lucky. Even if the Holy Church had no interest in it, she still grew tired of this old bastard. She really hoped that he would die a violent death just like that old bastard Chen Yannian. This kind of silent method was often more terrifying than straightforward plots and schemes. Sure enough, Zhuozhibua followed his usual train of thought and sneered. It's good that he's alive. It saves me the trouble of making another trip. I can even personally kill him and vent my hatred. Are you going to kill him once he returns? Qian Rongji hid her smile in the depths of her pitch-black eyes. She was prepared to watch the show that was about to unfold. Zhuozhibua instead said, "We'll have to think about this at length." Although he was a commander, he was not bold enough to kill a Hawkwolf guard so brazenly. Afterwards he sneered. "Though, do you think he'll be able to do well under my command? I want to show him whether the headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard is surnamed Zhua or Li." Qian Rongji said, "On this mountain in this Jiaping city, is there anything that doesn't belong to you? Even I'm the same." Zhuozhibua laughed aloud. He would continue to watch over Jiaping city, watching over everything like a hawk forged from steel, until the day he died. When he saw the clear river turn around the mountain again, Li Qingshan directly leapt off the boat. Under the cries of the passengers, he climbed up the cliff face. He returned to his residence first and settled little and down before going to see Zhuozhibua. He was very interested in seeing how this Commander Zhuo's attitude would change now. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "Greetings from subordinate Li Qingshan, Commander Zhuo." That was what he said, but he stood with his head held high like a javelin. He showed no respect at all. Zhuozhibua stopped pretending to be friendly. He asked coldly, "Why didn't you return immediately after completing the mission?" Li Qingshan said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I obviously had matters to attend to." Zhuozhibua was even more displeased. A person who was about to die actually dared to be so arrogant. "I'll deduct half of your merit points. You may leave." Half of their hard-earned merit points had been casually deducted. That was the equivalent of dozens of qi-gathering pills. Who wouldn't be angry? Li Qingshan suppressed his anger and didn't argue. He turned and left. He also couldn't kill a Black Eagle commander on this mountain. Right now, the tiger harms the man harms the tiger's heart, but because of the same reason they could not easily make a move, but they were already sharpening their knives. As soon as Li Qingshan stepped out of the door, he bumped into Gu Jian. Gu Jian, on the other hand, had been waiting for a long time. With a face full of ridicule, he said, "Li Qingshan, do you really think you're a big shot just because you killed an old man who's about to be buried? You actually dared to speak to the commander like that, now you're suffering." Li Qingshan said, "It is indeed a good dog raised by Zhuozhibua." His words were full of energy. Of course, he was not afraid that Zhuozhibua, who was in the building, could not hear him. His expression became more and more gloomy. "What did you say?" Gu Jian, who had been scolded in front of his face, was even more furious. This was not the first time Li Qingshan had humiliated him like this. Back then, it was because he was worried that Li Qingshan had a powerful background that he had tolerated him. Li Qingshan sneered, "You only dare to bark at me here." Gu Jian choked and couldn't speak. He had originally wanted to provoke Li Qingshan. As long as Li Qingshan made the first move, Zhuozhibua would have a reason to interfere. But it was true that without Zhuozhibua, how would he dare to provoke Li Qingshan? That was a monster who had killed a fifth-layer qi practitioner. Li Qingshan waved his hand, Come with me to the front and explain things clearly. I'll let your plot succeed this time and see if Zhuozhibua can save you." How would Gu Jian dare to follow? At that time, even if Zhuozhibua's plan succeeded, he would still be a dead man. He put on a brave front and said, "Don't be so arrogant. I'll see what happens to you." Li Qingshan did not look at him anymore. He turned around and was about to walk up when the old man guarding the treasure house stopped him. "Who said you could go up there?" Li Qingshan said, "I have merit points, of course I can go up there." Go. The treasure house is under maintenance right now. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." Li Qingshan's pupils shrank and his brows furrowed. The old man felt an invisible force pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He forced himself to say, "What, you still dare to barge in?" Li Qingshan slowly raised his right hand, and the old man's throat skipped a beat. His muscles tensed up. His remaining true qi, which had been eroded by time, began to circulate wildly. He could sense that as long as Li Qingshan struck, it would be a terrifying attack that could collapse the mountains. Under the tremendous pressure, he did not even have the confidence to receive the next strike. However, Li Qingshan only patted the old man's shoulder. "You're on your own." Afterwards he turned around and left the treasure house. The old man immediately became covered in cold sweat. He clutched his knees and gasped for air. He was a veteran of the Jianghu for many years, yet he had actually been frightened by a half-grown junior. He felt utterly humiliated. He roared at Li Qingshan's back, "You're the one who should be on your own." What happened afterwards was basically the same. There were no spiritual artifacts, no pills. The extremely rare merit points had been reduced to meaningless numbers. Li Qingshan wanted to exchange for a new wind-entwining blade, but he was turned down. Originally, the weapons damaged by the Hawkwolf Guard during missions could be exchanged for free. These people did not refuse to give it to him, only finding various reasons to turn it down. However, apart from beating them up, there was no other way to make them submit. These important places that were in charge of wealth were obviously all under the control of Zhuojibua's trusted aides. As a matter of fact, he did not even need to say anything. All he needed was a single gesture, and Li Qingshan would be completely immobilized in the Hawkwolf Guard. In the end, Li Qingshan arrived before an extremely ancient building. The 3 words "Eagle Hunting Building" were written on it. This was where the Hawkwolf Guard handed out missions. This was probably the only place on the mountain that was not under Zhuojibua's control. It was not that he could not control it, but because he could not obtain spiritual artifacts or pills from here. He could only obtain a pile of troublesome missions, and he needed Zhuojibua's permission to exchange the merit from completing the missions for actual items. Li Qingshan smiled. As long as this place was open to him, it was fine. To him right now, whether it be spiritual artifacts or pills, none of them were the items he needed the most. What he needed the most right now was in the Eagle Hunting Building. A few Black Wolf guards were currently handing in missions in the main hall. As soon as they saw Li Qingshan enter, they immediately fell silent. Their mouths opened and closed silently as they communicated with True Qi, discussing quietly. Li Qingshan walked up to the platform, and the attendant behind it stood up in a hurry. He said politely, "Sir, you've only just returned, yet you're already going out to hunt?" There were no secrets on a small mountain like this. However, although he had heard about the conflict between Li Qingshan and Zhuojibua, he dared not show any disrespect to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Let me see what missions there are." The attendant immediately took out a thick book nimbly. "Please have a look, sir." Book of Life and Death. The book was completely black, as if it had been soaked in countless layers of grease, yet it also seemed like the color of coagulated blood. It gave off an ominous feeling with a single glance, but it gave off a faint glow. Holding it in his hand, it just happened to give off a warm feeling. Li Qingshan said, "This book has probably been around for a long time." The attendant explained obediently, "It's been around since the establishment of the guards in Jiaping City. It's probably over 1,000 years old." Li Qingshan said, "Then it really is quite old. Does this book have a name?" The attendant said, "This is only a low-grade spiritual artifact used to record missions. It doesn't have an official name either. However, the people of the Jianghu call this book the Blacklist." Although he was only an attendant as the guardian of the Blacklist, he obviously showed pride on his face. Li Qingshan said, "Blacklist? Why is it called that? Is there anything particular about it?" The attendant said, "That's because all names that make it onto the blacklist are certain to die." Li Qingshan smiled. "Birth, old age, sickness and death are unavoidable. If you don't make it onto this book, you'll definitely die." According to his understanding, the White Lotus Mother who had sacrificed 200,000 people should have made it onto the blacklist as well. She even required a mighty White Hawk commander, a Golden Core cultivator, to personally take action. However, she did not seem to have been apprehended by Gu Yenying. At the end of the day, strength still reigns supreme in this world. Nothing was inevitable. However, to a group of people of the Jianghu, the names written down by Qi practitioners could basically be regarded as a true death list. Afterwards he thought about it. What he was about to do was rather similar to the White Lotus Mother, except he stood on the side of the law. He was an enforcer and he was licensed to kill. Although the attendant was displeased with Li Qingshan's joke about the blacklist, he did not dare to argue with him. He guided Li Qingshan on how to use it. Afterwards, Li Qingshan understood why it was called the blacklist. Flipping through the pages he saw a string of names. There were normal names as well as strange Taoist or Dharma names. The way it was used was rather similar to a mental map. With a single thought, the list would be arranged according to different standards. These standards included the amount of contribution, the level of danger, the strength of the enemy, and even the estimated benefits and so on. By focusing his mind on a certain name, he would receive a complete set of extremely detailed information, including the cultivation method the enemy practiced, the spiritual artifact they used, the area they were active in, Li Qingshan sighed inside. It really was a large organization that had existed for several millennia after all. It was well organized and well equipped. The information basically simplified the steps of investigation and interrogation, handing over all the work that regular people could do for them to ordinary people. Afterwards, they would confirm the crimes and compile a list. The Hawkwolf Guard would be responsible for killing them one by one. Every single Qi practitioner was an expert who stood above all. They viewed longevity as their greatest goal, and they treated cultivation and practicing Qi as their #1 priority. It was impossible for any Qi practitioner to spend too much time and effort on these miscellaneous tasks. They would be ordered around like miscellaneous soldiers. Otherwise, no matter how great the welfare of the Hawkwolf Guard was, it was impossible for it to be so attractive to Qi practitioners. Sir, once you've chosen your mission, there will be a document that you can refer to at any time. The information on there is already the most detailed information our informants can obtain, but it cannot guarantee that it's completely accurate. I hope you can adapt to the situation, sir, the attendant reminded him routinely. Of course. Li Qingshan answered. With a thought, the blacklist was arranged according to strength. He glanced at the name at the very top. Zombie Taoist, 6th layer Qi practitioner. He made it onto the list due to capturing living people on a large scale and refining them into zombies. He's assessed as extremely dangerous. The contribution from completing the mission was actually as great as 5,000. However, it was very clear that apart from Zhuozhibwa and the Black Wolf commander who had never shown himself, no one else could complete this. Of course, Li Qingshan possessed the strength to do so as well. However, he only paused for a moment before directly flipping to the back, arriving at the last few pages. Most of the last few pages of the blacklist no longer recorded the names of people, but the names of gangs and sections. In places like the Black Wind Stronghold, a single name was no longer enough for the Hawkwolf Guard to target them. Afterwards, Li Qingshan chose his mission. The attendant said in surprise, "Sir, do you really want to accept these missions?" Li Qingshan nodded without any hesitation. "Go retrieve the documents. I'll set off right now." The attendant passed down the order in a hurry. Before long, other attendants returned with a pile of documents. Many of them seemed extremely old and gave off a dusty smell. Clearly they had just been cleaned. Li Qingshan stowed all of the documents into his 100 treasures pouch before turning around and leaving. As soon as he made his way out, the Black Wolf Guards gathered over in a hurry. What mission did he accept? Afterwards they looked at one another. They were dumbfounded. What does the kid want to do? Uphold justice? Stop joking. No matter how many missions he completes, he won't be able to get any benefits without Commander Zhuo's approval. In the main building, Zhuozhibwa sipped his tea leisurely. How's the kid? Gu Jian smiled. The kid ran around aimlessly and was given the cold shoulder. It had finally alleviated his hatred slightly. Zhuozhibwa placed down his teacup. Before I take his life, it's not bad to mess around like this. I'd like to see just how long he can endure it. Gu Jian said, I think he'll have to endure it no matter what. At this moment, a Black Wolf Guard rushed in. Commander, that kid Li Qingshan has accepted a mission and left the mountain. Zhuozhibwa said, Oh, is he trying to avoid me? Which mission did he accept? The Black Wolf Guard said, More than one. How many? The Black Wolf Guard revealed a strange expression. He accepted 27 missions. What? Let me have a look. Zhuozhibwa accepted the mission document. There was a dense list of the missions Li Qingshan had accepted, but the contents of the missions took him by surprise. It was not because they were too difficult but because they were too simple. The Pirates of the Water Snake Gang, the Horse Bandits of Giant Deer Valley, and so on were all missions that the Hawkwolf Guard had accumulated over the years. They did not even bother to complete them. That was because the targets of these missions were all regular people of the Jianghu. They would only be able to get some silver from them at most. Pills and spiritual artifacts were out of the question, and because they were too simple, the contribution they gave was extremely low. Only Black Wolf Guards who had just joined the Hawkwolf Guard would use them for practice before refusing to waste any more time. They would rather practice Qi and cultivate on the mountain. As the lowest level of organization in the Hawkwolf Guard, the first grade of Black Iron, they were all composed of Qi practitioners. Their primary targets were Qi practitioners like themselves. As for the people of the Jianghu who practiced internal and external martial arts, they mainly served as a deterrent. As a result, a small vacuum was created. This vacuum was known as the Jianghu. Gu Jian said, "With that, he'll have another excuse to leave Jiaping City." Zhuo Zhibua snorted. "If he's willing to do the hard work, then let him." By now, Li Qingshan had already left the mountain. He silently estimated that there would be around 1,000 people after completing these missions. This was his greatest objective, to help Little and recover his body. For the sake of this objective, he could temporarily postpone everything else. Now he felt more and more like joining the Hawkwolf Guard was an extremely correct choice. Otherwise, would he still be able to go around asking around for bad people? And, if a Qi practitioner massacred regular people on a large scale, even if they were all bad people, it would still raise a great deal of attention. They might even end up on the blacklist standing against the state. It was much simpler now. The information provided by the Hawkwolf Guard was extremely detailed. Every single person who could make it onto the blacklist of the Hawkwolf Guard through their martial arts was a criminal who had committed countless crimes. And they had all settled down in a certain place for many years, so it was very easy to find them. What he needed to do right now was find them one by one with a license to kill. Then he would kill his way through until dawn arrived. Li Qingshan placed his hand on the jar on his waist and thought to himself, "Don't worry, Little, and very very soon, you'll be able to breathe fresh air, taste delicious food and feel warmth. You'll be able to smile like other children." Li Qingshan did not leave the city directly. Instead, he paid a visit to the government office first. He wanted to exchange the several million taels of silver on him for some qi-gathering pills. He had a feeling that this journey would take quite some time. His opponents would not carry 100 treasures pouches on them to provide him with pills for cultivation. He also came to a better understanding of why no Hawkwolf Guard was willing to squash these bugs. Zhou Wenbin's eyes lit up when he saw Li Qingshan. "You've already reached the second layer. You've progressed much faster than I imagined." Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your concern, sir. With a powerful enemy right beside me, I obviously can't afford to be careless." Zhou Wenbin said, "As long as you know. I heard you killed Chen Yannian in a one-on-one duel?" Li Qingshan said, "It was just luck." Zhou Wenbin said, "Even if it was luck, defeating a 5th-layer Qi practitioner as a 2nd-layer Qi practitioner is still an unbelievable accomplishment. I need to remind you again that the 6th layer is completely different from the 5th layer." Li Qingshan nodded. Afterwards he thought about Xiao En's various abilities. According to the standards of Qi practitioners, he was at least at the 6th layer or above. Moreover, he was as fast as lightning and possessed tremendous strength. Even when low-grade spiritual artifacts landed on him, they would not be able to leave a scratch on him. He was much more powerful than regular 6th-layer Qi practitioners. If he actually faced an opponent, there was no need for him to use the skull prayer beads at all. It was a battle between Qi practitioners or whatever. All he needed to do was charge up and forcefully tear through their protective true Qi, gouge out their hearts, and he would be victorious. The Path of White Bone and Great Beauty was a powerful ability that completely surpassed this world. The higher one cultivated it, the more terrifying its power would be. Zhou Wenbin said, "Although the sect has expelled Zhao Liangqin, they've sent people to investigate. They've probably already targeted you. The people of sects probably have no qualms about what they do, so you need to be careful." Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your warning, sir. I will be careful." The sect had lost their property in Jiaping City, and they had also lost an expert who was about to break through to the 6th layer of Qi practitioner, so this kind of reaction was expected. Zhou Wenbin said, "Fighting for a moment of loyalty is useless. Why don't you listen to me and go to the 100 schools of thought to cultivate for a while and avoid him for a while? When you're fully fledged, why would you need to fear a mere Zhuo Zhibua?" Chapter 151. Li Qingshan said, "Are the 100 schools of thought really that great? For you to constantly think about it, sir?" Zhou Wenbin said, "That's where the foundation of Great Xia lies. It gathers all the young geniuses in the 1500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture, so it's obviously a great place. What do you think about my talent and cultivation?" Li Qingshan praised, "Sir, you've reached the 6th layer at such a young age and you're the ruler of a district, standing above millions. You're obviously a dragon among men." The sacred hall could not help but sigh inside. The 1500 kilometers of land was the size of all the countries in Western Europe. Just how imposing would it be to gather all the geniuses in this vast land and cultivate together? Zhou Wenbin shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm not a dragon among men. I'm just barely average. As for the ruler of a district, why would the truly talented geniuses need to rely on external resources and waste their time on governing a district? As long as they cultivate quietly, their cultivation will far surpass mine. A sixth-layer Qi practitioner who was average? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised inside. There are many geniuses in the world. There's no need to belittle yourself, sir. He was not surprised that there were people who surpassed him in terms of practicing Qi, as he knew very well that his talent for practicing Qi was nothing special, and he had only started practicing Qi recently. He did not have anyone to guide him, and the pills he had always used were common ones like Qi-gathering pills. Those who truly came from large clans of Qi practitioners might have started cultivating at a very young age. They would have powerful seniors to answer their questions at all times, and they would eat rare pills that he had never even heard of. If their talent for cultivation was just slightly better, they would be geniuses. Whether it be time, resources, or talent, there were plenty of people who surpassed him. There was nothing unfair about those who were stronger than him. This was what it meant to win at the starting line. No matter what world, no matter what era, this would not change. Rather than complaining, it was better to work hard. Kings, nobles, generals, and ministers would rather have the guts. Zhou Wenbin said, "Your Wasungzan Hua might come from a renowned clan, but he's always been studying in the 100 schools of thought. Even now, he still hasn't completely left. Even I have to call him senior brother when I see him. There's a saying that the geniuses of the world all come from the 100 schools. You better think about it. Then I'll definitely go and take a look in the future. When the time comes, I hope you can lend me a hand, sir." Sanctuary. Li Qingshan once heard from Gu Yenying that Wasungzan's cultivation level was at the 10th layer of the aura training stage. Because of this, Gu Yenying even lectured him a little, telling him to drink less wine with women. At that time he didn't have much of an idea of the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. Only now did he understand what kind of realm it was. He had opened all the meridians and acupoints in his body and was only one step away from the heavenly tribulation. Even if he transformed into a demon, he might not have the confidence to win. Zhou Wenbin said, "This is also my duty, it can't be considered helping. While I'm in Jiaping City, I'm not bound by any restrictions and I don't have to do any work either. However, there is only one thing that must be done. Every year, 100 men and women with the aptitude for cultivation must be selected to study in the 100 schools of thought." The conditions were unexpectedly lax. Li Qingshan said, "It's that simple? As long as I have the aptitude for cultivation?" Zhou Wenbin said, "It's easy to get in, but it's not easy to stay there. How long you can stay will depend on your ability." Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. "That's right, does my lord still need money?" Zhou Wenbin said, "Ever since I became the county magistrate, there has never been a time when I didn't need money. Looks like you've gained quite a lot from this trip." Li Qingshan took out the several million taels of banknotes he had on him, saying that he got them from the Chen clan, and exchanged them with Zhou Wenbin for more than 50 Qi-gathering pills. The number of Qi-gathering pills he had on him once again exceeded 300, just enough for him to use for a while. Ordinary Qi practitioners had a limit on how many external pills they could take, but for a demon like him, there was no such thing as too many pills. He could only plan carefully. If one day he could eat as many pills as he wanted, that would be great. Moreover, the Qi-gathering pills he got from Zhou Wenbin were of good quality. Each pill was small, and although their medicinal properties were equal, they had much fewer impurities than Chen Yanyan's Qi-gathering pills. "Did you refine these Qi-gathering pills, sir?" Zhou Wenbin said, "I once studied under a renowned doctor in the School of Medicine in the 100 Schools of Thought. I specialized in the art of alchemy, so mere Qi-gathering pills were obviously nothing to me. The ingredients for Qi-gathering pills were relatively easy to obtain too. As the district magistrate, he only needed to give an order, and countless people would gather the medicinal herbs for him." Li Qingshan thought that if he had the opportunity, it would be nice to broaden his horizons in the 100 schools of thought. It was impossible for him to ask for guidance from anyone he saw about alchemy, talisman crafting, and formations. It would be best if he studied them systematically. Wealth, companionship, law, and land. Companionship was something he could not go without. However, now was not the time. There were plenty of powerful foundation establishment cultivators in Clear River City. If Little and continued to hide in the jar, it would be very easy for him to be discovered. He needed to help him recover his body first. Li Qingshan stood up and bid farewell. He left the government office, but he did not make his way in the direction of Clear River. Instead, he made his way to the west of the city, taking the overland route out of the city. 75 kilometers away from Jiaping City, in the auspicious casino of Silver Mountain Town. Silver Mountain Town was only a town, but it was more prosperous than many cities, as it truly was right next to a mountain of silver. Who knew how many silver mines were buried beneath the mountain, allowing countless people to strike it rich overnight and then die overnight? Although the auspicious casino was a casino in the town, it was no worse than any first-rate casino. Moreover, it was open to all, regardless of wealth. It treated everyone equally. As long as you had silver on hand, you could gamble here and try your luck. Whether it was the mine owners who had struck it rich overnight or the miners who were in a precarious situation, they would all come here to try their luck. Under the resplendent lantern light, curses, laughter and furious roars rang out. The smell of sweat, smoke, cosmetics and many other smells were mixed together. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the gambling table. They clenched their fists and widened their eyes. Their expressions changed and twisted with the number on the sieve, showing joy, anger, sorrow or joy. However, the expressions of the gamblers would inevitably end with sorrow and anger. Only Shi Jixiang could remain happy. He was the boss of the auspicious casino. He held 2 large golden balls in his hands, spinning them endlessly. His chubby face was like the Maitreya Buddha, always full of smiles. Looking down from the 2nd floor of the casino, his eyes were filled with compassion. What a bunch of idiots. 2 burly men dragged a man up like they were grabbing a chicken. Boss, we've caught him. The man knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Boss Shi, Hero Shi, Grandpa Shi, I beg you, I'll give you my mind, my family business, all of it. I beg you to be merciful and let my family go. If I let you go, who will let me go? Then please give me a few more days. I'll definitely raise the money. Shi Jixiang said, it's only right that you pay your debts. Even your wife and daughter are working hard in the brothel. You're a man, how can you be idling around? Go to the mines and work hard. You actually, Shi Jixiang sighed helplessly. You're dead but the debt doesn't. You ran away without a trace. What can I do? Shi Jixiang, you bastard, you cheated, you lied to me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The man suddenly lost control of his emotions. He owed a high-interest loan that he would never be able to turn over in this life. He could only die in the pitch-black mines. But before he could finish, he was knocked out by the burly man beside him. Shi Jixiang was furious at the burly man. Who told you to hit him so hard? What if you kill him? Are you going to work for me? TSK, look, what a pitiful person. I can't sleep when I see such a pitiful person. Don't let me see him again. The burly man nodded and carried the man out. Only then did a smile return to Shi Jixiang's face. He loved to gamble and was good at it. With his gambling skills, he had ruined the families of several mine owners. Now he was the biggest mine owner in Silver Mountain Town. He also had a way to deal with those mine owners who didn't like to gamble. Not only was he good at gambling, but he also had first-rate martial arts. He spent money like dirt and gathered a group of good men who could fight and resist. With these 2 things, he would become the only mine owner in Silver Mountain Town and continue to laugh. This should be the place. At the entrance of the auspicious casino, a youth held a piece of paper and looked at the board above seriously. After confirming the words, auspicious casino, he walked in with large strides. The 2 guards sized him up and welcomed him with smiles. They didn't stop him at all. After the youth walked in, they smiled and conversed with each other. His physique isn't bad. He can dig down there for 2 more years. Li Qingshan liked to eat and drink to his heart's content. He had also had 1 or 2 unsuccessful experiences of drinking with prostitutes, so he could barely be considered as a prostitute. However, this was his first time gambling. Everything was novel to him. He looked around and arrived before a gambling table. It was an extremely simple game of buying big or small. He casually threw down a banknote worth 1,000 taels of silver and bet on big. This shocked the gamblers. However, they had seen bigger bets before. They just thought that he was an arrogant young master from a wealthy family. Once you've made your bet, open. As expected, he opened big. Li Qingshan accepted the banknote with a smile and bet it all on big. After a while, the clamor gradually died down. The gamblers' mouths were wide open. They looked at the small mountain of banknotes and silver ingots in front of Li Qingshan with complicated expressions. He had won 16 rounds in a row. The dealer had changed twice, but it didn't stop his winning momentum at all. He bet everything on every round. In the beginning, there were gamblers who followed him and made some money. But now no one had the guts to follow him. A manservant came to Li Qingshan's side. Brother, our boss invites you upstairs for a chat. Li Qingshan glanced upstairs and said loudly, If you want to talk, then come down and talk. What, are you afraid of people winning when you run a casino? He slammed the table and left behind a faint handprint on the heavy, marble gambling table. Shi Jixiang finally couldn't laugh anymore. He gave the order in a low voice to clear the place and gather people. This time a tough guy came. He was at least a second-rate expert. Looking at his posture, he was here to cause trouble. He couldn't be dismissed with money. Li Qingshan lowered his head. The corner of his mouth slightly curled. It was best to clear the place. And of course, the more people, the better. If you can gather 1,000 people, I will burn incense on your grave. If you have a grave. Chapter 152. A moment later, there were no longer any gamblers around Li Qingshan. Instead, there were dozens of menacing men with swords and sabers, either sneering or staring at Li Qingshan viciously. Holy Hall, all the doors and windows were tightly shut, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Shi Jixiang then slowly walked down the stairs with a calm demeanor, as if everything was under his control. Brother, who are you? Why don't you reveal your identity? Who knows, we might be friends. If you're short on travel expenses, feel free to ask. I Shi Jixiang am not a stingy person. Li Qingshan looked around and said regretfully, is that all? Although he had the intention to eliminate evil, he obviously couldn't carry out another raid in Silver Mountain Town after killing Shi Jixiang. He didn't have the time or energy to do so. There were still 26 missions and more than 900 people. But when it came to something as big as challenging the arena, those who should come should come. Although Shi Jixiang didn't understand Li Qingshan's intentions, he could feel that Li Qingshan had no intention of paying attention to him. With an angry expression, he took off his thin shirt, revealing a muscular upper body with a Buddha tattoo. He sat in front of Li Qingshan. I'll bet with you this round. Li Qingshan saw him take off his clothes and was about to make a move. Hearing him say this, he was slightly startled, then said, all right. Whoosh. Shi Jixiang shook the sieve fiercely, his beady eyes staring at Li Qingshan. Meeting those clear black and white, calm eyes, he felt inexplicably uneasy. But he had fought and killed for many years, so his mental fortitude wasn't bad. He forcefully suppressed this uneasiness and slammed the color cup on the table, suddenly shouting, is it big or small? Li Qingshan casually pushed, still betting all the silver on the table and still betting big. Holy Hall. Shi Jixiang raised his eyebrows and injected a wave of inner force into it. Then he immediately opened the color cup and laughed maniacally, 1-2 for points small. You lost? At the same time he circulated all the energy in his body. The surrounding men all stared at him fiercely, ready to attack at any moment. They were all wary of Li Qingshan getting angry out of humiliation and attacking them. Li Qingshan shrugged. And then? Shi Jixiang was stunned. He had thought that Li Qingshan would angrily accuse him of cheating. What do you mean? I'm willing to admit defeat. Well, I lost. These silvers are all yours. After Li Qingshan finished speaking, he kicked the marble gambling table. None of the people present had expected that the heavy and sturdy marble table would actually instantly possess such a terrifying speed and momentum as it whizzed through the air. Shi Jixiang's pupils shrank. He was shocked. Even an external martial arts master could not possibly have such strength. At the same time, he reacted and leaped upwards with all his might. His lightness skill that he was proud of, the 8 steps chasing cicada, seemed so slow at this moment. He could only watch as the dice in the color cup spun and flew into the air. The marble table crashed into him. Boom. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The marble gambling table crashed Shi Jixiang into the wall, embedding the lower half of Shi Jixiang's body into the wall. The bones in the lower half of his body were instantly crushed. The surrounding men who were watching from the side did not seem to be able to react to what had happened. Didn't they win? How was it that in the blink of an eye, their high and mighty boss Shi had turned into such a miserable state? Li Qingshan ignored them and made his way over to the marble table. Shi Jixiang really was a first-rate master after all. His life force was tough. Even though his lower half had been crushed, he still retained a clear mind. Who are you? Li Qingshan said, I work for the Hawkwolf Guard. I find it annoying when people like you smile. Only an expression like this suits you. He casually caught the falling dice beside him. Also, size doesn't depend on this. He tossed it backwards without even looking at it. The dice pierced a man who was about to launch a sneak attack from behind. Why are you betting against me? Everyone immediately understood the difference in strength as well as the arrival of death. They charged towards the entrance without any regard, wanting to open the entrance that they had just sealed up tightly. A man looked back in fright. From Li Qingshan's waist, flames swept over like a dragon. Wherever it passed by, everyone was reduced to nothingness. Only a set of clothes remained, drifting gently to the ground. This was basically even more terrifying than any bloody scene. He leaned against the entrance firmly before losing all consciousness. The fire snake opened its mouth about to swallow Shi Jixiang, but then it stopped and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan waved his hand, expressing that there was nothing else he wanted to say. Shi Jixiang opened his mouth. He did have something else he wanted to say, but his face was illuminated by the flames. The fire snake immediately swallowed Shi Jixiang. The gamblers did not disperse. Instead they lingered outside. The night had only just begun. They had yet to enjoy themselves to their heart's content. They believed that the foreign kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would soon suffer, and then the casino would reopen. However, there were also people who believed that the kid would not be that easy to deal with. Afterwards they split into two groups and gambled. However, they waited for a very long time, but the entrance did not open. However, no one was bold enough to barge in. Only when the next morning did people from the government open the entrance. The large casino was empty. In a small inn in the middle of nowhere, there was only a single lantern. Li Qingshan unfolded the mental map of Qingzhou and planned his destination for the next day. He used an invisible line to connect the 27 points. 27 points, 1,000 people. Little An sat at the side. He looked at Li Qingshan thoughtfully. Li Qingshan asked, "Do you remember the number?" "How much?" Little An dipped his finger in tea and wrote on the table, 57. 26 points, 953 people. Li Qingshan revised the numbers in his mind. He did not deal with the assets left behind by Shi Jixiang. Ever since Little An gave him this clear goal, it had become his number one goal that he could not wait to complete. The faster he was, the sooner Little An could recover his physical body. However, it was not completely without gains. Shi Jixiang had been engulfed by the flames, but he had left behind a few talismans. They were supposed to be his trump cards, but faced with the absolute difference in strength, they were not used at all. Li Qingshan raised his head and smiled, "It will be done soon. Tomorrow we will go to Jianghu Valley and look for those bandits. What do you think? The route I planned is not bad, right?" Little An wrote on the table again, "But if we continue like this, we will soon alarm these people and they will hide." "That's true. Then we can only move faster and travel day and night. If they all hide, it will be troublesome." Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. He rubbed his chin in thought and found that Little An's words made sense. These people were not monsters in games, waiting to be cut down. After being cut down, they would respawn again. This was because these people could never be killed. Chapter 153. Little An was more than willing to search slowly with him. If they found one, they would kill it. If they could not, there was no need to panic. However, seeing how impatient he was, he did not want him to worry about his matters, so he came up with an idea. "Why don't we find a way to gather them together?" Li Qingshan sighed in admiration. Compared to finding them one by one and seeing if he could invite them to a certain place and then kill them all in one fell swoop, if he wanted to farm monsters, he obviously had to lure them over. Why hadn't he thought of such a simple principle? Momo Little An's head, "I couldn't tell, but your little head is so full of schemes." Little An could not take the compliment and lowered her head in embarrassment. With that, Li Qingshan's thoughts immediately sprang to life. Afterwards, he flipped through the mission information and finally found a name. Shen Shihua lived on an island in a large lake in the south. He called himself the Island Master of Shihua. He was a romantic and had a penchant for sex. According to investigations, he was a pervert who had committed over a dozen crimes in the past. His cultivation was also the highest out of the 27 missions that Li Qingshan had completed. He was a first-layer Qi practitioner and was extremely reputable in the underworld. He was rated as someone with a wide network of friends. To the Hawkwolf Guard, he was perfectly stuck in a situation where he could defeat all martial arts practitioners. He could be described as a master of survival. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, "Xian Yanian only had a birthday and he managed to invite so many people to celebrate. You might be a little weak, but you can't be too bad. Right now, all I care about is quantity, not quality." Of course, he probably would not be able to celebrate his birthday so coincidentally, but there had to be a reason for him to marry and have children. If he did not have a reason, then he would create one for him. Afterwards, he would invite many masters of the blacklist to attend the gathering. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips gradually curled up into a smile. Perhaps there would be even more unexpected benefits. Silver Mountain Town, the third day after Li Qingshan had left. Night 1 watch. Within the thick mist, a luxurious carriage drove over slowly. The wheels rolled over the stone path, but it made no sound at all, as if it was separated by a layer of sponge. It stopped in front of the auspicious casino silently. A handsome young man dressed in red came down from the carriage and walked into the casino with his head held high. Although Shi Jishiang was gone, only 2 of the 5 leaders under him died that night. The remaining 3 were helping him take care of the mines and other properties, so they managed to escape the disaster. At this time, they were discussing with their subordinates how to distribute the remaining fat of Shi Jishiang to Shi Jishiang's concubines. The 3 of them laughed together and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. But when it came to the ownership of the gambling house, which was making huge profits every day, they immediately changed their attitude. The dispute was so intense that they almost took out their blades to fight each other. At this time, the red-clothed youth walked into the gambling house. His body seemed very thin, and there were no signs of him practicing martial arts or qi. However, he was very arrogant, so he naturally did not receive any kind treatment. "Where did you come from, Uncle Rabbit? This is not a place you should be at. Hurry up and get out." Before the person finished speaking, his shoulder fell off his head. His face was still filled with shock. He did not know how this world had suddenly turned upside down. At this time, a cold snort came from the carriage outside the gambling house, and a skinny finger stretched out of the curtain. The red-clothed youth turned back and smiled. "Thank you, lady. A Xiantian expert." The 3 leaders were shocked at the same time. Moreover, it was a Xiantian expert who was unimaginably powerful. And the real trick was probably only qi practitioners like Zhuozhibwa who had opened up their qi could see. To be able to directly release qi over 30 meters away to kill someone, even a 6th-layer qi practitioner would need the help of a spirit tool to do so. This was a different concept from using spells. Li Qingshan could also use a suitable spell to attack from this far away, but using qi 3 meters was the limit. Moreover, it could only be used to slap people, not behead them. And for ordinary 2nd-layer qi practitioners, 1 meter was already considered not bad. After all, if the power was similar to using qi directly, then why would qi practitioners spend so much effort to create spells, and then painstakingly condense their qi into spells? An old, shrill voice came from inside the carriage. "You'll answer whatever he asks? If you don't know, then go investigate. If you don't get an answer, you'll all die." Everyone in the gambling house trembled. The red-clothed youth took out a portrait. That night, the person who came to the gambling house, was it him? The face on the portrait was extremely lifelike. It was Li Qingshan. After a while, the red-clothed youth came back to report. "Lady, it's confirmed that the person was Li Qingshan. He left Silver Mountain Town." "Where did he go?" "He probably went to Jianghu Valley." It seemed like he had completely grasped Li Qingshan's whereabouts. "Then let's hurry." How impatient. This time it was an old hand that stretched out of the curtain. Its long nails were painted bright red, making it look a little strange. A series of screams rang out in the gambling house. An ordinary long blade suddenly danced in the air, crisscrossing and drawing streaks of white light, killing everyone in the gambling house one by one. Compared to using qi to kill people directly, it was easier to use a tool. Of course, it would be even easier if the tool was a spirit tool. Everyone in the gambling house knew martial arts, and the 3 leaders were second-rate experts. But in the face of the all-pervasive long blade, there was no way they could resist. In a few breaths, the gambling house was littered with corpses, and the long blade finally fell to the ground with a clang. The red-clothed youth was slightly taken aback. He heard the old voice in the carriage say, "You humiliated my and you still want to live?" The red-clothed youth immediately revealed a look of incomparable happiness. He entered the carriage and threw himself into the arms of an old woman. The old woman was dressed in red, and her hair was white. Her face was haggard, and she hugged the handsome youth like a lover. They weren't just the 2 of them in the carriage. There were 3 other youths in the carriage, and they were just as young and handsome as the red-clothed youth. One of them complained, "Granny is biased. She only loves Jia." Jia said, "We agreed to serve Granny for the rest of our lives. You're not allowed to be jealous. Lady, there's no need for you to personally investigate something like this. You can just send any disciple from the torture chamber." The incident at the Jiaping Gate Tower is likely related to this person. To be able to kill Zhao Liangqing without anyone noticing, he must be at least in the 6th layer of qi refining. If we send a normal disciple, he'll just be sending himself to his death. There's no point in staying in Clear River City all the time. Granny's title was Grandma Shiman, but her surname wasn't Shiman but Gate. There were 4 grannies in the east, west and west. Each one of them had opened all 8 extraordinary meridians and was a powerful cultivator in the 9th layer of qi refining. No one dared to call her by her real name, and the people outside had gradually forgotten her real name. All that remained was a title of respect, and that was Grandma Shiman. Chapter 154. Fang Ben grumbled to the young man. Could it be that Granny has fallen for Li Qingshan because he's so strong? Granny already has us, so she can't be too unfaithful. It was completely the adoration of a lover, without the slightest hint of reluctance. It was just like the men of ancient Wind City looking at Hibiscus. Hibiscus was only at the 2nd layer, but her arts of charm were already enough to drive ordinary people crazy and strike fear into qi practitioners. Just how powerful would the arts of charm of this 9th layer qi practitioner Grandma Shiman be? How could these mortal youths resist her? All of the qi warriors were doing their best to satisfy their needs. Grandma Shiman said in a doting manner, all right. I'll kill him as soon as I see him. As long as Granny loves us, what does it matter if there are other men? We're all good brothers. With the passionate voices, the carriage moved slowly and silently, rolling over the wet, stone road. Only at a closer glance would one discover that there was an inch of space between the carriage and the stone road the entire time, as if there was an air cushion. It was the same when the horse's hooves landed on the ground. Some runes silently flickered. The horse that was driving the carriage was originally a fine horse that was used to drive the carriage during the day. However, when it pulled the magnificent carriage, it seemed as if it wasn't affected at all. It galloped forward at an inconceivable speed. The auspicious casino was littered with corpses. Afterwards, the minor caretakers of the minor leaders would gather over and engage in a new round of debate. They would grow endlessly like weeds. Perhaps outsiders would join in, and then there would be killing and conflict. This was the so-called Jianghu. In the end, Li Qingshan still went to Giant Deer Valley, as it was unlikely for the horse bandits to receive the Island Lord of Cherishing Flowers' invitation. According to the information, the horse bandits were composed of people with the bloodline of barbarians. Every single one of them had a purple beard. And even if the Island Lord of Cherishing Flowers invited them, it was unlikely for these barbarian horse bandits to ride to the island. As a result, he wanted to deal with them along the way. The horse bandits galloped through the vast wastelands. Giant Deer Valley was only one of their habitats. When Li Qingshan arrived, he missed. He did not give up. Instead, he lay on the ground and twitched his nose to carefully identify the traces on the ground, like a sharp and vigilant beast. As his demon body gradually grew stronger, the world in his eyes also became more and more colorful, full of three-dimensional and layered feeling. This kind of tracking ability was almost instinctive. The smell and marks on the ground were still fresh. They hadn't gone far, and the marks on the ground showed that there were at least 200 horse bandits, which made Li Qingshan's eyes brighten. Then he immediately went on his way. True qi gathered under his feet. He stepped over weeds that were as tall as a man and galloped under the amber night sky. In an hour, he had chased for 100 miles and finally found the group of horse bandits. Amidst the smoke and dust, the horse gang shouted as they charged towards the caravan. The merchants barely managed to put up a defense, but in the face of the rumbling hooves of the horses, they could not hide the fear in their eyes. Their scimitars reflected the sunlight, dazzling white. Suddenly someone asked, "What's that?" A cloud of smoke and dust came from the northwest direction and pierced into the group of horse bandits. A figure jumped high out of the smoke and landed on the horse bandit leader's carriage. Li Qingshan stood on the saddle, pressing down on the bandit leader's head with one hand and grabbing the reins with the other. He forcefully turned the horse around and brushed past the merchant group. The moment the merchant group brushed past them, the merchants all raised their heads. The expression on the young man's face in high spirits gave them the impression that he was not grabbing the bandit leader's head, but a huge piece of gold. Someone murmured, "That's a person." The horse bandits scolded and hurriedly chased. They did not care about the caravan and went to save their leader. From then on, no one ever saw the infamous giant deer-mounted bandits again. Galloping into a boundless wilderness, Li Qingshan slapped down with his right hand and slapped the head of the horse bandit leader into his stomach. The huge force passed to the horse and it fell to the ground. The horse bandits caught up, but Li Qingshan's figure had already disappeared. They suddenly raised their heads and saw flames falling from the sky, filling their eyes. The numbers changed. 755. On the second day after Li Qingshan had left the Jutong Valley, the carriage arrived. It was the young man in red again who got off the carriage to investigate. "Granny, he's not here. That kid sure is fast." Grandma Shimin unfurled a mental map and pointed at a point on it. "Let's go to the next place." This was the route that Li Qingshan had planned out in the beginning. She knew the mission that Li Qingshan was about to carry out like the back of her hand. They complained that the journey was just too boring. They were used to having fun in the Clear River Prefecture, so they did not like traveling such a long distance. Grandma Shimin said dotingly, "All right. Once we reach the next city we'll rest up." It was a tiny puddle on the map, but when they saw it in person, it was a vast, misty lake. "This is it. This bastard sure knows how to enjoy himself." Li Qingshan stowed the mental map away and gazed into the distance. Through the depths of the mist, he could vaguely make out an island. The island was shaded by green willows with red walls and green tiles vaguely visible. The lake was adjacent to the city. The scenery was pleasant, and it was extremely convenient. It was indeed a good place to live out one's days in peace. However, when he thought about how people like that actually had to live out their days in peace, Li Qingshan felt extremely displeased inside. Afterwards, he licked his lips, imagining their faces when they lost their smiles with devilish malice and delight. Using the darkness of the night, he entered the lake before making his way up from the other end of the island. Just now he could see the luxurious manor clearly. Outside the manor, many armed guards patrolled the area. The security was tight, but to Li Qingshan, this level of security was basically non-existent. Li Qingshan leapt off the ground gently and arrived on the eaves several dozen meters away. Afterwards he rushed towards the largest house. In the tent, breasts rippled and moans and teasing constantly rang out. "Master, you're so powerful." Li Qingshan rubbed his nose. He seemed to always end up ruining other people's plans. It was so late at night and all the bad guys were rolling in the sheets while the good guys could only watch erotica. Yep, live erotica. Amidst the chaos, a light cough interrupted all the sounds. A figure leaped up from the bed and lifted the curtains. "Who is it?" Their eyes met. Both of them were rather surprised. Li Qingshan had never thought Shen Shihua would actually be an old man. Most of his hair had already turned white. Only then did he suddenly remember that it was written on the document that he had committed a crime in the past and had been shelved by the Hawkwolf Guard for many years. Even though he was a young man, he had become an old man. However, Shen Shihua saw a young man in simple clothes sitting boldly on an armchair, staring at him covetously. Although he did not give off any special aura, just the fact that he could appear in his bedroom silently was enough to shock him. "Put on your clothes. I have some things I want to talk to you about." Li Qingshan placed something on the table and stood up. Shen Shihua rushed over to the table. When he saw the item he shuddered and paled. He picked it up carefully and felt a bone-chilling coldness. He shuddered again and his face became even paler. It was a black wolf that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In a small pavilion hidden by verdant willows, Li Qingshan leaned against the railing and gazed at the lake in the distance. Shen Shihua changed his clothes and hurried over, offering up the black wolf tablet with both hands courteously. "May I ask for Sir's name and why you've come to my humble abode?" Li Qingshan accepted the tablet and said, "Don't you know what you've done? You've committed a crime, Shen Shihua." He had watched quite a few detective shows in his past life, so what he learned was how to be dignified without being angry. Shen Shihua dropped to his knees with a plop. "Sir, it was all because of a moment of foolishness when I was young. Please be magnanimous and spare me. If you have any requests, I'll do it for you." He was a formidable figure of the underworld, a first-layer master of the Jianghu. Before he had even seen Li Qingshan fight, just the sight of the black wolf tablet scared him to the point of pissing his pants, begging for mercy on his knees. Shen Shihua was extremely helpless. Who would want to bow and scrape to someone several decades younger than them? When he saw the black wolf tablet, he wanted to flee, but he was reluctant to part with his family's business. And if the Hawkwolf Guard really wanted to find him, how could they not find him? Fighting was even more impossible. Let alone what would happen if he lost. Even if he won out of luck, his entire family would be buried with him, whether it was angering or killing a Hawkwolf Guard. When Li Qingshan stood before him, he was no longer alone. Instead, he faced an organization of violence that the so-called people of the Jianghu feared. Of course, it was impossible for him to understand the hostile relationship between Li Qingshan and Zhuozhibua. To him, that was already a struggle between the upper echelons. However, Shen Shihua was still hopeful. Since Li Qingshan did not directly attack him, it meant he still had a chance. As a result, he mustered his courage and came over to listen to what Li Qingshan had to say. Sure enough, Li Qingshan said, "I have something for you to do." He sat on a stone bench in the pavilion and looked down at Shen Shihua, refusing to let him get up. Li Qingshan could treat regular people with courtesy, but he would be out of his mind if he paid any attention to courtesy when it came to someone like Shen Shihua. Compared to killing and robbing, he found actions like this even more shameless. If it were not for the fact that he had a plan in mind, he wanted to kill Shen Shihua right now. Shen Shihua riled up. "Feel free to tell me what you need, Yamato." Li Qingshan took out 24 documents and tossed them before Shen Shihua. "I want you to invite all the people up here, including their subordinates and their disciples. Anyway, the more people, the better." Shen Shihua's expression changed drastically. He immediately realized what Li Qingshan was trying to do. This young Hawkwolf guard actually had such terrifying thoughts, as if he wanted to capture all the masters of the underworld within a range of several hundred kilometers in one fell swoop. Li Qingshan said, "For a birthday, for having a child, or for some other reason, for obtaining a supreme cultivation method or a divine weapon for everyone to appraise. As for the specifics, I'll leave it up to you." Shen Shihua said, "Certes, you're trying to make me feel unjust." Li Qingshan sneered. "Do you think a rapist like you is worthy of mentioning the word, unjust?" Shen Shihua's face reddened. He argued, "It's all in the past. I left behind quite a lot of wealth for those women. They might not necessarily be unhappy." Chapter 155. Li Qingshan stepped on Shen Shihua's head and sucked in a deep breath. He growled, "Of the women you mentioned, 3 have committed suicide. I don't know about the others, but I'm warning you, don't provoke me." Yes. Shen Shihua stammered. He was willing to face a second-layer Qi practitioner with his strength at the first layer. Even if he could not win, he would be able to escape. However, only now did he discover he was wrong. The stomp was so fast that he could not react at all. The heavy killing intent was even more suffocating than the pressure on his head. Li Qingshan slowly removed his foot. "Think about it." Shen Shihua lowered his head for a long time before raising it again. "Will you let me go like this?" Li Qingshan said, "I'm not here to negotiate with you. Do you accept or not? You can try your luck." Under Li Qingshan's disdainful gaze, Shen Shihua said, "I accept." Li Qingshan smiled and personally helped him up. "You should have said that from the start." However, he had never planned on letting Shen Shihua go in the first place. Since he planned on using him, he could not display a will of, "I will definitely kill you." That would not be chivalrous but foolish. Shen Shihua's expression eased slightly. Li Qingshan saw that his facial features were regular and his appearance was dignified. He must have been a handsome man when he was young. "You can be considered to be from a noble clan, so why would you do something like this?" Shen Shihua said, "I was young and ignorant. Sir, when would you like to summon those people?" Li Qingshan said, "The sooner the better." Shen Shihua said, "I don't have much of a relationship with a few of them, and a few of them have long-cherished wishes. Even if I invite them, they might not come." Li Qingshan said, "That'll depend on your abilities, Island Lord of Cherishing Flowers. Also, it doesn't have to be them. If you have any evil or heartless friends, feel free to invite them all. The more the better. If there are too few people and the gathering is too quiet, I will inevitably be a little unhappy." Shen Shihua's heart trembled. Although the person in front of him was young, he was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Otherwise, he would not have thought of such a terrifying thing. Right now, he could only brace himself and continue. He invited Li Qingshan to stay in the lakeside house for the time being and instructed the servants to serve him carefully and not to disturb him at will. The next day, an invitation was delivered to Li Qingshan. After Li Qingshan nodded, it was divided into dozens of copies and distributed to the experts on the blacklist. News of the Jianghu, the ambitious and ruthless figure of the underworld, the Island Lord of Cherishing Flowers, has obtained a bottle of pills that can allow acquired cultivators to reach the innate realm. He wishes to sell it to a group of masters. Please come to the Island of Cherishing Flowers on the 8th day of the 8th month, the beginning of autumn, and bid for it together. It's called the Pill Seizing Assembly. Li Qingshan sighed inside. This was basically the same as what had happened when he had obtained the spiritual ginseng in the past. Shen Shihua was already an innate master, so he obviously had no use for the pills. However, to the other first-rate masters, this was basically an irresistible temptation. Even if they were doubtful, they still had to try it. After throwing out the bait, all they had to do was wait for the fish to take the bait. From that day onwards, Qin Shihua greeted him every day. He was extremely considerate. Li Qingshan meditated and cultivated every day, never leaving his room. The people on the island only knew that he was an esteemed guest of the island lord, so they dared not disturb him. Coupled with the fact that he would mutter to himself from time to time, it seemed extremely eerie, which made people even more afraid to approach him. As a result, Li Qingshan decided to meditate and refine his qi day and night. He swallowed the qi-gathering pills like water, converting them into demon qi and true qi. In less than 10 days he had swallowed 200 pills. The effects were also extremely obvious. On the 2nd of the 8th month, his innate training of qi formula finally broke through the 4th tier and reached the 5th tier. His true qi became increasingly powerful, and it flowed endlessly in his yang heel meridian. The feng qi meridian at the back of his head also became more sensitive to the qi of heaven and earth. It was like a blurry picture that gradually became clearer, and he could slowly discern the meaning of the picture. Although he did not reveal his demon form, he must have grown by quite a bit. Li Qingshan walked out of the little hut. The sky was overcast and it had been drizzling since 3 days ago. The summer heat gradually receded, and the cool air gradually rose. It was almost autumn. The 8th of the 8th month was an auspicious number, and the Autumn Lord's murderous aura made it a good time to kill. Li Qingshan could not wait any longer. With a punch, his true qi broke through the air, and the surface of the lake exploded high into the air. He turned his head and saw Little and leaning on the railing. He could not help but smile. Looking at his skeletal body, he had an idea. Before this, he still had to make some preparations. On the morning of the 3rd of the 8th month, Qin Shihua came to pay his respects again. Li Qingshan said, "Can you prepare some clothes?" Little and had reconstructed his body, but of course he could not reconstruct clothes as well. He needed clothes to cover his body. Although Qin Shihua was puzzled, he did not dare to ask, "Clothes? What size do you want? A boy or a girl?" "A boy about 7 or 8 years old. The size is fine." As Li Qingshan spoke, he felt a little excited. He felt like a father welcoming his child into the world. The next day, Qin Shihua sent over a dozen sets of clothes. They were all of different colors and styles, and they were all made of the highest quality silk. There were even many children's toys. Li Qingshan smiled. He thought, it's not like Shaoan is a regular child, so why would he play with these pieces of wood? He did not say anything more. He ordered Qin Shihua to continue preparing for the pill-seizing assembly. He had already made up his mind to turn it into a life-seizing assembly. However, when he thought about it, such a great conspiracy that could topple the world seemed to be the prerogative of villains. His idea of killing everyone in the assembly really did make him feel like a great villain. However, he felt that it was wonderful. In this beautiful moment where Little and was about to obtain a new life, he sighed emotionally like a poet. Death is new life. Then he gained some understanding of the true meaning of the path of white bone and great beauty. After Qin Shihua left, Little and walked out from behind the curtains. His bony fingers caressed the beautiful silk, imagining himself wearing it. He raised his head and his eyes met Li Qingshan's. They were momentarily speechless. There was only the sound of rain outside the window, but there was a quiet joy flowing in their hearts. Then Little and happily played with the toys, the windmill, the spinning top, the bamboo dragonfly. This left Li Qingshan rather stunned. Then he reflected on whether he did not care enough for Little Anne. If he thought about it more carefully, ever since he was with Little Anne, it seemed like the thing he did the most was kill people. Killing people was not a bad thing. In this cruel world, it was probably a necessary skill. There was a need for adult beasts to teach their young how to hunt. That was how Li Qingshan comforted himself so that his conscience would not suffer too much. Then he sat there and propped his head up with his hand. He began to think deeply about the problem of Little Anne's education. In the future he would bring him out to sightsee and experience nature more often. Then he could not help but smile. He felt warm. Although this world was very cruel, he was not alone. Even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. On the day before the 8th of the 8th month, Li Qingshan finished all of his qi-gathering pills, adjusting his body to its peak condition. Tomorrow, when those bastards gathered together, what would he say as a prelude? For the sake of the beauty in my heart, I ask all of you ugly ones to die. He seemed more and more like a great villain. Do I look good? Grandma Shiman asked. Yes, you look good. The man with the 9 dragons tattooed on his body lowered his head and said in fear. His companion's blood had just spread to the soles of his feet. Just because he saw this ugly old woman, he smiled and then split into pieces. Then why don't you look at me? Grandma Shimin said darkly. The man slowly raised his head and then was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Cold eyes, noble, it made his heart beat faster and he could not control himself. Suddenly, a man's portrait appeared in front of him. That sweet voice like the singing of an oriole asked, "Have you seen this person before?" He shook his head blankly, blaming himself for not being able to help her. Then die. His shriveled lips spat out cruel words. The man immediately smashed the top of his skull with a backhand. Before he died, he looked at Grandma Shimin in a daze, a smile still on his face. Originally, he thought he would only be a pirate for the rest of his life, but he never thought he would be able to die for the person he loved. He felt happy from the bottom of his heart. My life was worth it. Leaving the water snake gang, Grandma Shimin said furiously, "Just where did that brat run off to?" In the past few days she had searched according to the best route that Li Qingshan should have taken, but there were no traces of Li Qingshan at all. She had completely lost track of Li Qingshan. In the end she could not hold it in anymore and went on a killing spree. Behind her, the corpses of the good men of the water snake were strewn across the ground. They could no longer cook dumplings in the river anymore. They all smiled happily, dying for love. The red-clothed young man found a vermilion invitation card from the gang leader's bosom and handed it to Grandma Shimin. Grandma Shimin looked at the invitation card and thought for a while. She smiled eerily. "I see. This brat does have some brains. I've underestimated him. Come, let's go to Lakeside City." The 8th of the 8th month, Lakeside City, Island of Cherishing Flowers. Li Qingshan tidied himself up and took out the chipped wind-entwining blade, hanging it on his waist. Looking out from the window, he saw many small boats sailing over in the wind and rain. They stopped at the dock and many people emerged. Most of them carried weapons and their faces were ferocious. He could tell with a single glance that they were not good people. They matched the information on Li Qingshan's documents. These unorthodox masters were worried that this was a trap, so they were on guard against one another. They all gathered their best subordinates just in case. However, they had no idea that there were people counting like sheep in the shade of the willow trees. 281. 342. 557. By nightfall, the number had already surpassed Li Qingshan's expectations. The island was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and a great banquet was held in the hall. Under Shin Shihua's hosting, the unorthodox masters all gathered together. It really was a grand banquet. Shin Shihua spoke cheerfully, showing no flaws at all. Chapter 156. Shin Shihua smiled. "Everyone, please don't be impatient. Please drink a few cups of wine. I'll go get the pills." Retreating into the darkness outside the hall, his smile immediately disappeared. It was obvious that he had a lot on his mind. "Sir, Island Master invites you to the back hall." A servant respectfully said outside Li Qingshan's door. Li Qingshan followed the servant down the long corridor. Two swift and fierce men jumped out of the dark thicket and blocked their way. "Who are you?" The servant hurriedly said. "Two heroes, are you our Island Master's guests?" The two looked Li Qingshan up and down. "How come I've never seen you before?" Li Qingshan said, "It's not like they're all people you can see." "What did you say?" The two were furious and wanted to draw their swords. With two muffled thuds, the two fell back into the dark thicket, turning into two corpses. "Go see the King of Hell," Li Qingshan said to the servant. "Continue walking." The servant trembled and hurriedly complied. In the study, Shin Shihua rubbed his hands uneasily. Suddenly seeing Li Qingshan come, he quickly invited him to a seat and poured him tea. Li Qingshan said, "Island Master Shin, what do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. I can't wait any longer." With his hearing, he could clearly hear the clamor in front of him. His blood was faintly boiling. Shin Shihua lifted his lapel and knelt in front of Li Qingshan. "I've already done as sir instructed. I beg sir to let this lowly one go." Over the past few days, Li Qingshan had never been willing to promise him that he would spare his life, which made him unable to eat or sleep well. Li Qingshan said, "How do you know I'm going to kill you?" "Sir, are you really going to kill me?" Shin Shihua raised his head in shock and stared closely at Li Qingshan. His gaze faintly showed the determination of a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Li Qingshan said, "It's not that I don't want to spare you. It's that what you've done cannot be forgiven." Shin Shihua said in a hoarse voice, "But this lowly one has already turned over a new leaf." Li Qingshan said, "Turn over a new leaf? 6 months ago? Where are you? Do you think the Hawkwolf Guard can't find out? The Hawkwolf Guard did not have many core members, but as an organization of chi practitioners that did not care about money, they had countless informants and spies in the various major cities. Although no one had asked about the mission to kill Qin Shi Huang for all these years, the information had never stopped changing. This was to ensure that any Hawkwolf Guard who thought of him would know where he was and what he was doing on any given day. Qin Shi Huang suddenly recalled that half a year ago, he drank some wine and saw a beauty passing by in Riverside City. He brought her to the island and forced himself on her, reminiscing the romantic days of his youth. He argued, "But I've already taken her as my concubine." "Then how many more concubines do you want to use this method? Why don't you tell us about it?" Li Qingshan's tone was very calm the entire time, but his anger was like scorching lava flowing beneath a frozen mountain, ready to erupt at any time. Qin Shi Huang's expression changed again and again. He pressed down and a tile sank in. A series of springs rang out from the ground, and a huge metal cage sprang out, trapping Li Qingshan inside. The place where Qin Shi Huang had invited Li Qingshan to sit was actually a trap, and it was extremely well designed. From the moment Qin Shi Huang pressed down on the tile to when the mechanism was activated, only the blink of an eye had passed. Qin Shi Huang barked, "Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. Since you won't give me a way out, then I'll die with you." The bars of the cage were as thick as an adult's arm. They were forged into a single piece, and there were many inscriptions carved into them. When Li Qingshan's fingers touched the bars, he immediately felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. At the top of the cage there was a strange beast that looked like a tiger but wasn't. Qin Shi Huang said, "This was made by a Mahist mechanism master. It's called the Bayan Demon Trapping Gate. Even a powerful demonic beast can't easily escape. Just give up. I'll ask you again, are you willing to give me a way out? If you agree, I'll let you go and I'll even help you kill people. If I say I'll let you go, you'll believe me?" Qin Shi Huang was also struggling. "I'm willing to gamble. I believe that you're a man." "Bayan." Li Qingshan was silent, and he slowly shook his head. Qin Shi Huang shrieked, "Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're currently in my hands. As long as you nod, we can all sit down and make friends. Although your cultivation is high, there might be a time when you need me." Li Qingshan laughed loudly and his voice shook the entire room. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the room. The calligraphy and paintings were swept to the ground, and the porcelain shattered. Qin Shi Huang covered his ears and circulated all the internal energy in his body to resist. He was shocked. Was he really only at the second layer of chi refining? The underworld experts in the front hall only stared at the wine cups on their tables. They couldn't stop trembling. The entire hall seemed to be swaying slightly, alarmed by the noise. What happened? Who's laughing? What a powerful internal energy. It came from behind. Didn't Island Master Shin go to the back to retrieve the pill? Could it be that he's here to steal the pill? As soon as he said this, no one could sit still. Let's go and take a look. Let's see who's blind enough to dare steal food from the tiger's mouth. Li Qingshan stopped laughing and said to Qin Shi Huang, "You're just a pig and a dog. Do you think you're worthy of making friends with me?" Even bad people had dignity. Qin Shi Huang said, You're going too far." A group of underworld experts rushed over and asked in shock, "Island Master Shin, what happened? Who is this person?" Those who could enter the study were all first-rate masters. Those with weaker martial arts, including their subordinates, could only watch from outside. "You forced me to do this." Qin Shi Huang's face twisted. He said to everyone, "Everyone calm down. I want to talk about something that concerns everyone's lives." Everyone fell silent. Qin Shi Huang said, "This person was sent by the Hawkwolf Guard to kill us." Everyone paled in fright when they heard the three words Hawkwolf Guard. Although they regarded themselves as masters of the blacklist and acted as if even the Hawkwolf Guard could do nothing to their subordinates, they actually feared the terrifying organization that controlled the blacklist the most. In other words, there aren't any pills. Damn Qin Shi Huang, you've actually worked with the Hawkwolf Guard to screw us over. Everyone began to consider retreating. They looked at Li Qingshan like he was a man-eating tiger. The young man sat boldly on the armchair. His hair draped down, obscuring his face. Even though he was trapped in a cage, he gave off a terrifying sense of dignity. Qin Shi Huang tossed down a stack of papers. "Take a look. These are the official documents of the Hawkwolf Guard. He's come this time to kill us. Which one of you doesn't know what happened to the auspicious casino in Silver Mountain Town? It was all because of this kid. Do you want to be next?" They all picked up the papers on the ground and found their names. Afterwards they trembled in fright. The honor of being a master of the blacklist had now become a life-threatening talisman. Island Master Shin, what do you want us to do? In for a penny, in for a pound. Kill a hawk-wolf guard. You're mad. If we don't kill him, he'll kill us. Just as everyone engaged in an intense discussion, Li Qingshan coughed gently and attracted everyone's attention. He said, "Those who should be here are all here." Tianzhonghao. A short, coarse, middle-aged man shuddered. What do you want? In the past, you learnt martial arts under the tutelage of the fist master Wang of Bamboo Willow Village. It's all because he found you to be devious and refused to pass on all his martial arts to you, so you poisoned him, stole his secret manual, and became a bandit. Over all these years, you've blocked roads, killed people for their goods, and feasted on the hearts and livers of living people, isn't that right? Under everyone's gazes and with Li Qingshan in the cage, Tianzhonghao refused to lose face. He said rudely, "So what?" Li Qingshan ignored him. He continued, "Zhao Riyong, you like to kidnap the children of wealthy families the most and then force them to pay ransom. If they dare to report you to the authorities or refuse to pay the ransom, you'll cut off their ears or fingers and send them back. Am I right?" Zhao Riyong's eyes and ears were sharp. His expression was cold as he sneered, "Those little bastards were born luckier than others. Of course they deserve to suffer." Li Qingshan did not speak further with him. He continued to call out names one by one until the end. Those whose names have not been called out, have joined the bandits, done evil deeds, committed countless crimes, or conspired against the law. According to the laws of Great Xia, their crimes cannot be pardoned and will be executed on the spot. And you, Xin Shihua, pay the price for what you've done. Everyone laughed. Is he crazy? Yes, we have to kill him. The laughter gradually faded. Li Qingshan stood up from the armchair. He grabbed the railing of the Bian demon trapping lock with both hands and pulled forcefully. His blood and chi surged, his muscles bulged, and his clothes were torn. The railing flowed with a blue light that resembled electricity, all concentrated on Li Qingshan's hands. He felt as if hundreds of needles were pricking him. Of course, he did not care about such a small matter. However, under his enormous strength, the railing did not move at all. Xin Shihua was shocked, but he relaxed. It's useless. You can't break my Bian demon trapping lock. A mocking smile appeared on the blacklist expert's face. He looked at Li Qingshan as if he was looking at a stupid beast. Li Qingshan's long hair was scattered, covering his face. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Xin Shihua was the first to sense the change in Li Qingshan's aura. This kind of change was something that only he, a chi practitioner, could sense. However, immediately after, everyone saw the change in Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan's originally tall and sturdy figure seemed to have grown a bit taller. His jet-black hair flashed with a hint of scarlet under the light. His bronze skin seemed to have darkened. His arms, in particular, had actually become as black as iron. Creak. The metal cage let out a painful squeak. The blue electricity became more and more intense, but it could not stop the arm-thick railing from being pulled apart. Xin Shihua took a step back. This is impossible. You are. Then he shouted, "Everyone attack together and kill him." Chapter 157. Ships of all sizes were docked at the docks. A light drizzle continued to fall, creating thousands of ripples on the surface of the lake. A thin layer of fog appeared on the surface of the lake. The light from the glass cover of the boat illuminated a faint yellow circle. Everything appeared to be extremely calm. Many of the experts had been left behind to guard the ships in case someone cut off their escape route. They were all discussing in their cabins. Just now, a loud laugh came from the island. With a loud boom, a two-masted ship seemed to have been hit by something. It shook and then began to sink at an extremely fast speed. The experts who had stayed behind all heard the commotion and walked up to the deck. They saw that the sinking ship belonged to the Green Wolves gang. Other than the Green Wolves gang members who were flustered and exasperated, everyone else stood on the deck and laughed, watching the show. But then there was another loud boom. Another ship began to sink and then a third. Everyone felt that something was wrong. They shouted, "What's going on?" "Not good, water ghosts are sinking the ships. Those who can swim, go down and take a look." The water ghosts they were talking about were obviously not real ghosts, but people who had dived into the water. Immediately, more than a dozen vigorous figures jumped into the water. Their eyes tried to adapt to the darkness at the bottom of the water, and then they revealed astonished expressions. They saw that in the pitch-black and ice-cold water, there were actually two large flames burning, red with a hint of white. No one had ever seen such bright flames that were full of life. The flames quickly grew larger, and they could finally see where the two balls of fire came from. They couldn't help but stare in shock. It was a giant skull taller than a human. It looked like the skull of a giant, but at this moment, it seemed to have come alive from the abyss of hell. Its eye sockets were bursting with vitality as it looked at them with a burning gaze. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed them. The mouth was also burning with flames as if the gates of hell had been opened. Little and stood in the pitch-black water, his hands clasped together, manipulating the skull prayer beads to swallow these people one by one. Then it rammed into the remaining ships. The giant skull rammed into the bottom of the ship, immediately creating a large hole. With a series of dull thuds, the ships sank one by one. On the pier, everyone's faces were filled with unconcealable fear. The boat had been destroyed and the people who had gone into the water never came back up. They didn't know what was in the water, but they were trapped here. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of soft sounds, the people standing on the shore fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Everyone cried out in alarm, "Enemy attack!" "Where? Come out, come out!" No one saw the white shadow that cut through the rainy night. The skull prayer beads had already returned to their round and smooth shape. It was shuttling through the rain as if a sixth-layer chi practitioner was using a weapon. It was not something that these Jianghu people could detect. More people fell to the ground. The more cowardly waved their weapons and looked around, but all they saw was the dark night. Some of the calmer ones tried to check the cause of death, but soon found that there was a finger-sized hole from the chest to the back, but there was no blood flowing out. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, someone exclaimed, "It seems like there's fire." The others also noticed that there seemed to be a little flame in the small hole. The wound continued to expand and the small hole became a big hole. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. The flames silently devoured the flesh and blood of the dead. Every single person who had the right to be invited to the island of cherishing flowers was a ruthless desperado. However, people constantly died beside them. They could not see the enemy, only the strange sight. They were all frightened out of their wits as they retreated step by step. The flames devoured all the flesh and blood, and in the blink of an eye, only a skeleton was left. The color of the skeleton became brighter and brighter, and it was full of vitality. Then, as if unsatisfied, it exploded with a bang, emitting thousands of sparks that scattered on the bodies of these underworld experts. The flames passed through his clothes and did not leave a single burn mark. However, as soon as it came into contact with a bit of fresh blood and flesh, it was like fire meeting oil. It quickly spread and burned into a raging inferno. Cries of anguish rang out on the pier as dozens of people were set ablaze. In the blink of an eye there was no more sound, only dozens of skeletons were left. Little and emerged from the lake water and calculated silently. 697. The remaining skeletons were covered in a layer of pale flames. The skeletons melted like snow very quickly, turning into several dozen droplets of bone fluid that merged with his body. Little and was just about to make his way to the manor and assist Li Qingshan when he suddenly sensed something and turned around. His eyes that burned with flames pierced through the thin mist and crossed an extremely great distance. He saw a huge black ship sailing over slowly. After a moment of consideration, Little and still chose to make his way to the manor. Ha! Li Qingshan sucked in a breath and bellowed. Pure true chi mixed with demon chi turned into the tiger demon's fierce roar with a violent gust of wind. It landed on the experts of the blacklist, and they immediately flew backwards as they vomited blood. Their faces and chests were reduced to a bloody mess. It seemed like they were done for. Although this was only the tiger demon's fierce roar that had been weakened countless times over, it was still not something that mere masters of the Jianghu could withstand. In a single clash, several first-rate masters had been slain by a single bellow from Li Qingshan. These first-rate masters who were used to using their powerful martial arts to rampage around and do whatever they wanted witnessed the difference in strength between them and true Hawkwolf guards. With the sound of twisting metal, Li Qingshan ripped open a huge hole in the iron bars. The inscriptions on the demon-trapping cage dimmed, and all of its spiritual chi vanished. Li Qingshan walked out from within. He was like a vicious tiger that had emerged from a cage, giving off a threatening aura. The masters of the underworld all took a step back as they stared at Li Qingshan in shock and fear. Li Qingshan's body and hair returned to normal. Under the circumstances where he could not ensure that everyone was present, he would not reveal his demon form before so many people. The first person he needed to eliminate right now was obviously Qin Shihua, who could sense demon qi. Oh no, the ships have all been destroyed. A lackey suddenly rushed in from outside and called out. What? Who did it? Tian Zhonghao grabbed the lackey by the shoulder and called out. I don't know. The masters of the blacklist all looked at Li Qingshan. Although they had heard what Qin Shihua had said, only now did they clearly realize that this young Hawkwolf guard actually wanted to make them all stay here and kill them all. Li Qingshan smiled and began moving as well. Afterwards, his eyes narrowed and he looked past everyone, landing on Qin Shihua, who had hidden himself in the crowd in an attempt to flee. He called out, "Where do you think you're going?" Qin Shihua shuddered inside and turned around in shock. Li Qingshan's figure had already arrived with his voice, rushing towards him with a fierce gust of wind. A few unorthodox masters were unable to react in time. They stood in front of Li Qingshan, but like a stampeding herd of elephants had collided with them, they were directly knocked several meters away. All of their bones shattered and they died without a single sound. With a flash, the talisman was burnt to ash. A golden figure rose up from Qin Shihua's body. His reactions were not slow either. In the face of imminent danger, he used a strength talisman of the Guardian Kings before forcefully turning around and swinging his two golden fists at Li Qingshan's chest from above. Li Qingshan did not seem to hear him at all. His right hand extended like a tiger's claw, reaching towards Qin Shihua viciously. Die. The tiger demon digs out the heart. His 5 fingers were like 5 steel rods, wrapped in true qi, forcefully stabbing into the golden light. True qi and the light collided violently. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Qin Shihua was utterly shocked. He had never thought a strength talisman of the Guardian Kings would be torn apart by a person's bare hands. However, he knew that his life was in danger, so he furiously gathered all of his true qi into his 2 fists and threw them at Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan took the 2 fists head-on, but his figure only swayed slightly. His right hand shattered the golden light and seized the opportunity to grab Qin Shihua's chest. He pulled out a bloody heart. The scene suddenly quieted down. Qin Shihua, who had the highest level of martial arts, had not even been able to exchange a single blow with Li Qingshan. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the many experts of the underworld. They could no longer care about anything else. They all took out their life-saving talismans and bit the tip of their tongues to spit out fresh blood. The talismans were activated and shattered one by one, giving off a bright light. However, all of them ran away at the same time. They did not even care about their subordinates. No one came up to fight Li Qingshan. When a fierce tiger descended the mountain, all the birds and beasts scattered. Talismans, I have one too. Li Qingshan casually took out a cool breeze talisman from his 100 treasures pouch and activated it with true qi. A whirlwind wrapped around his legs. His body seemed to become much lighter. He took a step forward as if he was stepping on a cushion of air. He soared into the air. In the air, he pulled out the chipped wind-entwining blade and swung it horizontally. The expert with the best qigong had already jumped over the wall. He was cut in half by the wind blade. Blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground. After Li Qingshan used the cool breeze talisman, his already swift figure became even more ghostly. A string of figures flashed out and blood splattered everywhere. A tiger entering a flock of sheep was not enough to describe its might. This was no longer a battle but a one-sided massacre. Under the absolute difference in strength, techniques were meaningless. He only needed to wave the wind-entwining blade lightly, and heads would fall to the ground. With every step he took, he killed from the study to the courtyard and then to the main hall. It was as if Azura had appeared in the world. The experts of the underworld fled in all directions like a swarm of bees. They hated their parents for not being born with 2 more legs. In their hearts, they cursed Qin Shihua's parents 1,000,000 times. One of them turned around and saw Li Qingshan's figure flashing towards him. He knelt on the ground and shouted, "I'm a spy from the Yamen." In the blink of an eye, he saw Li Qingshan standing in front of him. The long, jagged saber stopped in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan was somewhere else. His whole body was exhausted and he collapsed to the ground, rolling and crawling to hide in a corner. Many people followed suit and knelt on the ground shouting, "I'm also a spy." For a moment, there were spies everywhere as far as the eye could see. Li Qingshan did not have accurate information about these minions, so he was hesitating. On the distant surface of the lake, dozens of sparks lit up in the thin mist. A mournful cry sounded in the air as it rapidly approached. Boom, 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 boom. Within the deafening booms, the island of cherishing flowers immediately became a sea of fire. Chapter 158. Quite a few people stood on the deck of the ship. There were both monks and Taoists among them. They gazed at the island of cherishing flowers in the distance with worried expressions. Part 2. If the people of the Jianghu were present, they would definitely cry out in surprise, as basically all the decent masters of the orthodox path within several hundred kilometers of Jiaping had gathered here. There was black and white in the world. The so-called orthodox path was not necessarily pure, flawless, and chivalrous, but they were a group of people who obeyed the law and maintained order. There were quite a lot of people who treated benevolence and etiquette as their family rules. You could call it hypocritical, but most people in the world still like to stand in the sunlight. This was the principle of humanity. The hypocrite Wuxia had done many good deeds like purging evil and helping the weak at the end of the day, while the true villain Tian Buguang had truly harmed countless ordinary people. However, the conflict between the orthodox path and the orthodox path had never stopped for a single day. To put it simply, from the very beginning, if a martial artist wanted to live a luxurious life of luxury, the simplest and most direct way was to become a thief, steal money, and steal women. There were also many people who were unwilling to do this, but they also wanted to live a luxurious life of extravagance. They wanted to become young heroes, so killing a nest of mountain bandits was obviously a good choice. They would have money and women, and they would gain something else as well: fame. If a young hero managed to kill countless mountain bandits without dying, he would become a great hero, while a petty thief who managed to steal countless money and women without dying, he would become a great thief. The two of them obviously had a lot of enemies, but that did not matter. They had quite a lot of friends too. With this, they formed two groups of people who constantly fought with each other. To put it in simpler terms, there were countless grievances between generations. The grievances could go back several lifetimes. Every single one of the unorthodox masters who came to the island of cherishing flowers had enemies on the ship. When the news of the pill-seizing assembly spread, not only were the unorthodox masters restless, but the people on the ship became restless as well. When they thought about how their enemies would break through to the innate realm and appear before them, kill them, and then steal their money and women, they could not just stand by and watch. And if there were such great pills, who would want them? Thus, they secretly planned this operation. However, this group of orthodox experts was vaguely led by a little girl, and they respectfully surrounded her. The little girl was only about 13 or 14 years old. She stood at the bow of the ship, dressed in plain clothes that fluttered in the wind. Her face was calm and mature, but because of her baby face and her young age, she looked a little funny. An old monk with white hair and brows bent down and said, "Miss Hua, do you think so?" The little girl stared at the island of cherishing flowers in the mist like a general. She did not respond at all. The old monk raised his head and looked at the others helplessly. Then, they all looked at the young lady in purple beside the little girl. They were all renowned figures of the Jianghu, yet none of them could do anything to this little girl, as not only was she a second-layer Qi practitioner at such a young age, but she also came from a renowned clan. When she went out for training, she became acquainted with great hero Yu's daughter, Yu Zijian, who was also the girl in violet, which was why they agreed to assist her. As soon as they arrived by the lake, she took out a small boat from her 100 treasures pouch and tossed it into the water. It turned into a huge ship, which left everyone amazed. With her assistance, the operation this time was basically in the bag. The evil followers would definitely die a horrible death. Yu Zijin said, "Qinglu, say something." Hua Qinglu raised her hand with composure, telling Yu Zijin not to say anything more. Afterwards, she waved the small flag in her hand and ordered, "Turn the ship around and prepare to fire." The ship slowly turned around, facing the island of cherishing flowers on the port side. Afterwards, several dozen small wooden doors opened, and several dozen pitch-black cannons extended out. However, because the ship was a mechanical puppet, it was not controlled by the crew at all. Instead, it was completely controlled by the flag in her hand. As a result, the mighty order did not seem as mighty anymore. Instead, it was rather comical. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Yu Zijin whispered, "Qinglu, are the fire dragon cannons really that powerful?" Due to being doubted, Hua Qinglu's composed face became furious. She pointed at the island of cherishing flowers. "Watch me flatten this place." Afterwards, she ordered loudly, "Fire." The pitch-black cannons sprayed with several dozen sparks, like the roars of fire dragons. They planted several dozen mushroom clouds on the island of cherishing flowers in the distance, destroying most of the structures on the island in an instant. The island of cherishing flowers, the magnificent hall collapsed and the small exquisite building burst into flames. The island of cherishing flowers that Qin Shi Huang had managed for so many years was reduced to ashes with his death. The orthodox masters on the deck were all shocked. They believed that even if they were on the island, they would not be able to escape alive. Compared to true innate abilities, acquired cultivators were just too weak. Yu Zijin murmured, "So powerful." A sliver of complacency appeared in Hua Qinglu's eyes, but she did not show it on her face. Yu Zijin asked in worry, "Qinglu, are there any innocent people on the island?" Hua Qinglu lectured earnestly, "Zijin, those who want to achieve great things shouldn't be bothered by trifles. You're still too young." The other orthodox masters all felt that this little girl truly was the descendant of a renowned clan. They did not take Yu Zijin's words seriously. As long as they could blast these bastards to death, who cared if they were innocent or not? Standing on the boat from afar and watching their enemies turn to ash, there was nothing more delightful than that. Great hero, Yu smiled warmly and generously. "Zijin, even if there are innocent people, they've sacrificed themselves for the sake of the martial arts society. The people of the underworld are all cruel and cunning. If we can't be more decisive and smarter than them, how are we supposed to defeat them? You need to learn more from Miss Hua." Yu Zijin curled her lip. She dared not argue back. She only felt like her father had changed. In the past, great hero, you would have scolded her sternly and scolded her if she dared to speak like this in front of the other members of the martial arts society in the past. If she dared to disobey him again, he would directly draw his sword. Although he had never actually cut her down, he was nowhere near as gentle as he was right now. Because of his daughter's acquaintance with Hua Qinglu, great hero, you received the respect of the other members of the martial arts society. He basically laughed even in his dreams. Not only was Yu Zijin's future bright, but even he, her father, could benefit from it. Obviously he was kind to his daughter. In particular, before Hua Qinglu, he was basically the epitome of a benevolent father. Under the flattery of the orthodox masters, Hua Qinglu smiled like she did not care. She waved the flag in her hand and launched another volley of cannons. The entire island of cherishing flowers was enveloped in flames and smoke. The shockwave struck a huge shield and dispersed as a whirlwind. Li Qingshan lowered the spiritual artifact shield and looked at the surface of the lake in surprise. What was going on? He was not surprised that there were firearms in this world. He was just curious as to who would butt in like they wanted to flatten the island of cherishing flowers. However, there was no point in thinking too much about it. It had instead helped him out. Cannon fire at this level posed no threat to him at all. With the table-sized shield, he walked through the cannon fire like it was flat ground. He was unscathed. However, to the unorthodox masters, it was basically the end of the world. Not a single supermaster who shouted, "You have cannons, I have divine arts," appeared. They were all blasted to pieces as they wailed for their parents, saving Li Qingshan the trouble of finding them one by one. Little and passed through the cannon fire easily and arrived before Li Qingshan. Within the endless booms, Li Qingshan nodded. His voice was swallowed up by the booms. His lips moved as if he was saying, "Let's begin." Both of their eyes seemed to be shining brightly. Little and brought his palms together and held the skull prayer beads in his palms. Afterwards, he lowered his head and chanted. The flames flowed like water, silently spreading through the heavy smoke. They crept from the collapsed walls to the burning buildings, devouring the corpses one by one. 427, 311, 225, 131, he silently calculated in his heart. Suddenly Littlin raised his head. His eyes shone with joy. All the flames began to flow back to his side. They coiled around him like snakes and turned into a large cocoon, wrapping him in layers. Gradually Littlin could no longer be seen. All that was left was a large crimson cocoon made of flames floating in the air. Li Qingshan stared at the flame cocoon. He did not look away for a moment. He clenched his fists tightly and suddenly became nervous. The bombardment continued. At this moment, a cannonball pierced through the thick smoke and landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's left hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the cannonball. Boom. The cannonball exploded in his palm, charring his hand. He continued to stare at the cocoon as if he did not feel it. He did not even turn his head. Time passed by slowly. Before he knew it, the cannonball had already stopped firing. Li Qingshan just sat down in the rubble and leaned on his hand. At that moment, apart from Little and, there was nothing in the world, no one that was worth his attention. Even Xianyue and Gu Yenying were no exceptions. His ambition of venturing beyond the 9 heavens was temporarily set aside as well. On the deck of the ship, Hua Qinglu smiled. "It's done." She waved her flag and ordered, "Let's go and take a look." "What's that?" someone suddenly called out, pointing behind the ship. Everyone turned their heads and became extremely stunned. A carriage tore through the mist, rapidly crossing the water and arriving before the ship in the blink of an eye. It stopped slowly. Grandma Shimin lifted the curtain and frowned. This was the Hua family's wave cutter. She had seen it in the Clear River Prefecture before, so she could not be wrong. The mechanical ship had been forged by a few great masters of Moism. The fire-dragging cannons on it were powerful, and it carried several hundred mechanical puppets. Every single one of them possessed the strength of a low-level Qi practitioner, so it was extremely expensive to build. Her sect was powerful, but she could not ignore the Hua family's influence in the Clear River Prefecture. As a result, she called out, "May I ask which fellow from the Hua family is here?" Hua Qinglu leapt onto the railing and said, "Hua Qinglu is here." Grandma Shimin said, "So it's you, brat? You stole the family's ship and ran off to play? You better be careful of getting spanked for mixing around with these riffraff." The orthodox masters all had no objections when they were called riffraff. Regardless of gender, they all stared at Grandma Shimin in a daze and sighed in admiration. There's actually such a beauty in the world. Even her wrinkles seemed to contain an extremely enchanting radiance. Chapter 159. Scarlet Hua Qinglu did not fall for that. She refused to back down. "So it's you, you old ghost. This ship was mine in the first place. You're the one who stole the carriage and ran off to play." Grandma Shimin said in displeasure, "You're so young, yet you're already so sharp-tongued. I'll definitely have a good talk with your father when I see him. I have matters to attend to right now, so I don't have time for a little girl like you." Hua Qinglu immediately retorted, "Then when I see Big Brother Qingzan, I'll have a good talk with him too. You old woman, you're bullying me just because I'm young." Grandma Shimin snorted coldly. The carriage sped up towards the island of Cherishing Flowers, leaving behind 2 tracks on the surface of the lake. In the carriage, the young man in red said unhappily, "Grandma, why don't you teach this girl a lesson?" Grandma Shimin said, "Neither her father nor brother are kind people. They're difficult to deal with, or I would have taken her life a long time ago. There'll be a time for her to cry in the future. If you hadn't insisted on eating the sugar-roasted chestnuts, delaying us, we would have arrived a long time ago and dealt with Li Qingshan. We wouldn't have to endure this girl's anger either." If regular second-layer Qi practitioners were bold enough to be so rude to Grandma Shimin, she would have killed them on the spot a long time ago. However, since they were from the Hua family, she could not help but show some respect. Moreover, Hua Sengzan's identity as the Scarlet Wolf Commander possessed quite the deterrence in the Clear River Prefecture. The young man in red curled his lip. "It's not like I'm the only one who wants to eat it. Not to mention it's not too late right now. Li Qingshan must still be on the island." On the deck, Hua Qinglu gazed at the departing carriage and snorted coldly. However, her soft, nasal voice was nowhere near as forceful as Grandma Shimin's snort. It was more like a pout. With a wave of the flag, the wave breaker cut through the waves and pursued the carriage, heading towards the island of Cherishing Flowers. In the mist, the outline of the island of Cherishing Flowers gradually became clear. The flames from the cocoon grew weaker and weaker like the setting sun. Only a scarlet sphere remained, and it grew smaller and smaller. Rain fell from the sky and landed on the cocoon, causing white mist to rise. The cocoon was filled with red light. Little An's body was curled up. Just now he was in his mother's womb. The flame was no longer a flame, but a viscous liquid like the amniotic fluid in the womb. Moreover, it contained a tremendous amount of life energy. Bit by bit, it completely soaked him. He had already comprehended a little of the essence of the path of white bone and great beauty. At this moment, he wanted to turn the dead back to life and enter a state that was neither dead nor alive, turning white bone into great beauty. His bony fingers formed a Buddhist seal, and a mysterious secret was triggered. Flesh grew from the bones and the flesh was reconstructed. Li Qingshan held his breath. With a crack appeared on the cocoon and spread in all directions. Li Qingshan's heart was in his throat. A tender little hand stretched out from the cocoon. It was white with a tinge of red, as if it was carved from blood jade. One could almost see the veins and arteries within. Li Qingshan shot to his feet, but he did not dare to disturb it. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly felt his eyes turn moist and red. He had personally witnessed little Anne's soul turn into white bone, and then to the rebirth of flesh and blood. His heart was enveloped by great joy. He believed that no matter how cruel and bloody this path was, what he possessed was not just slaughter and hatred. With a series of cracking sounds, the cocoon shattered. Flames rose from within, and a petite figure stood in the flames, reborn from the ashes. A strange fragrance of sandalwood wafted into the air, immediately driving away the pungent smell of smoke and soothing one's heart. Li Qingshan took a step forward. "Little and you finally?" The flames dispersed, revealing a little girl, naked, with her hands forming a Buddhist seal, standing in the lotus petal-like flames. Her skin was like carved jade, and there was a red mole on her forehead. Her eyes were like two black pearls. From top to bottom, there was not a trace of impurities or dirt, as pure as a red lotus. She looked at her hands in confusion, as if she could not believe that she had really recovered her flesh and blood. She raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan. It seemed that she was not used to using her face. There was no expression on her face, but her black pearl-like eyes suddenly burst out with incomparable joy. She stretched out her arms to him. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment, then he quickly walked forward and hugged her tightly in his arms, tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Just like the father who had been waiting outside the delivery room for a long time. Although he only found out that the child was not a boy but a girl, to him, this little accident was not a big deal. It was not worth paying too much attention to. The joy in his heart would not change in the slightest. Li Qingshan could not stop saying, "This is great." After a long time, Li Qingshan suddenly felt that his tongue was clumsy and did not know what to say. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and said, "Put on your clothes first." Little An nodded obediently in his arms. Li Qingshan let go of her and rummaged through his 100 treasures pouch. He said in distress, "But there are only male clothes. Sai, why didn't you say so earlier?" Little An shook her head as if saying that she had also forgotten. After so many years, whether it was a soul or a white bone, gender was not important. Li Qingshan was helpless. When the witch abducted her, she must have disguised herself as a boy to deceive others. It had always been his first impression. Li Qingshan examined Little An again, once again confirming that there was no mistake. However, he found that there were red marks on her body. Her skin was as delicate as a newborn's, like fine silk. Even she would be scratched, not to mention his rough embrace. He asked with concern, "Did I hurt you?" Little An shook her head. Compared to the pain of the blood flames burning her body and the blue flames burning her bones, this kind of pain was simply the most blissful. Li Qingshan carefully helped her change her clothes as if he was holding a fragile rare treasure. Little An opened her eyes wide. She wanted to say that she was not that weak, but she also enjoyed the care she was receiving at this moment. Li Qingshan could not help but pinch her cheek. It felt very good to the touch. It was so delicate that it seemed as if it would turn into water and slide down his fingertips. Touching the red mole on her forehead, he vaguely remembered that this was the mark left behind by the ginseng liquid. Could it also appear on the body? Little An was like a doll, obediently not moving at all. She let him pinch her. Feeling the warmth from his fingertips, her heart skipped a beat. Li Qingshan rubbed her smooth head and said with a smile, "It's a pity that you don't have hair, but it will grow back soon." Little An blinked her eyes and suddenly took a step back. She clenched her fists and held her breath, gathering all her strength. Then her black hair grew out crazily. Not long after, it fell from her shoulders to her waist. Li Qingshan hurriedly said, "It's done, it's done." Only then did Little An stop exerting strength. Her long hair had already grown to her knees. It was moist and lush like water plants with natural curls. It was so dark that it did not reflect any luster. It was very special. He saw that she was wearing a gorgeous lake silk gown, like an extremely handsome young master. Li Qingshan looked at her with indescribable joy. He was very happy and could not help but laugh. He felt that the road ahead was bright and there was nothing he could not do. At this moment, the neighing of a horse came from the lake. Li Qingshan turned his head and saw a horse carriage passing through the thick fog, quickly approaching, followed by a large ship. Li Qingshan frowned. If his guess was correct, the cannons just now were fired from this large ship. And on the horse carriage there seemed to be a strong aura, and it carried hostility. This was not the ability of a chi practitioner but purely the instinct of a demon. The horse carriage sped up the shore and quietly stopped in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan saw an old woman wearing a large red robe getting off the carriage. Her whole body was emitting a threatening aura. Even Zhuozhibwa had not felt such a strong aura. Among the people he had met, the only one who was close to it was Hua Sengzan, but he was much weaker than Hua Sengzan. The person who came was a 9th-layer Qi practitioner expert. The West Gate granny disembarked from the carriage, but her gaze slid past Li Qingshan and landed on Shaoan beside him. Afterwards, she was unable to shift her gaze away anymore. Her face was filled with shock as she murmured, "Radiant like the flowers of spring, flowing with light, skin of ice and bones of jade and makeup of jade. How can a single person possess so many aspects of beauty? Hold on, is this the legendary heavenly fragrance in nation beauty? This is impossible." Grandma Shimen was experienced and knowledgeable. Of course, she would not be shocked by a child's appearance. The words she said were not just simple words of praise. These were the standards and names used in the sect to judge a person's physiognomy. There was the flower moon physiognomy, the peach blossom physiognomy, the fragrant jade physiognomy, and so on. Some were high, some were low, and they were carefully divided into 9 grades. If one had any of the physiognomy, they would be able to cultivate the sect's charm arts with half the effort. If one had a higher physiognomy, they could easily achieve extraordinary results. The current sect master had the peach blossom physiognomy. He had been valued by the previous sect master and taken in as a disciple, which was why he had his current achievements. As for Grandma Shimen, she had the red flying physiognomy of the dancing red emerald physiognomy. She had also stood out and become one of the 4 great grannies of the sect. As for Jiaping City's top courtesan, Hibiscus, although her appearance was ordinary, she had been taken in as a disciple because of her graceful appearance. Among the various physiognomy, there was one physiognomy that only existed in legends. It was the physiognomy of national beauty and heavenly fragrance. The physiognomy of national beauty and heavenly fragrance was a combination of various physiognomy. It was the head of fragrance and the crown of all physiognomy. As soon as Grandma Shimen saw little Anne, she gave out the name of the physiognomy, and then finally came to this result that even she herself did not dare to believe. Rumor had it that once this physiognomy appeared, it was a sign that the world would be in chaos. Although it might not be accurate, it was said that this physiognomy's charm was a femme fatale, capable of causing the downfall of countries and cities. Grandma Shimen instantly cast Li Qingshan aside, completely forgetting about the disappearance of her outstanding disciples, Zhao Liangqing and Hibiscus. She stared fixedly at little Anne and walked over step by step. She was almost even more excited than Li Qingshan. Too beautiful, too good. If she was taken in as a disciple and brought back to the sect, Li Qingshan blocked Grandma Shimen's way with a swoosh, interrupting her reverie. He asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Grandma Shimen raised her head in displeasure and looked at Li Qingshan, who was much taller than her. The arrogant expression on her face made it seem as if she was looking down on him. "Oh, you're Li Qingshan? Who are you to her?" P.S. Little Anne has appeared out of nowhere. Everyone give her a warm round of applause and welcome. I don't need to say more about asking for votes, right? Chapter 160. Grandma Shimen had wanted to kill Li Qingshan the moment she saw him. It did not matter if Li Qingshan had anything to do with Zhao Liangqing and Furong's disappearance. She wanted to put an end to this matter. Soonest Yupidi, but seeing that little Anne was so close to him, it was not convenient for him to kill him, lest he formed a grudge with this good disciple. As for trash like Zhao Liangqing and Furong, it didn't matter if they died. They weren't worth Grandma's attention. Li Qingshan was stunned. He couldn't tell what kind of relationship he had with little Anne, so he asked, "Who are you? What does this have to do with you?" "She's Grandma Shimen." The ship reached the shore and Hua Qinglu leapt off, landing gracefully on the ground. With a great movement technique, she arrived before Li Qingshan in just a few leaps. The group of orthodox experts also jumped off the ship and prepared to search for the elixir that could allow people to directly advance to the Xiantian realm. When Li Qingshan heard the word gate, he was shocked. Although Zhou Wenbin had warned him, he didn't expect that the gate would directly send such an expert to deal with him. It was really unexpected. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who understood the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. The sect wouldn't be so stupid as to send their men down one by one for him to practice. Hua Qinglu saw the black wolf tablet on Li Qingshan's waist and asked in surprise, "You're a hawkwolf guard? What are you doing here?" Then he saw little Anne behind Li Qingshan and praised, "What a beautiful child." Li Qingshan said, I'm here of course to carry out a mission. You look a little familiar. Hua Qinglu was young, but her apple-shaped face had shapely eyebrows and vermilion lips. She was extremely pretty, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Hua Qinglu said, "Since you're a Hawkwolf guard, you've obviously seen my big brother Qingzan before. Are you carrying out a mission? Could it be that they also heard that they are going to have a gathering here?" Li Qingshan finally understood. Hua Sengzan was also a rare handsome man. Naturally, he left a deep impression on Li Qingshan. "I was the one who gathered these people. Many of them were servants and spies from the Yamen. You attacked them indiscriminately. Forget it. Thank you for your help. You saved me a lot of trouble. If it weren't for the fact that there were still innocent people on the island, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble to kill them one by one. He only needed to transform into a demon and use the tiger demon's mad roar to kill everyone." Hua Qinglu widened her eyes. "What? Did you gather these people?" The group of Orthodox masters behind him shivered inside. The pill-seizing gathering was actually a scheme of the Hawkwolf Guard. This young man sure was vicious. He actually wanted to gather all the unorthodox masters together and capture them all in one fell swoop. The pills were definitely out of the question. Grandma Shimin ignored the others and just stared at little Anne. The more she looked, the happier she was. Little Anne felt uneasy. She hid behind Li Qingshan. Suddenly, Li Qingshan arrived behind Li Qingshan and grabbed little Anne's hand. She said to Li Qingshan, "This girl has all the fortune in the world. I've taken a liking to her. I want to take her as my disciple and take her back to Clear River City. Are you willing?" She unleashed her arts of charm. In a daze, Li Qingshan saw a great beauty pleading beside his ear. He could not turn down any of her requests. However, when he realized she wanted to take little Anne away, he immediately shuddered. He bellowed out, "Don't even think about it." When he looked at Grandma Shimin again, she no longer possessed any beauty at all. She was clearly an old monster with orange peels all over her face and vermilion lips. She was just disgusting. Li Qingshan thought of that whore Farong. He wanted to know why this old hag wanted to take little Anne to a place like the gate. Fury surged into his head, and murderousness immediately erupted. Red light flickered in his eyes. He was tempted to immediately kill Grandma Shimin on the spot. "Even if you've been a benevolent person for 10 lifetimes, an Amitba, I'll still tear you to pieces for making a request like that to vent my hatred." In fact, he even had the thought of turning into a demon to kill the old hag before silencing everyone present. However, he gave up on it in the end. He was unwilling to slaughter the innocent, nor was he confident in killing Grandma Shimin. All he could do was suppress his fury and glare at Grandma Shimin. "I must kill this old hag." Hua Qinglu shivered. She felt like this ordinary young man had turned into a terrifying vicious beast in a single moment, ready to devour anyone. As for the group of orthodox experts, a few of them with weaker martial arts directly fell to the ground. Grandma Shimin was slightly surprised. She never thought a second-layer Qi practitioner like him could actually break free from her arts of charm. However, she did not care about Li Qingshan's killing intent at all. The strong would never care about the rage of the weak. Grandma Shimin said sinisterly, "That's not up to you. You still have to ask the child's opinion." She smiled at little Anne. "Good child, do you want to go back with Granny? Granny has everything." Her bearing suddenly became extremely benevolent. She thought, Li Qingshan is a Qi practitioner, so his murderousness is heavy, which is why he can resist my arts of charm. Dealing with a little child who has never practiced Qi will be a piece of cake. Never did she think that little Anne would shake his head emotionlessly, completely unaffected by her. He was even more determined than Li Qingshan. The essence of the path of white bone and great beauty was to change all appearances and see through all appearances. It was the natural nemesis of arts of charm and illusions. Even if the sect master came in person, she would not be able to waver at all. Hua Qinglu sneered, "Old geezer Shimin, do you see that? She doesn't want to talk to you, so stop sticking your face to her." Grandma Shimin was annoyed. "Shut up, little girl." However, she was perplexed. Did the aspect of heavenly fragrance possess the ability to resist charms? Instead, she became even more passionate. She had to bring this girl back no matter what. Hua Qinglu was furious after being scolded by Grandma Shimin in front of everyone. She came from a renowned Hua family, and she was even a direct descendant. Her father was the leader of the family. She had been doted on ever since she was young. She was the little princess of the Hua family. Even her parents had never scolded her like this. Grandma Shimin no longer paid any attention to her. She changed the topic and said to Li Qingshan, Li Qingshan, I've come from afar this time to ask you where Zhao Liangqing and Furong are. Li Qingshan said indifferently, the two great disciples of your esteemed sect committed crimes and gave themselves away, fleeing in fear of punishment. How would I know where they are? If you know, you can tell me. I'll definitely bring them to justice. Grandma Shimin said sternly, don't you try to quibble. How dare you say you have nothing to do with this? In my opinion, you were the one who did it. Don't think the sect will let this go so easily. Li Qingshan said, Zhao Liangqing is a 5th layer qi practitioner while I'm a mere 2nd layer qi practitioner. How can I be his opponent? Old woman, don't even think about pinning the blame on me. However, if I see them again, I'll definitely kill them. That'll be a great service to the Hawkwolf Guard, worth several hundred points of merit. Grandma Shimin and Li Qingshan's conversation was hurried and quick, so Hua Qinglu was unable to butt in. However, she saw how Li Qingshan was neither servile nor overbearing when faced with Grandma Shimin, who was much more powerful than him. He even stood up to her, angering the old woman until she paled. Only then did she let out a small sigh of relief. She purposefully praised loudly, this kid sure has some backbone despite his young age. Old woman, that's unreasonable. The kid is only a 2nd layer qi practitioner. If he sees a 5th layer qi practitioner, he'll be running for his life. How can you say he was the one who did it? Alright, I almost forgot. The disciples of the sect all rely on their appearances to make a living. They're all so weak, so there's nothing special about them being killed. Li Qingshan glanced at her. Despite her young age, she spoke like an elder, constantly referring to him as a kid. However, seeing how she stood on his side, he did not mind these small details. Grandma Shimin was first scolded by Li Qingshan, and then mocked by Hua Qinglu. She flew into a rage. You're looking to die. Her aura was like a raging tide, kicking up wind and rain as it crushed towards Li Qingshan. The orthodox masters nearby only suffered some residual force. They felt like they were heavily injured and their chests tightened. Only after taking several dozen steps back did they feel a little better. They stared at Grandma Shimin in great shock. They had already heard from Hua Qinglu that she was a 9th layer qi practitioner on the ship, but none of them had thought a 9th layer qi practitioner would actually be so powerful. Just the residual force from her aura alone had left them with internal injuries. Just what kind of pressure did the young man who bore the brunt of it endure? Then why don't you try and kill me? Li Qingshan protected little and behind him. He crossed his arms and held his head high, staring at Grandma Shimin from above. He was like a reef in the ocean, standing still no matter how the wind and rain battered him. Hua Qinglu was the closest to him. She felt her chest tighten. She had truly experienced the difference between a 9th layer qi practitioner and a 2nd layer qi practitioner. She could not help but back away, but she refused to embarrass the Hua family. She forcefully endured it. Under the pressure of the powerful aura, even her vision gradually blurred. All that remained was the will to endure. Suddenly she felt her wrist tighten. Someone had pulled her and the pressure lessened drastically. Her mind cleared up, and she saw Li Qingshan's large back when she raised her head. As it turned out, Li Qingshan had seen how pale she was, so he pulled her behind him to protect her. Her elder brother, Hua Sangzan, had been nice to him and she had always been on his side. Grandma Shimin was afraid to lay her hands on him precisely because of her. He obviously had to protect this protective talisman. Hua Qinglu gasped for air gently. She had just recovered from her fright. She thought, so when brother and father fight with me normally, they're just playing with me. This old woman is actually so powerful. This kid is also a 2nd layer qi practitioner, so how is he so powerful? He's actually not afraid of this old woman's aura at all. Li Qingshan's strength was not just at the 2nd layer. Instead, he was equivalent to a 6th or 7th layer qi practitioner demon. And he was not born in a honeypot like Hua Qinglu. Instead, he had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, slaughtering 1,000 lives. His murderousness and malice were extremely heavy. Regular ghosts would not even dare to approach within 10 steps of him, so he obviously did not fear Grandma Shimin's aura. Hua Qinglu looked at Little and again. He was completely fine, which made her even more gloomy. She called out from behind Li Qingshan, "Old woman, do you really want to become enemies with the Hawkwolf Guard and the Hua family?" Seeing how threats were useless, Grandma Shimin could only erase her aura. All she could do was grind her teeth in hatred. If it were not for Hua Qinglu's presence, she would have killed Li Qingshan even if she had to silence these orthodox masters. Even a 9th layer qi practitioner like her was not bold enough to kill a Hawkwolf Guard so brazenly. Chapter 161. Forcing the West Gate back, monthly vote. Grandma Shimin waved her hand. Miss Hua, I'll show some respect to your Hua family, but you better not be stubborn. This is an important matter for our sect, so it's best if you don't interfere. Take these people and leave. Hua Qinglu would never fall for that. She said, since he's a Hawkwolf guard, he's under my elder brother's command. I definitely won't turn a blind eye to this. If you have the ability, then kill me too. Only then will no one accuse you. Otherwise, you'll be the murderer of abducting children and killing Hawkwolf guards. Grandma Shimin's face became even colder. She had already thought of this many times. If he were a regular descendant of the Hua family, she would have killed him a long time ago. It would be fine as long as she did not leave behind any evidence. However, Hua Qinglu was the little princess of the Hua family. Even without direct evidence, as long as they found out she had come to Lakeside City, the Hua family would never stop until she was dead. Even the sect could not protect her. All Grandma Shimin could do was change her attitude. She said to Li Qingshan earnestly, children really don't know anything. A girl with the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty is a huge disaster to a weakling like you. Hand her to me and we'll be able to turn enemies into friends. What do you want? Whether it's pills or spiritual artifacts, I have them all. You can choose whatever you want. Little An grabbed Li Qingshan by the hem of his clothes. Li Qingshan only said one word to Grandma Shimin, piss off. Grandma Shimin was completely angered. She raised her claw-like hand and true qi surged out violently, stabbing Li Qingshan's face from a few feet away. Li Qingshan stamped her foot and called out, piss off. She called out, don't you dare. Grandma Shimin hesitated for a moment before pulling back her hand viciously. Sure enough, she was afraid. This girl, I'm determined to get the sect. I'd like to see if you can keep hiding behind this girl. With that, she boarded the carriage and took off through the mist. Hua Qinglu exhaled deeply, and Li Qingshan also felt relieved. He turned around and said, thank you for your righteous assistance, miss. If it were not for Hua Qinglu, he was confident that he would not have been captured by Grandma Shimin so easily, but his demonic transformation and Little An's abilities would have been exposed, leading to endless trouble in the future. As for killing Grandma Shimin, that was basically impossible for him right now. Hua Qinglu nodded rather generously. Sure. Afterwards, she waved her hand. Let's talk on the ship. Li Qingshan nodded and boarded the wave cutter with Little An. The group of Orthodox masters still rummaged through the ruins of the island, unwilling to give up. Of course they found nothing. Someone asked curiously, why isn't there a corpse? Could it be that they were all destroyed by cannons? There's no reason to shatter it like that. Li Qingshan became vigilant. Devouring flesh and blood on a large scale for cultivation would definitely raise suspicion. If he caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives, he would be exposed sooner or later. He needed to be even more careful. Fortunately, Little An had already recovered her body, so there was no need for her to search for flesh and blood in a hurry. The path of white bone and great beauty could also be put off for a while. He rubbed Little An's head and thought about how she had been a child. Ever since she had followed him, she had spent all her time killing and arson. Now that she had recovered her body after so much difficulty, it was time for her to enjoy the happiness of an ordinary child. It was his responsibility to seek greater power to protect her. Little An raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled, and the corner of Little An's lips twitched as well. She smiled rather unnaturally in response. Li Qingshan pinched her cheek and smiled. You still need more practice. It's better to smile more as a person. Little An lowered her head in embarrassment. Her cheeks reddened. Although Li Qingshan did not know what the aspect of heavenly fragrance and great beauty was, he still found it extremely cute. When he thought back to when Little An was a soul, her face was completely pale. She did not seem to possess such enchanting charm. Little did he know that the body reconstructed by the path of white bone and great beauty could be described as the most perfect body in the world. Even the white bone bodhisattva might not have been able to describe the aspect of heavenly fragrance and great beauty. She only pursued the pinnacle of beauty in the world, and the true profoundness behind it could not be described as the aspect of heavenly fragrance and great beauty. Hua Qinglu called out to the shore, if you still don't get on the ship, I'm leaving. The Orthodox masters gave up on their search in a hurry and returned to the ship. Under the pitch-black sky, rain pattered down. Experts stood on both sides. Please? Hua Qinglu waved her hand and invited Li Qingshan into the cabin. They passed through the brightly lit corridor and arrived in an extremely luxurious hall. There was not a single lantern in the hall, but the cabin was brightly lit. The walls were embedded with semi-transparent crystals that shone with gentle, white light. The air was pleasant. It was neither dry nor humid, neither cold nor hot. It demonstrated the luxury of Qi practitioner clans everywhere. Hua Qinglu and Li Qingshan sat in the seat of honor, while the orthodox masters sat on the two sides. They chatted and laughed happily. They were in an extremely good mood. Although they had not found the pill, knowing that their enemies had been annihilated was still an extremely delightful matter. "Great hero," Yu even roared out, "bring some alcohol. We've killed these bastards. We need to celebrate properly." The crowd responded loudly. There were also those who were jealous. They thought, this bastard's fierce-looking face makes him seem even more of a bandit than a bandit. I wonder how he managed to produce such a beautiful daughter. He's connected to the Hua family. His wife must have cheated on him outside. Hua Qinglu shot a glance at him before ordering people to prepare refreshments for the guests in an extremely practiced manner. "Great hero," you stopped talking in a hurry and smiled obsequiously. Drinking tea. Drinking tea is the same. If an adult had done all of this, perhaps Li Qingshan would have found it natural, but she was only 13 or 14. Her face was still childish, like a child acting like an adult. It was rather amusing. And there was no need for her to give any orders at all. She just waved a small flag and a few mechanical puppets would clatter up from the bottom of the cabin, delivering refreshments. It made her actions seem more and more like a child's game. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen puppets like this, which piqued his curiosity. He sighed in amazement at the wonders of this world once again. The puppets seemed to be made from wood. Their heads were carved with faces, and the joints of their hands and feet were distinct. They were extremely nimble too, without the slightest stiffness. It was possible to imagine that they could move as swiftly as the wind when needed. Little An was completely glued to them. Only when the puppets had left did he look away reluctantly. Li Qingshan thought of something. He remembered it. Hua Qinglu took a sip of tea and said sternly, "How did you offend this old hag?" As a result, Li Qingshan told her about what had happened in the tower on the city walls of Jiaping, but he hid the fact that Zhuozhibwa had framed him. Hua Sengzan was definitely much more familiar with Zhuozhibwa than he was. People who crossed their ranks to lodge complaints were never welcomed, let alone through this little girl. When Hua Qinglu heard about how the tower forced women into prostitution, her tiny face reddened in anger. All she heard was how Li Qingshan killed the procuress and raided the tower. She praised, "Well done. The Hawkwolf Guard just happens to be in need of a good man who doesn't fear violence like you. Saving you really was the right decision." Li Qingshan grinned and held back his smile. He also said sternly, "This is what I should do." Hua Qinglu asked curiously, "What other missions have you carried out?" "I've only joined the Hawkwolf Guard recently, so I haven't carried out many missions." Li Qingshan then told her about his mission in Ancient Wind City, as well as his plan to come to the Island of Cherishing Flowers this time. Hua Qinglu listened with rapt attention, interrupting from time to time. This little girl lived a life of luxury, so who knew where her murderousness came from? She became extremely excited as soon as she heard the two words, exterminating an entire family. She insisted that Li Qingshan explain in detail. In the end, she said rather regretfully, "It's just a pity that my elder brother won't let me join the Hawkwolf Guard so soon. Otherwise, I'd be able to carry out missions with you, Qingshan." Li Qingshan thought, with the Hua family's strength, they can just eat pills as they please. Why would they need to carry out missions so painstakingly? If I were you, I'd definitely eat until I became a demon general before leaving the mountain. However, he said, "Commander Hua is taking good care of you. Only when you're strong can you carry out more missions. I believe you'll definitely become an even better Hawkwolf Guard than me in the future." Hua Qinglu said, "Exactly. You're pretty much the same as my elder brother." Li Qingshan thought, "So that's how your elder brother coaxes you too." If the entire situation was described in the form of a news report, it would be, "The leader of our country, Hua Qinglu, received Li Qingshan warmly and engaged in a deep conversation with him. She confirmed and supported Li Qingshan's work, encouraging him to continue working hard and reach new heights." The orthodox cultivators watched on as bystanders. Their feelings were rather mixed, as apart from little An, the youngest people present were Li Qingshan and Hua Qinglu. Most of them were first-rate masters, only a step away from the first layer of Qi practitioner. However, it was this latent barrier to the innate realm that separated the nobility from the lowly. However, they just could not accept it. No matter how many times they heard about what Li Qingshan had done, they still felt shocked. Then they thought about the unorthodox masters who boasted that they were on the blacklist and cursed them a few more times. Afterwards, they made up their minds to never make it onto the blacklist for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, who knew when they would be wiped out when they attended a gathering? After the battle on the island of Cherishing Flowers, the orthodox path within several hundred kilometers of Jiaping City flourished. The atmosphere of the Jianghu became extremely good. Young heroes and great heroes appeared in large numbers. Every single one of them was law-abiding, respecting the old and cherishing the young. Even if they did some thieving, they would do it secretly and extremely carefully. They would never do it openly. Li Qingshan could be said to have done a great job. A while later, the ship arrived on the shore and everyone disembarked. Hua Qinglu extended her hand, and the huge ship rapidly shrank. In the end, it was sucked into her palm and returned to her 100 treasures pouch. She said rather regretfully, "This lake is too small. We can't travel." Li Qingshan and Little Anne's eyes lit up again. Before they set off, the Orthodox masters had already prepared a celebratory feast in the lake viewing restaurant of Lakeside City. Li Qingshan exhaled gently. He still had to keep up the act. The girl had helped him out so much, so he had to make her happy. And although he could not see, hear or smell anything, he could clearly sense that Grandma Shimin had not gone far. The hostility and killing intent still enveloped him vaguely. He was afraid that as soon as he left Grandma Shimin's side, he would immediately have to fight to the death with her. Putting on an act with the girl was better than risking his life against the old woman. Although he had made up his mind to kill Grandma Shimin, now was not the time. The West Gate Granny was already so old, and it was impossible for her cultivation to improve any further. On the other hand, he was constantly becoming stronger. As long as he could stall for some time, he would be able to kill her without being injured at all. Why should he take the risk now? P.S. Strongly calling for a guaranteed monthly ticket. A new month, a new beginning. Let's go. Chapter 162. Great hero, you finally got to drink on the lake viewing restaurant. He drank to his heart's content and even mustered up the courage to toast Li Qingshan while he was tipsy. Then the others all came up to him and toasted him. Words of flattery flowed from their mouths. "Sir Li Qingshan, do you have another nickname, the Black Tiger?" There were even people who recognized Li Qingshan and remembered Li Qingshan's extremely distant nickname. Li Qingshan brushed them off casually. He picked up another piece of fish and gave it to Little Anne beside him. "Try this. It's not bad." It had been so many years since he had regained the taste he had lost after so much difficulty, so he obviously had to make it up to him. Little Anne lowered his head and ate it obediently. Although he was expressionless, the redness on his face never faded, as if he had just drunk fine wine. The old monk went up and studied Little Anne. "Sir Li, the young benefactor beside you seems to be very Buddhist. He could be considered as a monk with some cultivation." He could vaguely sense the influence the path of white bone and great beauty had on Little Anne. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "My Little Anne will become a bodhisattva in the future." The old monk was surprised. He brought his palms together and said, I've sinned. Sir, you can't speak carelessly." Li Qingshan smiled. "How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a great swan? Isn't that right, Little Anne?" Hua Qinglu was also surrounded by everyone. When she heard that, she glanced at Li Qingshan and shook her head. She had no idea whether this kid was audacious or simple-minded. Did he not know that he had already caught the attention of a 9th-layer Qi practitioner? If it were not for her, he would have been skinned alive a long time ago instead of talking about sparrow or great swan. At this moment, a handsome young man arrived before her gracefully. He suppressed his voice and said something deeply. Hua Qinglu's smile gradually turned into a smile as she answered with a question. "Do you think you're worthy?" His voice was not loud, but everyone present at the scene had sharp ears and eyes. They cast their gazes over one after another. Everyone knew what the youth was trying to do, especially the other few young heroes. Their faces revealed a mocking expression. If you want to cling to the Hua family's high branch, you should look at yourself in the mirror. They then rejoiced in their hearts that they did not take the risk. Li Qingshan said in his heart, "You are too much of a beast. You don't even let a 13 or 14-year-old girl go. In my previous life you would have been shot." However, this last was really realistic. She was not the type of young lady who was moved by true love and eloped with a scholar. The young man's face flushed red as he covered his face in shame and left. Yu Zijian said, "Just turn him down. Why must you treat him so harshly?" Hua Qinglu said, He was up to no good in the first place, so why should I be polite with him? Moreover, he doesn't even dare to say, I'm worthy. He belittles himself, which is especially annoying. Towards the end, she seemed to think of something, and her face became slightly resentful. This small interlude did not affect the atmosphere of the entire celebratory banquet. After the banquet, the masters all bid farewell to each other, saying that they were going back to eliminate the remnants of the underworld. Actually, they were in a hurry to take advantage of the situation and divide up the territory and wealth left behind by the masters of the underworld. A few young chivalrous men looked at Hua Qinglu with reluctance to part with her. During the noisiest moment, Li Qingshan approached Hua Qinglu and whispered into her ear. Hua Qinglu had been toasted a few times as well, so her face reddened slightly. When she saw him approach her, she was rather displeased, but after hearing what he said, she was surprised. She glanced at Little and before nodding with a smile. The young heroes were very envious. This kid sure knew how to take advantage of the situation. If he could become the son-in-law of the Hua family, wouldn't he be able to rise through the ranks in a single bound? Over the past few days they had made many attempts, but they were all rejected by Hua Qinglu proudly. For once she even smiled. When Li Qingshan wanted to give something to Hua Qinglu waved her hand and turned him down. Li Qingshan did not insist either. He only glanced at her deeply, which made Hua Qinglu feel embarrassed. She avoided his gaze and placed something into his 100 treasures pouch in the end. She glanced at him in concern and tried to say something again. When she saw Li Qingshan shake his head with a smile, she finally said nothing more. The Hua family would never stand up for something as small as this, and Zhuozhibua of the Hawkwolf Guard seemed to dislike this kid very much too. The school could completely afford this price. When the banquet ended, everyone left the restaurant and mounted their own carriages. Hua Qinglu walked out of the restaurant. Yu Zijin asked curiously, "What were you talking about earlier?" She thought the same as the young heroes. Did she already know about the matters between men and women at such a young age? Hua Qinglu said in thought, "Nothing." Yu Zijin said, "What do you mean nothing? You were very very nice just then. He's not bad but he's too vicious. He doesn't suit you." Hua Qinglu finally understood what she was trying to say. She smacked her head viciously. "You're so young, so what are you thinking about? He doesn't suit me, but does he suit you? You're the one who's in love, so don't blame it on me. He wanted to buy a gift for the child before bidding farewell to me. I was afraid that the old woman would catch him, so I tried to persuade him to come with me, but he refused." Yu Zijin rubbed her head and gazed at the restaurant in concern. "He'll be fine, right?" Under the heavy night rain, Grandma Shimon's carriage stopped in a dark alleyway. She locked onto Li Qingshan's presence in the restaurant firmly. She refused to believe that the little princess of the Hua family would actually spend all her time with a man. As long as there was the slightest chance, she would take action. However, taking away a child and taking him on as a disciple was not exactly a great crime. Seeing everyone disperse, Grandma Shimon suddenly discovered that she had completely lost track of Li Qingshan's presence. It was like he had vanished in a single moment. She could not help but rush out of the carriage. Like a red ghost, she tore through the rain without touching the ground. She flew around the restaurant a few times, but she could not sense any of Li Qingshan's presence at all. She landed on the eaves and called out, "That's impossible. How could a mere second-layer Qi practitioner be able to conceal his aura so thoroughly and avoid being locked onto by her? Li Qingshan, get out here." Her voice reverberated through the entire city. Who knew how many people had woken up, but why would Li Qingshan respond to her? Instead, Hua Qinglu smiled and called out to the eaves, "How's it going, old woman? You can't find him anymore, right?" Yu Zijin let out a sigh of relief and glared at Hua Qinglu. "How can you just hit people?" Grandma Shimon glared at her viciously before taking off again, searching through an even larger region. However, in the pitch-black rain, the streets were like a complicated maze. Li Qingshan was like a fish that had returned to the water, vanishing completely. Hua Qinglu rolled her eyes at Yu Zijin. Slow-witted. She took out a small, intricate carriage from her 100 treasures pouch and tossed it onto the ground. The carriage rapidly expanded like a ship, but it was pulled by 2 wooden horses. The wheels rolled and the carriage set off into the rainy night. In the carriage, Yu Zijin had stayed up half the night. Without the protection of true qi, she was in low spirits, so she fell asleep on the soft, golden silk cushions. Hua Qinglu leaned against the windowsill and thought back to everything that had happened tonight. From bombarding the island of cherishing flowers to hosting the celebratory banquet, who dares to say I'm useless? I've done a lot of great things too. Afterwards, she smiled complacently. Only now did she seem like a child. Then she thought about what Li Qingshan had said to her in the restaurant just now. Can you sell me one of the puppets? I don't have a lot of items on me that I can exchange for. I only have a few spiritual stones and a few dozen talismans. Will that be enough? That audacious, heartless young man who was so tough that he was almost arrogant even when faced with the pressure of a ninth-layer chi practitioner was extremely sincere when he said that. He even seemed to be pleading a little. It made her think of another person. That person would also lower his proud head for the sake of a little girl, doing everything he could to make her happy. Sorrow that did not match her age appeared on her face, but she was no longer pretending to be mature. She sighed. Big brother Qingzhan. At this moment her eyes lit up. Outside the window, Li Qingshan stood in a straw cape with Little and beside him. He was also wearing a small straw cape. They stood in a pitch-black alleyway, clasping their hands at her with a smile. She also stood up and clasped her hands to return the gesture. The carriage had already shot past them. All that was left before her was the rain-soaked walls, but the sight remained in her heart. The young man stood in the pitch-black wind and rain, but he seemed to radiate with a strong, optimistic light. He was like a stubborn rock, unaffected by anything. Although he was still very weak, he gave off a feeling that he was no less powerful than her elder brother, even surpassing him in certain aspects. Influenced, she also made up her mind. I'll definitely help you, elder brother. Li Qingshan pushed down his bamboo hat and held Little Anne's hand. Let's go. Do you want me to carry you? Little Anne shook her head. They held each other's hands and vanished into the pitch-black curtain of rain. 5 kilometers away from Lakeside City, there was an abandoned temple. 2 straw capes, one large and one small, hung in front of the temple. In the temple, a bonfire roared, purging the dampness and darkness. It cast 2 figures, one large and one small, onto the earthen walls. Li Qingshan smiled mysteriously. Close your eyes. Little Anne closed her eyes obediently. You can open them now. Clang, 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 clang. Look at what this is. Little Anne opened her eyes and saw Li Qingshan holding a small wooden figure in his hand. It was one of the puppets on the ship. Her eyes lit up with delight. Li Qingshan placed the puppet on the ground, and it immediately grew to the size of a grown man. Under his orders, it clattered around. This is a birthday present. Yep, it's the day of a new birth, the 8th of the 8th month. It's a good day. I asked for this from that Miss Hua. Although she's a little childish, she's not a bad person. I'll definitely return her favor in the future. So what do you think? Little Anne blinked her eyes and her long eyelashes fluttered. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but after a while she still couldn't speak. You still can't say it? Li Qingshan felt a little regretful and hated that which even more. Little Anne lowered her head sadly. Li Qingshan patted her head and encouraged her with a smile. Don't force yourself. It'll be fine slowly. Even if you don't say anything, I know what you want to say. Little Anne got up and fiddled with the puppet. She controlled the puppet to stretch its legs and pick up things. After a while, she became happy and forgot all her worries. Although she always forgot to control her face to reveal a smile. Chapter 163. Stopping the child's cries at night, Li Qingshan smiled to one side. He was satisfied and at peace inside. Although he had no idea how to describe their relationship, the conclusion he reached was extremely clear. She was his family, a family that brought him warmth. As a lonely transmigrator, his parents had passed away when he was young, and he was oppressed by his only blood relative. After settling his grievances, he seemed to have no more ties. However, her arrival changed everything. To him, she was originally just a pitiful life that needed to be taken care of, yet he would often receive her care and help. She was the one who found the spiritual ginseng, allowing him to pave his path of cultivation. Back then he even thought about returning the favor several times over in the future, but now he had forgotten about that thought a long time ago. Right now, even if she took out 100 spiritual ginseng, he would eat them all without holding back, as there was no need to calculate things like that between family. Sometimes he wondered whether Oxen had already predicted this. If it were not for her, he would probably be 10 times more vicious right now. With the abilities of the Spirit Turtle's method of Chi suppression, it was not impossible for him to go around killing Chi practitioners and steal pills. He could even satisfy his various desires without restraint, becoming a demon through and through. He had no confidence in his own morals at all. No one was born to be a hero or an absolute good person. He believed that the environment would change people. Absolute strength and loneliness would definitely lead to absolute freedom and indulgence. However, right now he needed to take care of her safety, so he could not take too many risks. He needed to set an example for her, so he could not do whatever he wanted. It was because of her existence that he could still live as a human. He did not just fight for her. As the leader of the family, he needed to shoulder his responsibilities and seriously consider the present and the future. He did not have many regular qi gathering pills left, and in order to break through to the fifth layer of the innate method of practicing qi, he had used up a bottle of 100 grasses pills. He needed to find new pills as soon as possible so that he could maintain his cultivation speed and deal with the great threat that was the door. The simplest and most direct method was obviously to obtain them from the Hawkwolf Guard. There were 27 missions this time. Although a few people were absent, only 21 of them had been completed, and the contribution from each mission was very small. It still amounted to over 300 points of contribution in total. 5 merit points could be exchanged for a single qi gathering pill. Added to his original 250 merit points, he could exchange for over 100 qi gathering pills. However, Zhuozhibao was stuck here, which made Li Qingshan very uncomfortable. No matter how many missions he completed, he couldn't get what he deserved. Originally, he had been wholeheartedly focused on helping Little and recover his physical body and had not been in the mood to deal with Zhuozhibao's provocation. Now that he had accomplished this goal, it was time to crush this obstacle in his way. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Zhuozhibao, you should just obediently die for me. I can't take care of a 9th layer aura refining cultivator, but do you think I can't take care of you? Little and immediately noticed the change in Li Qingshan and turned around. Li Qingshan laughed and said, let's take a stroll outside first to avoid being blocked by that old hag. After a while we'll go back and kill Zhuozhibao. Little and nodded happily. The next day the rain showed no signs of stopping. Li Qingshan set off with Little and because there was nowhere in particular they wanted to go, they would stop and rest whenever they came across a place with good food or fun. They would stop and go just like they were on a holiday. One day when he was resting in a tea house on the side of the road, he suddenly heard someone at a neighboring table mention his name. He could not help but perk up his ears. That tiger butcher, Li Qingshan, is the reincarnation of a star of slaughter. He began killing as soon as he was born, and he began killing people at the age of 9. Ever since he joined the Hawkwolf Guard, he's gone out of control. First, he destroyed the entire Chen family, slaughtering over 1,000 members of the Chen family, regardless of gender or age. He even laughed as he killed them. There were so many corpses that he couldn't even fill up the pit. As it turned out, a few people of the Jianghu were taking shelter from the rain here. A sallow, skinny man was currently drinking some bad alcohol as he spoke in great delight. Li Qingshan's expression was strange. His nickname seemed to have changed again. The tiger butcher was much more pleasing to the ears than the descending tiger and the black tiger, but since when did he kill the entire Chen family? He had clearly only killed 3 of them. The rest were all the handiwork of Chen Rongji. And he even laughed as he killed them. Why did he make himself sound like a man-killer fiend? However, becoming the main character of the rumors of the Jianghu was quite an interesting experience, so he perked up his ears and listened on. If you cowards saw so many corpses, you'd piss your pants in fright. However, that Li Qingshan is no ordinary person. He killed over 1,000 people, but he still felt like it was not enough, so he set up a great scheme on the island of Cherishing Flowers. The island lord of Cherishing Flowers, Xin Shihua the Soaring Rat, Zhao Riyong the Iron Palms of the Mountain Splitters, Tian Zhonghao. You've all heard of these people before, right? After receiving confirmation from everyone, the sallow, skinny man continued. He tricked them all onto the island of Cherishing Flowers and cooked them all in one pot. And he laughed as he killed them. However, someone objected at this moment. I heard that the island of Cherishing Flowers was flattened by cannons. What do you know? They were all killed first, then flattened. The master of my uncle's friend was on that ship at the time. The sallow, skinny man was proud. He continued, did you know? The pit outside ancient Wind City was dug open later on, but there was not a single corpse in there. It's the same on the island of Cherishing Flowers. Do you know why? What? The sallow, skinny man suddenly lowered his voice, whetting everyone's appetite before spitting out 2 words, cannibalism. It led to a series of gasps. Cannibalism. The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched, while little Anne's lips curled up. Her eyes were filled with mirth. Li Qingshan pinched her cheeks. Even if they're cannibalism, you're the one who ate them. Although there were many ridiculous parts to this rumor, there were certain parts that were shockingly close to the truth. Little Ann stuck out her tongue. Someone at the next table questioned. There were over 1,000 people there. How could they have eaten all of them? The sallow, skinny man stuttered as well. He was unable to answer. Li Qingshan shrugged. Sure enough, rumors stopped with the wise. Afterwards, very soon, Li Qingshan understood what wishful thinking meant in a restaurant. I heard that the tiger butcher is 6 meters tall, and his waist is also 6 meters wide. He has a green face and sharp fangs. He has a head of bronze and a forehead of steel. He walks like the wind and roars like thunder, and he loves to eat raw human flesh the most. He'll only be full after eating 4 or 5 people in a single meal. You're talking about a demon, right? In a corner of the restaurant, Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead. He felt like if he allowed them to continue spreading the rumor, his true identity would be exposed. Little Ann could already smile very naturally. In the dead of night, a child cried endlessly in a certain residence. He made a fuss about eating candy or he would not sleep. The mother said, "If you eat candy at night, your teeth will go bad." The child refused to comply. The mother finally lost her temper. If you keep crying, I'll get the tiger butcher to eat you." The child immediately stopped crying and fell silent. Only after quite a while did he say softly, "Mother, I don't want to eat candy anymore. I don't want the tiger butcher to eat me." The mother smiled in satisfaction. On the street outside the residence, Li Qingshan finally understood what it meant to be demonized. His name now seemed to have the effect of stopping children from crying at night. He had taken a deep root in the hearts of the common people, helping countless families to discipline their children better. There were many powerful people in the Hawkwolf Guard, but they mainly targeted chi practitioners. They were relatively distant from the lives of ordinary people, and they would only kill a few people in a single mission at most. However, Li Qingshan had only taken action twice, yet he had led to the deaths of over 1,000 people. Moreover, there were countless eyewitnesses which could be described as extremely effective propaganda. As a result, his reputation soared and became unstoppable. In Qingyang City, Iron Fist, the first disciple Wang Lei asked, "Is this all true?" Lu Hong said, "Aside from the cannibalism, the other rumors probably aren't baseless. I could tell a long time ago that the kid was up to no good. He wanted to throw the Jianghu into chaos, but I never thought he would be so vicious, directly wiping out half of the Jianghu. Don't be jealous of your junior brother. The Jianghu isn't that easy to survive in." "Wise be master. I almost attacked him," Wang Lei said with lingering fear. He had never thought the wild kid from the village would become such a terrifying figure. From now on he no longer envied Li Long for venturing out. The Jianghu was just too dangerous. He was better off remaining in Qingyang City obediently and waiting to take over his master's position. "That's nothing. I even punched him 100 times. Lu Hong was complacent. The matter that originally made him feel rather ashamed had become a great honor. From now onwards he would mention it to anyone he saw. Many masters passed by Qingyang City and heard that he had punched the tiger butcher Li Qingshan 100 times, yet he was still standing there in one piece without dying. They all admired him very much. Even those whose martial arts were higher than his would have to show some respect to him. Afterwards, before he died, he specially ordered his disciple to carve a line of words on his epitaph: "Once punched the tiger butcher 100 times. For future generations to revere." Before long, a huge statue was erected at the entrance of Crouching Ox Village. It depicted a young man, burly and sturdy. His head rested on a blade and his eyes were vicious. He possessed a divine form just like Li Qingshan. Half-village caretaker Lu had spent a great sum of money to invite the most renowned sculptor in the surrounding villages to carve it. On the day the statue was erected, gongs and drums filled the air and firecrackers crackled. Village head Li organized the entire village to pay their respects. Many years later, Qingyang was plagued with bandits and bandits again. All the villages were plundered, except for Crouching Ox Village, which the bandits dared not approach because of the statue. The villagers were filled with gratitude, erecting a monument and a temple. Every year before winter they would pay their respects, which became a great festival known as paying respects to the tiger butcher. That was all in the future. In Jiaping City, Zhuozhibo frowned heavily in the office of the Hawkwolf Guard. Recently, Li Qingshan had caused him far too much trouble. Originally he wanted to kill Li Qingshan with a borrowed knife and kill him. When Grandma Shimin came to investigate the matter of Jiaping, he was certain that it had something to do with Li Qingshan. He even provided her with a portrait and information about the mission, but he never thought he would still fail. He never thought the kid would be so lucky, getting to know the daughter of the Hua family. Even Grandma Shimin was helpless against the kid. Instead, the kid made such a great name for himself. However, he was not particularly worried. Right now, the person sitting before him was Grandma Shimin. Sure enough, as Li Qingshan had expected, Grandma Shimin had searched everywhere for Li Qingshan to no avail, so she was waiting here for him. She was determined to obtain the heavenly fragrance and aspect of beauty. P.S. You've all worked hard. Last month, I've been hovering around the 40s. My original target for this month was to make it into the 30s, but you've given me 23. Thanks, Dream Talker. I'll work even harder at writing. The foreshadowing is about to come to an end. The things I truly want to write will gradually unfold. I want to bring you not only hot-bloodedness and exhilaration, but also warmth, smiles and emotions. Speaking of which, I paced around the living room several hundred times today, thinking about a plot that I'd write very soon. Afterwards, I couldn't contain my joy. I want to tell you guys, just wait for a good show. Chapter 164. Undercurrents surged. There's no need to hurry, Granny. Just wait here. I refuse to believe that kid won't return to Jiaping for the rest of his life. If he doesn't return, he'll be a fugitive who betrayed the Hawkwolf Guard. We've worked together for so many years, so I have to give your sect an explanation regarding the building. And I've already asked for the building that Zhou Wenbin destroyed. As long as your sect sends someone over, you should be able to reopen very soon. Zhuo Zhibua said rather enthusiastically, both for the sake of dealing with Li Qingshan and for the various benefits of the sect. Grandma Shimin said indifferently, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Commander. The sect will send someone over very soon, so please take good care of me, Commander. However, I'll be leaving Jiaping City very soon." In the world of cultivators, strength was still everything. Although Zhuo Zhibua was useful, he was extremely arrogant. Zhuo Zhibua was surprised. "Why?" Grandma Shimin said, "This is the sect master's order. I can't disobey it." "Why did your esteemed sect master? Was it?" A vicious light flashed through Grandma Shimin's eyes. "That's right, it's all because of that girl from the Hua family. Our sect can't just ignore the pressure from your Vice Commander Hua." "I see." Zhuo Zhibua was filled with pity. He could not get someone else to do his dirty work now. However, he was not bold enough to complain about Hua Sengzan. Grandma Shimin said, "Though that kid's a mere second-layer Qi practitioner. There's no need for me to do anything. You should be able to deal with him, Commander Zhua. Our sect master has already promised that as long as you can hand over the girl with the kid to the sect will give you a bottle of pills of spring breeze and rain in return." Zhuo Zhibua's heart skipped a beat. The pills of spring breeze and rain of the sect were special pills of the sect. They required extremely rare spiritual herbs and special secret techniques to refine. Although they could not strengthen true Qi, they could purge the impurities within true Qi, saving a lot of time in purifying true Qi. Just a single one of them was worth several hundred Qi-gathering pills. The sect had really gone all out this time. He wondered what was so special about the girl that the sect valued her so much. However, his expression did not change. "What are you saying, Grandma? Why would I do anything to my own subordinates? I will pay attention to the girl you mentioned and will not disappoint your sect master." Grandma Shimin said, "There's one more matter, which is to pay a visit to the Clear River Prefecture with my disciple." "Disciple?" Zhuo Zhibua felt strange, but then he saw Qian Rongji, who had been serving silently at the side, say sweetly, "Thank you, Grandma." Zhuo Zhibua's face immediately sank. "Rongji, what's going on?" Grandma Shimin has been wandering around Jiaping for several days, and it has always been Qian Rongji who has been entertaining her. Unexpectedly, in just a few days she has built a good relationship with Grandma Shimin, who has a weird temper, and accepted her as a disciple. However, he has not received the news until now, as if he has become her springboard. Qian Rongji smiled. "Grandma knows I haven't joined the sect yet, so she has already agreed to accept me as a disciple. She wants me to cultivate in the sect for a while, so I hope the commander will allow it." Her cultivation aptitude was passable, and she was also rather pretty. She possessed a kind of ordinary beauty. Although she was far from the level of the divine incense kingdom's beauty, she still had the qualifications to be noticed by the West Gate Granny. Moreover, she was extremely good at reading people's minds. Everything she said and did could cater to Grandma Shimin's strange tastes. It was definitely not a coincidence that she had gained Grandma Shimin's attention and accepted her as a disciple. She was like a poisonous vine, grasping every opportunity and doing everything she could to climb upward so that she could obtain even more sunlight and rain. In her eyes, Chen Yannian was nothing. Zhuozhibua was nothing. Even Grandma Shimen was nothing. They were all just tools she could use. However, Grandma Shimen was a 9th layer Qi practitioner, while Zhuozhibua was only at the 6th layer. There was no need to compare which tool was more useful. With the sect as an umbrella, she no longer needed to fawn over Zhuozhibua. Her expression naturally changed. The Hawkwolf Guard was only an occupation. They could not restrict members from joining sections. For example, Diao Fei came from a sect. Of course, if Zhuozhibua wanted to obstruct Chen Rongji, he would still have many ways to make things difficult for Chen Rongji. However, a sunken Grandma Shimen sat beside him, so he would never be bold enough to do that. Grandma Shimen had only told him that she was taking Chen Rongji away. She was not asking for his opinion at all. Chen Rongji smiled. She was confident. The reason why she had only told Zhuozhibua this news now was so that he would not have the opportunity to obstruct her. If he had the opportunity, Zhuozhibua would definitely do something like that. No man would be willing to let go of a woman who was docile and willing to be toyed with by him. Zhuozhibua squinted his eyes. Rongji, you've managed to climb up the tree. As the commander, I'm obviously happy for you. Only by learning something in the sect can you better complete the missions of the Hawkwolf Guard. I'll allow you a few months of leave, but there won't be any pills. I just happen to be taking you 3 newcomers to Clear River City to see the 2 commanders. You can go first. He finally made up his mind very quickly. Even if he tried to obstruct this matter, there would be no benefit to him at all. All he could do was agree to it reluctantly. Although he knew Chen Rongji's sweet words probably did not come from the bottom of her heart, his dignity as a man still suffered from being abandoned in such a straightforward manner. He developed a sense of resentment towards Chen Rongji. She really was an extremely shameless woman. Before Chen Rongji boarded the carriage, she bowed gracefully. Thank you, Commander. In the future, Rongji will come and serve the commander again to repay your kindness. She added inside, if you're still alive. Even if she had already become close to Zhuozhibua, her identity as a Hawkwolf Guard had not changed. Before she had obtained strength greater than Zhuozhibua's, she should not have treated Zhuozhibua with such contempt. She had a vague feeling that Zhuozhibua would definitely die to Li Qingshan's hands. This was a woman's intuition, and it was an intuition built upon a great deal of analysis and speculation. There was obviously no need for her to be too polite to someone who was about to die. Zhuozhibua said, "No problem." He watched the carriage leave and felt like he had nowhere to vent his anger. He smashed the stone table before him with a palm strike. In a small garden in the Hua estate of Clear River City, Hua Sengzan said to Hua Qinglu, "All right, Grandma Shimen will be returning to Jiaping City for questioning very soon. She won't have the time to make trouble for that kid for now." Hua Qinglu nodded. "That's good." Hua Sengzan said, "It's rare for you to beg me for someone else's matter." "What do you mean someone else's matter? This is your Hawkwolf Guard's matter. I'm not begging you. I'm helping you. And don't you know him?" Hua Sengzan said helplessly, all right, you're helping me. We're not exactly acquaintances. We've only met once, but I never thought that kid would actually emerge. His days under Zhuozhibua's command probably haven't been easy." Hua Sengzan sank into his thoughts. Over half a year had passed. Hua Sengzan's memories of Li Qingshan had basically faded away a long time ago. Just now, Hua Qinglu had mentioned it to her. She felt rather emotional inside. She never thought he would actually emerge from the mountains and actually become a Hawkwolf Guard under Zhuozhibua's command, and he even fell out with Zhuozhibua. Hua Qinglu asked, "Why haven't they been easy?" "You wouldn't understand even if I told you about the matters of adults." Hua Qinglu hated hearing something like that the most. What matters of adults? Li Qingshan isn't that much older than me, and he's only a 2nd layer Qi practitioner. His cultivation is even weaker than mine. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 2nd layer. She was only a step away from the 3rd layer. Why don't you go kill a 5th layer Qi practitioner for me to see? Why would I want to kill a 5th layer Qi practitioner? A month ago, not only was that kid a Qi practitioner, but he was also a body practitioner. In his first mission for newcomers, he destroyed a Qi practitioner clan and killed a 5th layer Qi practitioner. The leader of the school is also a 5th layer Qi practitioner, so it's very likely that he was the culprit. Back then, he was only a 1st layer Qi practitioner. This was no longer just the power of cultivators, but also the might of authority. The Hawkwolf Guard had eyes and ears all over the world, but normally Hua Sengzan was in no mood to pay attention to this. He had several dozen black iron Hawkwolf Guard branches under his command, so why would he pay attention to a measly city like Jiaping? Only when Hua Qinglu mentioned it did he send people to investigate. Very soon, a detailed piece of information was placed on his desk. The information he obtained left him rather surprised. Hua Qinglu was surprised. No wonder Grandma Shimin would go make trouble for him. That guy was actually so powerful. No wonder he was fearless of Grandma Shimin's pressure, as well as easily escaping from Grandma Shimin's pursuit outside the restaurant. Don't think about it so much. You better prepare for the entrance examination in spring. I've seen the girl you brought back. Her character isn't bad, even a little better than you. This is a muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing pill for her. Once she ingests it, she should be able to directly practice qi. Hua Sengzan casually passed a pill to Hua Qinglu. Now this was the true strength that qi practitioner clans possessed. They could overcome the limitations of innate talent through external means. As for Li Qingshan, he was just an interesting subordinate to Hua Sengzan. He was not worth too much attention to. And as long as Li Qingshan remained alive, he believed he would be able to see him very soon. In a small city near Jiaping City, Li Qingshan gazed at the full moon in the crowd. He thought, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival again. Although he had been frugal, he had still eaten all the qi-gathering pills he had on him. The effects of several hundred qi-gathering pills could be regarded as obvious. He secretly transformed once in a place where there was no one around. He had already reached 27 feet, and his strength had increased by quite a lot. He was already close to the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. However, once he stopped ingesting pills, his cultivation speed immediately slowed to a frightening pace. It was about time for him to return to Jiaping City. That old granny probably did not have that much patience. He casually broke off a piece of mooncake and passed it to little Anne. Then he carried her through the sea of people and out of the bustling street lights, making his way back to Jiaping City. Returning to Jiaping City, Li Qingshan and Little Anne both erased their presences and snuck back up the mountain. Li Qingshan's nose twitched and, as expected, he smelled a familiar scent. It was Grandma Shimin's unique and heavy fragrance. As expected, Grandma Shimin wanted to wait for him here. Cultivators had many ways to hide their tracks, but smell was the easiest to ignore. Li Qingshan followed the trail of the freshest scent and followed it all the way out of the city. Finally, he confirmed that Grandma Shimin had already left Jiaping City. Li Qingshan looked back at the mountain peak at the huge black hawk forged from metal and smiled. Commander Zhua, the pills on you should be able to help me reach the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. Chapter 165. The first battle against Zhuozhibo, but just what was he supposed to do? Li Qingshan began to consider it seriously. Killing his way up the mountain right now and launching a sneak attack on Zhuozhibo was not a bad choice, but he needed to transform. Only then could he unleash enough power. However, his body that was almost 10 meters tall was even taller than the two-story building. Probably even the foot of the mountain could see him. It was far too easy for him to be exposed. However, if he could not kill Zhuozhibo in a single strike, Zhuozhibo only needed to call out and everyone would know who he was. He had to find a way to lure Zhuozhibo out of Jiaping City, but how was he supposed to lure him out? Little Anne, do you have any plans? Little Anne wrote something in the air and flames flowed from the tip of his finger. In the end, he left behind a single word: wait. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Yeah, Zhuozhibo really wants to kill me right now, but he probably won't do it in Jiaping City. He'll probably find a way to drive me out of the city, and that will be the perfect time to strike. Li Qingshan rubbed Little Anne's head. You really are smart. However, he was unwilling to just wait like this. He had to do something. Though, in order to make this bastard make up his mind sooner, let's go back and properly provoke him. A malicious smile appeared on his face. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm easy to bully. Commander Zhua, I've returned. On the pitch-black mountain, a thunderous roar tore through the silence. All the Hawkwolf guards were alarmed, roused from their cultivation or sleep, rushing out. All they saw was Li Qingshan standing in front of the main building where Zhuozhibo resided. He called out, I've already completed 21 missions, but needless to say, my contribution will still be halved, right? And even after that, I can't exchange it for anything, so I might as well just give it all to you. I don't care. Alright, when I went out this time, I just happened to run into Vice Commander Hua's younger sister. I've got a big mouth, so I couldn't help but tell her everything you did in Jiaping City. I don't think Vice Commander Hua will take it to heart, so please don't take it to heart. Shut your mouth. A figure shot out of the main building with lightning speed, suddenly appearing before Li Qingshan. It was Zhuo. He struck out furiously. His right sleeve was filled with true qi, swinging towards Li Qingshan like a hammer. What are you doing, Commander Zhuo? Are you trying to kill me? As Li Qingshan said that, he raised his shield to block. He was only afraid of Zhuo's flying sword. Why would he take a direct clash like this seriously? Dong, the sleeves collided, emitting an extremely dull sound. The sound wave spread out, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Thump, 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 thump. He took 4 steps back, each step leaving a deep pit in the solid marble floor. He sighed inwardly at the strength of a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, but he was completely unharmed. He looked at his shield, which was the same. Although it was only a low-grade spirit artifact, it was a purely defensive spirit artifact. It couldn't be destroyed so easily. Of course, that force alone was enough to break the tendons and bones of any 2nd-layer Qi practitioner, but Li Qingshan's body wasn't that weak. Zhuo became even more furious. He formed a hand seal and his eyes flashed. True qi surged like hydrogen, illuminating the small square in front of the building. Li Qingshan felt a wave of heat from afar. He leapt back, only to see a fire dragon circling around Zhuo, illuminating his face. His clothes fluttered in the wind, coated in a layer of scarlet light. It was as if a fire god had descended. The marble under his feet began to show signs of melting, showing just how terrifying the temperature of the fire was. A 6th-layer Qi practitioner wasn't just strong in terms of controlling artifacts, but also in spells. Go! Zhuo pointed his fingers at Li Qingshan, and the fire dragon roared as it charged towards Li Qingshan. It was as fast as lightning. Ordinary people could only see a flash of light, and couldn't see the fire dragon at all. Ha! Li Qingshan roared and raised his shield forward. The shield in his hands was already as big as it could be, and he slammed into the fire dragon with all his might. At the same time, his body shrank tightly behind the shield. Boom, sparks flew in all directions, and the fire dragon directly turned into a sea of fire. This time, Li Qingshan was bluntly sent flying, and only stopped when he crashed into a large tree over 30 meters behind him. Leaves rustled down from the top of his head, but he still loudly praised, "Commander Zhuo, good move." Apart from some soreness in his arms, he was completely unharmed. This also showed how important it was to choose a suitable spirit artifact. After taunting, he couldn't do without a shield to absorb the damage. However, he seemed to have gone a little too far with the provocation this time. Zhuo seemed like he wanted to kill him, as if he no longer cared about the occasion. He was far too irrational. Zhuo had commanded the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City for all these years, but he had never been provoked like this before. Coupled with the fact that he had just been made a fool of by Chen Rongji, and now he had been humiliated by Li Qingshan like this, he was utterly furious no matter how rational he was. Zhuo saw how the fire dragon was unable to kill Li Qingshan, so he extended his hand and a small 7-inch blade appeared in his hand. It spun around constantly, rubbing against the air and producing a buzzing sound as if it was eager to kill and drink blood. Li Qingshan's hair stood on end. He felt an intense sense of danger. The flying blade was several meters away, but it felt like someone was holding it to his neck, ready to chop down at any time. The shield shrank and he stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. At a time like this, a shield that could only block one side was useless. He focused all of his attention on the flying blade in Zhuo's hand. If Zhuo really did use the flying blade, there would only be one thing Li Qingshan could do, which was flee. He had already studied the way of controlling artifacts. A 6th-layer Qi practitioner could control an artifact from around 30 paces away. This was not particularly far, but it was nowhere close to the legendary, invincible sword immortals who could behead people from over 500 kilometers away. However, combined with the terrifying speed of a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, it would truly be a killing machine. If Li Qingshan possessed a skill like that, he would not have had to go to so much trouble to kill 1,000 people on the island of Cherishing Flowers. However, it was not as if Li Qingshan had not considered this. He had already prepared the Swift Breeze talisman. If he wanted to flee, then so be it. He was very confident in his own speed. By now, he had already retreated 100 paces away, just in case Zhuo flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw caution to the wind. Even if he was hunted down, it did not matter as long as he was not actually killed. If it really did reach that point, he planned on going to Zhou Wenbin to complain to Zhuozhibua and make a big deal out of it. The news of Zhuozhibua deducting his subordinates' merit and even hunting down meritorious subjects would spread wildly. It was not like he, Li Qingshan, would be the one to be humiliated anyway. This was what people called a man with nothing to lose. By then, even the Clear River Prefecture would probably become dissatisfied with Zhuozhibua. He would definitely be judged as incompetent. Gu Jian called out in a hurry, "Commander Zhuo, please calm down." He had never thought Li Qingshan would run so deep. He was afraid that Zhuozhibua would kill Li Qingshan and the Hawk Wolf Guard out of anger, and that would be troublesome. The Black Wolf Guards all gathered over. Zhuozhibua forced himself to calm down. He stowed the flying blade away and glared at Li Qingshan viciously. "Greetings, Li Qingshan." Although he had operated in Jiaping City for many years, it was impossible for him to convince everyone and act like they had seen nothing. If he killed someone here, let alone a Black Wolf Guard, even if he killed a regular person, he would be punished by the Hawk Wolf Guard if he did not have a suitable reason. As the representative of the school of legalism, the protectors of the law, the Hawk Wolf Guard could do whatever they wanted in the dark, but they had to abide by the laws of Great Xia on the surface. Once they crossed the line, there would definitely be no good outcome. Sixth-layer Qi practitioners were like gods in Jiaping City, but in the eyes of those above them, they were nothing. Killing them would not be a pity at all. Seeing how Zhuozhibua was indeed afraid of killing him here, Li Qingshan stopped worrying. He brushed away the fallen leaves on his shoulder. "There's no need for Commander Zhuo to worry. I'm perfectly fine. I drank a little too much earlier, so I said a few drunken things. I hope Commander doesn't mind." Zhuozhibua left in a huff. He felt extremely gloomy. Never had he felt like his identity as commander was a shackle to him like today. A man harms a tiger and a tiger harms a man. If it were two regular Qi practitioners, they would have drawn out their arcane treasures and talismans a long time ago. They would have used everything they had and engaged in a great battle. However, it was exactly because of this identity that neither of them had to worry about the consequences. Both of them needed a suitable place to settle their problems. Li Qingshan returned to his residence and smiled brilliantly at little N. "All I need to do now is wait." Afterwards he took out the bottle of 100 grasses pills. Originally he wanted to save it for when he broke through, but in order to maintain his cultivation speed, he could not care too much anymore. He believed that Zhuozhibua's 100 treasures pouch would have even better spiritual herbs, so there was no need for him to be stingy right now. The next day, Li Qingshan went to the government office to find Zhou Wenbin. He wanted to exchange for some more pills. Zhou Wenbin already knew about his crazy actions last night, but he said, "But that's fine too. You've brought your conflict to the surface, so he won't be bold enough to touch you." Li Qingshan was shocked. Why won't he dare to touch me? He did this so that Zhuozhibua would attack him as soon as possible. The sooner the better, then he would be able to kill him. Zhou Wenbin said, "You've just fallen out with him and you're about to die. Wouldn't everyone know that he was the one who did it? He must be gritting his teeth and waiting for the right time to make things difficult for you." Li Qingshan felt bitter in his heart. Hopefully he would not have to wait too long for this opportunity. He was feeling bitter here, but Zhuozhibua, who was on the mountain, gritted his teeth so hard that his gums were bleeding. He growled, "I must kill him with my own hands. I must kill him with my own hands." He did not know when these two would be able to break free from society's view of them and have a vigorous, passionate battle. Li Qingshan flipped his hand and took out all of his spirit stones from his 100 treasures pouch. "I want to exchange for some more pills." Even without Zhuozhibua he still had to go on. He had finished the remaining bottle of 100 grasses pills last night, so he did not have any pills that could be used for cultivation. Zhou Wenbin said, "Do you really want to exchange? Spirit stones are much harder to come by than Qi-gathering pills." Of course Li Qingshan knew this. He had almost 1,000 Qi-gathering pills, but he had less than 10 spirit stones. Moreover, they were all low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 166. Spiritual stones were basically the most stable currency among cultivators. Qi-gathering pills could not compare to them at all. Only lowly Black Wolf Guards like him received Qi-gathering pills as wages. Zhuozhibua and Zhou Wenbin both received spiritual stones. Wondrous bookstore. No pop-up window to stronger cultivators. Low-grade Qi-gathering pills brought no benefits at all. They might even be harmful. However, spiritual stones contained pure spiritual Qi, so they could always be used. And spiritual stones had many uses. They could be used for forging artifacts, formations and mechanisms. The puppet Li Qingshan had given little and used spiritual stones as its energy source. The most common way to use it was to provide an endless supply of true qi when fighting. Right now, Li Qingshan mostly fought in close combat, so he did not really need them. Once he reached the 6th layer and could wield artifacts, a few more spiritual stones would be equivalent to an extra life. Li Qingshan had taken out these spiritual stones out of consideration for his current needs. A bird in the hand was worth 100 in the bush. Many of the time, long-term benefits were not as important as immediate benefits. Li Qingshan had no objections, so Zhou Wenbin was obviously willing. In the end, he took out 8 bottles of qi-gathering pills, each bottle containing 12 pills. That was close to 100 qi-gathering pills. He exchanged them for these spiritual stones from Li Qingshan, basically resolving Li Qingshan's urgent problem. In the following days, apart from cultivating in the building, Li Qingshan would stroll around the city with little and buying everything she liked for her. However, his reputation as the Tiger Butcher had reached Jiaping City as well. He had basically cleared the streets of the city. No matter how busy the streets were, as long as he walked over, he would hear someone call out, "The Tiger Butcher is here." In the blink of an eye, the streets had all been cleared out. Only a child sat in the middle of the road, crying. When he walked over, even the child stopped crying. He had been frightened out of his wits. However, when he entered a shop to buy something, the shopkeeper would often refuse to take his money no matter what. Zhou Wenbin then sent someone to invite him over, telling him not to go out on the streets so as not to disturb the citizens of Jiaping. After that, all that was left of Li Qingshan's life was cultivation. Every day he would stay in his room and meditate. Fortunately, he had little and to keep him company, so he was not too lonely. But he ate the qi-gathering pills very quickly. Every day he would eat 10 or 20 of them, and that was when he was frugal. If he wanted to, he could even finish almost 100 qi-gathering pills in a single day. His body was like a bottomless pit that would never be satisfied. As a result, he became a frequent visitor of the county yamen. Li Qingshan said in a clear voice, "Sir, take a look at this calming pill. It's a high-grade spirit pill concocted with a secret formula. When consumed during cultivation, it can calm your qi and focus your mind, and it's very beneficial. Also, this pill of passion can be used in bed. It will greatly enhance your mood." He raised his eyebrows and revealed an expression that all men understood. After some consideration, Zhou Wenbin gave Li Qingshan 4 bottles of qi-gathering pills in exchange, which made Li Qingshan overjoyed. 3 days later, at noon, Zhou Wenbin was sitting in front of the cauldron, concocting pills. Ever since he became the county magistrate, he had never stopped collecting medicinal herbs for him to concoct pills. He had also accumulated a lot of qi-gathering pills, and was ready to sell them at the cultivators' market when the time was right. But Li Qingshan's arrival saved him some trouble, and he was overjoyed, so he hastened to concoct pills. The maid reported, "Sir, Li is here again. He's waiting for you in the parlor." Zhou Wenbin was rather confused. Why had Li Qingshan come looking for him again? He made his way to the reception and took a look. All he saw was a long table filled with a dazzling array of items. It seemed like a small stall of miscellaneous goods, and the owner was Li Qingshan behind the table. "Take another look, sir. These are all gifts from the qi practitioners during Qian Yanyan's birthday celebration. Look at these spirit herbs. I can tell with a single glance that they have extraordinary spiritual energy. They must be excellent items for concocting pellets. And look at these jade carvings. Aren't they very vivid? If you like them, you can buy them all. I'll give you a discount." Under Li Qingshan's eloquent explanation, coupled with the fact that they had been trading rather happily all this time, Zhou Wenbin took out a few more bottles of qi-gathering pills and bought everything. A few days later, Zhou Wenbin and Li Qingshan sat across from each other. Zhou Wenbin said, "Today we'll just drink tea and chat. We won't talk about qi-gathering pills anymore." Li Qingshan was stunned. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Sir, do you want talismans?" Zhou Wenbin finally couldn't help but ask, "What do you want so many qi-gathering pills for?" "Qi-gathering pills can't be eaten like rice. You won't be able to finish all the qi-gathering pills you're exchanging with me even after 3 years." Li Qingshan couldn't explain that he really ate qi-gathering pills like rice. He could only say, "I just want to stock up just in case." Zhou Wenbin said, "On the path of cultivation you still have to rely on yourself. Medicinal pills are just external items after all. They can only be used as support." Li Qingshan agreed, But in his heart he was thinking that if it weren't for the miraculous pills Xianyue had given him, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the Yao core so quickly. And without the help of these external items, it would have taken him at least another 100 years to become a demon general. After Zhou Wenbin finished speaking, Li Qingshan asked again, "You really don't want them?" Zhou Wenbin sighed and shook his head firmly. As a district magistrate, he hadn't fought anyone for many years. He didn't need talismans at all. Outside the yamen, Little An was squatting by the wall, playing with ants with a small wooden stick. Every time Li Qingshan went to trade with Zhou Wenbin, she would wait outside the door. When people came in to talk to her, she ignored them. Under a large poplar tree, a nest of red ants and a nest of black ants were engaged in an intense battle. It was unknown how many ants there were. Although the red ants were slightly smaller in size, they were extremely ferocious and held the upper hand. Little An watched very seriously. The warm autumn sun fell on her cheeks, as though it could penetrate her tender skin. Just as the black ant army was about to be defeated, the small wooden stick in her hand suddenly transformed into a phantom. "Little girl, what are you doing here?" A hooligan with a smile on his face squatted beside Xiaoan and said with malicious intent. Little An didn't even raise her head. The hooligan looked left and right, then suddenly picked up Little An, slung her over his shoulder and left. Little An didn't resist at all. Her long hair and hands fell down. She still held the small wooden stick in her hand as she stared at the ant nest not far away. The hooligan quickly boarded a carriage and the carriage sped away. He was overjoyed. If he succeeded, he would get 300 taels of silver. The task his boss had given him couldn't be simpler. Although he might offend the tiger butcher, who would know that he was the one who did it. But he was completely focused on Little An, so he didn't notice that the ant war under the poplar tree had suddenly ended. The result of the war was that all the red ants were dead. In that instant, the small wooden stick stabbed 1,000 times, killing all the red ants, but not a single black ant was hurt, not even a single antenna. The carriage sped through the alley and turned into a house. The hooligan carried Little An down. "Boss, it's done." A few men were drinking with their upper bodies bare. They all stood up. "So fast. How can I, little Zhang, not be fast? But it's really strange. This guy didn't cry or scream along the way. He's probably a mute. I think he's an idiot. I don't know where the tiger butcher picked him up, but he's really handsome. Don't tell me that guy has a taste for this." All the laughter stopped abruptly. They didn't even realize that death was coming. Their expressions froze for a moment, then turned into flames. A moment later, Gu Jianxing walked into the small courtyard in his casual clothes. He asked curiously, "Where did everyone go?" At this moment, Xiaoan returned to the yamen. He was still holding the small stick, squatting under the big poplar tree. The black ants had yet to disperse, and the small wooden stick had once again transformed into a series of afterimages. The small commotion under the poplar tree subsided. All the black ants were dead. Little An seemed to have sensed something and suddenly raised his head. "That's easy." Zhou Wenbin personally escorted Li Qingshan out of the yamen. After a moment of thought, he fished out 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills from his 100 treasures pouch and shoved them into Li Qingshan's hands. He said sincerely, "Qingshan, this is for the sake of our friendship. If you have nothing to do, go shopping. Let me have some peace." The autumn wind swept up the fallen leaves, blowing past Li Qingshan, who could understand the hardships of dual cultivation as a demon. Little An tossed aside the wooden stick in her hand and ran over to grab his hand. Li Qingshan smiled at her and waved the items in his hand. "Let's go back. I got my hands on 2 more bottles." In the Hawkwolf Guard, Gu Jian said, "Commander, the kid has been fighting with Zhou Wenbin recently." At noon today, Zhou Wenbin personally escorted the kid out of the yamen. Everyone saw it. I knew it. If it weren't for the fact that he had some sort of connection, why would the kid be so arrogant? And the girl he brought back, I've looked into it too. I don't know her origins. She seems to have appeared out of nowhere. She's called Little An and she's always been with Li Qingshan. I've sent people over, but for some reason they haven't succeeded. If we don't do anything, we'll probably be looked down on." Zhuo said, Zhou Wenbin, do you really think I'm afraid of him? Don't worry, the kid's death has arrived. I'd like to see whether Zhou Wenbin can protect him or not. Go call him over right now." Gu Jian beamed with joy. "Commander, you have an idea?" Various items were strewn across the floor of the small building. Li Qingshan turned his 100 treasures pouch upside down before widening his eyes and searching through it. "What else is there? What else can I trade for?" He was like a gambler who had lost everything, searching for the last bit of value in his house so that he could make a comeback. Little Anne crouched to one side and held her cheek with one hand, gazing at Li Qingshan pitifully. She thought about how she could help him. Suddenly, she came up with an idea and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder before pointing at her own chest. "You have an idea?" Little Anne nodded with a smile. As it turned out, apart from forging artifacts, the path of white bone and great beauty could also be used for alchemy. Obviously, the raw materials were still flesh and blood. After serious consideration, Li Qingshan said, "I'm a little hesitant when it comes to eating. And if he went on a killing spree like this, he would definitely be exposed." Seeing that Little Anne was a little dejected, he pinched her cheek. "But I still have to thank you." Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Opening it, it was Gu Jian who said, "Commander Zhuo requests your presence." Although he was expressionless, there was a strong sense of pride radiating from him. Li Qingshan frowned and lowered his head, seemingly unwilling to agree, but his eyes were shining. "He's finally here." Chapter 167. A trap in the morgue. 75 kilometers to the east, there's a village called the town of Cave. Recently, many men in their prime have died mysteriously. Some people even saw corpses emerging from the morgue on the side of the town. "I suspect it's the work of Qi practitioners. Go investigate," Zhuo Zhibua said coldly as he tossed a document before Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan glanced at it and raised his head. "Corpses? Don't tell me it's related to the zombie Taoist?" As long as he mentioned corpses, he could not help but think of the most wanted criminal of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. His strength was evident for him to be able to run amok despite being hunted down by the Hawkwolf Guard for so long. Zhuo Zhibua said, "What, do you have any objections?" "It's just an investigation." Li Qingshan interrupted him. "Of course not. It's just an investigation. It's not like there's any danger. Don't worry at all, Commander Zhuo. I will investigate it properly. Even if I run into the zombie Taoist, I have my ways of escaping." How could he turn down such a rare opportunity? However, he wanted to hint to Zhuo Zhibua, "Commander Zhuo, if you don't take action personally, you won't be able to kill me." Zhuo Zhibua finally found it rather strange. It was as if Li Qingshan was not afraid of him scheming against him at all. He was not an idiot. He had just been blinded by anger the entire time. Now he sensed that something was amiss. Did this guy really possess some powerful trump card? "It's inconvenient for the child you brought back to carry out missions with you. She'll stay with the Hawkwolf Guard." He couldn't forget that bottle of spring breeze and rain pill. If it was exchanged for real money, then it would be worth a city, and such a spirit medicine couldn't be bought no matter how much real money was used. "She won't be separated from me. If there's nothing else, I'll be setting off right now." Li Qingshan became stern and left. 75 kilometers was not particularly far to Li Qingshan. With Little Anne, he arrived at the town of Cave around midnight. Li Qingshan followed the empty streets until he reached the outskirts of the town. He arrived before a gloomy building and raised his head. The signboard read "Morgue." There were many foreigners who died in a foreign land due to accidents or serious illnesses, and no one took care of their funeral. The morgue was a place for their corpses. One day, when their families found them, they would bring their corpses back to their hometown for burial. This was originally a righteous act, but there were many corpses piled up in the manor, and no one had collected them for many years. Qi gathered, and resentment grew, making it extremely easy for ghosts to form. Therefore, feng shui was very particular, and mages were often invited to expiate souls. However, this morgue was overgrown with weeds and half of its walls had collapsed. Everything was filled with a sense of decadence. It was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time and probably didn't have such good treatment. If he wanted to investigate, this was the most suitable place to start. In order to get Li Qingshan to agree, Zhuo Zhibua gave him quite a lot of merit points for this trip. In any case, it was useless no matter how many merit points a dead man had. However, what Li Qingshan thought was that once he finished off Zhuo Zhibua, he would obviously be able to exchange the merit for pills. Arriving at the entrance of the morgue, Li Qingshan took out the wind-entwining blade first before taking out the small shield and carrying it in his left hand. Finally, he placed over 20 talismans into a talisman pouch, hanging it on his waist so that he could use it at any time. Although he was confident in his strength, he was no fool. It was very likely for this trip to be related to the 6th layer Qi practitioner, the zombie Taoist, and it was very likely for the other 6th layer Qi practitioner, Zhuo Zhibua, to arrive afterwards eyeing him from the darkness. How could he be careless? Obviously he had to raise his guard to the maximum just in case he failed miserably. Only after making all his preparations did he step over the door sill and enter the morgue. There were several dozen coffins in the morgue. Some were extremely old while others were brand new. The ground was covered in paper money. As the cold wind blew, the tattered curtains swayed like ghosts. It was indescribably strange. If a regular person saw this, they would definitely be frightened out of their wits. However, Li Qingshan was someone who had killed his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood after all. He radiated with killing intent. On the other hand, he looked at Little and beside him. His eyes were wide open, showing no fear at all. Instead, he seemed rather eager. His feelings towards corpses were probably similar to Li Qingshan's feelings towards chi-gathering pills. Li Qingshan arrived before a pitch-black coffin. He drew the wind-entwining blade and stabbed it into the gap between the lid and the coffin. With a twist of his wrist, the lid was lifted high into the air, falling to the ground. A middle-aged man lay in the coffin. He was bruised all over, having been reduced to a corpse long ago. Li Qingshan wondered how he had died as he walked away. It was not like he was a coroner, so it was obviously impossible for him to perform some sort of midnight autopsy. He had only opened the coffin because he was bored and wanted to take a look. He was waiting here for Zhuozhibua to appear. The morgue was located in the wilderness and far away from the town. It was a good place for him to fight Zhuozhibua. He was still wondering if he should set up some sort of trap. Li Qingshan had just turned around when the man in the coffin behind him suddenly opened his white eyes. Two fangs protruded from his mouth, and he was just about to attack when he saw a little girl leaning against the side of the coffin. She stared at him with an extremely serious expression, and then placed her index finger on his forehead. Li Qingshan turned his head. "Don't eat random things. I don't even know how many years it's been." Little and stuck out her tongue. Just as she withdrew her finger from flowing fire, the coffin was already empty. Her heart suddenly stirred. There seemed to be the aura of a living person here. She closed her eyes and indeed she could sense that there were living people hiding in the surrounding coffins. Just as Li Qingshan wandered into the hall, runes suddenly lit up beneath his feet. He felt a huge gravitational force coming from beneath his feet. It was as if his body was weighed down by 1,000 caddies, and the circulation of true qi in his body immediately became sluggish. At the same time, the lids of the new coffins suddenly flew open. 5 figures leapt out from within, raising their hands and aiming at Li Qingshan. The springs began to spin and arrows shot out in a continuous stream. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Although there were 5 of them, they were like an army of 10,000 arrows shooting at the same time. Countless arrows came from all directions and from all angles. There was no space for him to dodge. The shield in Li Qingshan's left hand suddenly grew in size, protecting his entire body. There was a dull thud, thud, thud. Following that, there was a loud explosion. The moment the arrows hit the shield, they all exploded together. The power was astonishing. If they were shot into his body and then exploded, he would definitely die. Behind Li Qingshan there was also a loud explosion. However, he didn't even turn his head. Little and had already pulled out her hidden blade. Layers of sword shadows appeared, and with incomparable precision, each arrow fell to the ground. But under their feet, there were densely packed runes. More runes lit up, surrounding Li Qingshan and Little Anne, and the pressure on their bodies became heavier. The shield fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Senior brother, we caught him," a pleasantly surprised voice said. What responded to this voice was a snow-white blade. After Li Qingshan left, Zhuozhibua leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Gu Jian stood to one side, afraid to ask anything. Quite a while later, Zhuozhibua's eyes snapped open. "Gu Jian, go call people over. We're going to reinforce Li Qingshan." Gu Jian beamed, but he was also puzzled. "Commander, is there a need for such a large group?" If he really was afraid that Li Qingshan would not die, Zhuozhibua could just go alone. It would be easier for him to deceive others and draw a clear line between them. "Just call them when I tell you to," Zhuozhibua said in displeasure. He felt slightly uneasy inside. He also began to realize that Li Qingshan might not be as easy to deal with as he imagined him to be. "Yes, Commander." Before long, Gu Jian arrived before Zhuozhibua with 6 black wolf guards. Li Qingshan had basically spoken to all of them before. When he wanted to exchange contribution for spiritual artifacts and pills, he had been obstructed by these people. The people Zhuozhibua told Gu Jian to call were obviously not regular black wolf guards, but his true subordinates. Looking at these people, The sliver of unease in Zhujibua's heart gradually vanished, while his hatred towards Li Qingshan intensified. Now that he had reached this point, it was no longer possible for him to reconcile with Li Qingshan. He had to kill him. Zhuijibua said, "Do you know why I've called you here? Is it for that Li Qingshan?" Zhuijibua said, "Exactly. That kid has gone too far. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to resolve my hatred. Forgive me for being blunt, but that Li Qingshan might be capable, but he's only a second-layer Qi practitioner. He's not worthy of us working together against him," said a half-bald black wolf guard who seemed to be in his 60s. His name was Xiananda. He was a veteran of the Jiaping Hawk Wolf Guard as well as the strongest among them. He was bold enough to question Zhuijibua's orders. The others were the same. Zhuijibua knew he had to give them a reasonable reason. "Old Xia, I've already told the zombie Taoist about Li Qingshan. I said I'd give him a great gift. A body practitioner is great material for refining corpses. I refuse to believe he won't be tempted." A mighty Black Hawk commander of the Hawk Wolf Guard had actually colluded with the most wanted criminal, and he had sold his subordinates to the enemy. None of the Black Wolf Guards present found this strange. Xiananda said, "Then there's even less of a need for us to do anything. The old Taoist's ability to refine and nurture corpses is startling. Even regular 6th-layer Qi practitioners aren't his opponent. Li Qingshan is dead for sure." Zhuijibua said, "The old Taoist has been hiding in the zombie cave the entire time, so we've never been able to do anything to him. If we can lure him out and kill him this time, it'll be a great merit. The old Taoist has quite a lot of good stuff on him. As for killing Li Qingshan, it'll just be a piece of cake." Xiananda clasped his hands. "Commander is wise and farsighted. I'm nowhere near as good as you, so I'm willing to follow your lead." The other Black Wolf Guards answered loudly as well. The zombie Taoist had a bounty of over 10,000 points of contribution on his head. If it was split among them, it would be no less than 1,000 points of contribution. They could exchange for quite a lot of good stuff. When the sky was about to brighten, a total of 8 Hawk Wolf Guards left Jiaping under Zhuijibua's lead, pursuing Li Qingshan. This was an extremely terrifying force. It was enough to easily flatten many small sects and clans. A few Hawk Wolf Guards watched this from the square below the huge hawk as they discussed among themselves. "TSK, Li Qingshan is probably done for this time." The Hawk Wolf Guard with the bulbous nose shook his head and sighed. "Keep your voice down. Don't talk carelessly," warned a Black Wolf Guard beside him. "What's there to be afraid of? All the snitches have gone with Commander Zhua." The bulbous nose did not care. "What are you talking about?" A cold voice rang out from behind them. Chapter 168. A disciple of Moism. Everyone turned around and were all taken aback. When they saw his appearance, they bowed in a hurry. "Commander Lao, you've emerged from seclusion. Why, you've broken through to the 6th layer." The person who had come was the Black Wolf commander of the Hawk Wolf Guard of Jiaping City, Lao Shishan. He seemed to be in his 40s and possessed a square face. When he saw everyone's stunned expressions, he smiled sternly. He had worked so hard on cultivation and spent so many days in seclusion just for today. He asked softly, "Who do you think is doomed?" No one was bold enough to answer him. Actually, Lao Shishan did not need these people to answer him. As a vice commander, he also had trusted aides in the Hawk Wolf Guard, so he knew the entire story a long time ago. "I'll go assist Commander Zhua." He flew off in the direction that Zhuijibua had left in, gliding down the mountain like a huge black bird. He vanished into the mist of the morning very soon. The remaining Hawk Wolf Guards all looked at one another. Li Qingshan, who had only joined the Hawk Wolf Guard for less than 3 months, had actually caused such a great disturbance. Commander Zhua and Commander Lao had never been on good terms. Now that he had actually broken through to the 6th layer as well, Jiaping City would be in for a lot of trouble. Li Qingshan abandoned his shield and swung his blade. A shining blade of wind directly landed on the nearest ambusher. As if the person had never expected Li Qingshan to still be able to swing his blade in a situation like this, and it was such a sharp strike at that. He summoned a puppet soldier in a hurry to block in front of him. With a thump, the puppet soldier was cut open, and its parts scattered across the ground. The person was surprised. He called out, "This guy can still move. Be careful." Li Qingshan had already made out the appearance of the ambushers. They were all young men in their 20s. They all wore tight, navy blue robes, and they each wielded a strange-looking hand crossbow that flickered with light. The rainstorm-like arrows were shot from these 5 crossbows. They were many times more powerful than the legendary Zhuge repeating crossbow. Li Qingshan took a step forward. Under the immense gravity, the ground was like a quagmire. His feet sank deep into the ground, up to his knees. As for those shining runes, they were originally drawn on the ground, but once activated, they floated in the air, unaffected by the changes in the ground. "Let me!" With a loud shout, a burly man with a full beard suddenly broke through a wall and appeared in the hall. In his arms was an incomparably thick brass barrel. The body of the cannon was cast with complicated patterns, and spiritual light flowed on it. It was actually a mid-rank spirit tool. The mouth of the cannon, which was cast in the shape of a ferocious dragon head, began to gather specks of spiritual light. Li Qingshan felt an intense sense of danger for the first time. Even when he was bombarded by the cannons of the warships on the island of Cherishing Flowers, he had not felt such a sense of danger. Most importantly, the burly man holding the cannon was emitting the aura of a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. "Who are you people? Why have you ambushed me?" Originally, Li Qingshan thought this was a trap that the zombie Taoist had set down after receiving news from Zhuge. However, this bastard did not seem like the zombie Taoist no matter how he looked at it, and the methods he used did not seem to have anything to do with zombies either. As a result, he held back his plan to transform and asked a few more questions. If these people still did not stop, then he could only demonify and start a massacre. Why is this zombie Taoist so young? The young men in navy blue robes also saw Li Qingshan's appearance. One of them asked in confusion. "Senior brother, stop. That's the uniform of the Hawk Wolf Guard." Another person recognized Li Qingshan's black wolf uniform and stopped him in a hurry. The light had already condensed to the limit. An extremely dazzling, scorching white pillar of light shot out from the cannon, piercing through the roof and into the sky. It left behind a streak of light in the night sky. Little and let go of the skull prayer beads in his hand, and the red light in Li Qingshan's eyes faded as well. He gazed at the hole above him and sighed in amazement. Even if he demonified, he would still suffer if he took that shot. He lowered his head and asked, "Who are you people?" He casually sheathed his wind-entwining blade. His actions greatly reduced the hostility of the young men. They also lowered their crossbows. The first young man who recognized the uniform of the Hawkwolf Guard on Li Qingshan said, "We're disciples of the school of Moism. We're carrying out a mission here." "Sir, you must be a Hawkwolf Guard." "That's right. I'm also carrying out a mission. Please show us your tablet." A disciple of the school of Moism. Li Qingshan understood slightly. He tossed the Black Wolf tablet to the young man. The young man glanced at it and let out a sigh of relief. He said loudly, all right. It's fine now. Disperse the formation. It's all a misunderstanding." "Sigh, what the hell? Didn't they say the zombie Taoist would come? Why is it a Black Wolf Guard instead?" The disciples of the school of Moism grumbled. One of them stowed away a painting scroll. The scroll was covered in inscriptions, which were exactly the same as the inscriptions on the ground. Li Qingshan immediately felt his body lighten. He picked up the shield on the ground only to see that it had been charred black. It had just forcefully blocked Zhuge's fire dragon a few days ago, and it had been blasted wildly today. Quite a lot of its spiritual qi had been depleted. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind blew in his face. The bearded man stowed away the brass cannon and charged over. Little and raised his hidden blade, but Li Qingshan stopped him with a glance. Although he was hostile, he did not have any killing intent. The man grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar and roared out furiously, "Kid, you've ruined my business." He wore the same navy blue robes as the other disciples of Moism, but he was half naked. His right sleeve was tied around his waist, revealing his muscular arms and chest. He seemed extremely fierce. Li Qingshan released his true qi and blocked the incoming attack of spittle. He stared at the man calmly. Before he could say anything, the disciples of Moism had already rushed over. They pulled the man aside and tried to persuade him, "Please calm down, senior brother." The man stomped his feet in frustration and bellowed, "This prison of space formation can only be used 3 times, but it'll be 1 less time every time. My yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light costs a spiritual stone every time it fires. It's all my stuff, so don't you feel the pinch? Our fire crow bolts don't just fall from the sky." Li Qingshan tidied up his clothes. "You better reflect on your actions. You attacked me without any reason. If it weren't for the fact that I'm strong enough, wouldn't I have been killed by you? The man suddenly glared at Li Qingshan. He almost pulled out the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light again, but he was stopped by his junior brothers. It's all a misunderstanding. He thought to himself, how dare you speak to a 6th layer Qi practitioner like that? They say the Hawkwolf Guard is arrogant, and it really is true. It's all a misunderstanding. If we've offended you, please forgive us. I'm Zhang Lanqing. This is our senior brother Hao Pingyang and our 3 junior brothers He Yisher, Jin Yuan and Jin Bao. Zhang Lanqing introduced them one by one. Although he was only in his 20s, his face was dark and his voice was steady and steady. He seemed extremely mature and steady, and his strength was only second to the burly man Hao Pingyang. He was a 5th layer Qi practitioner. As for the other 3, He Yisher was a 4th layer Qi practitioner. He was not short and he had a long head and bulging eyes. He answered casually with a yep, before glancing at Li Qingshan and answering reluctantly with a yep. He lowered his head and repaired the puppet that Li Qingshan had destroyed. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao were brothers. The elder brother was at the 4th layer while Jin Bao was at the 3rd layer. Seeing how Li Qingshan was only a 2nd layer Qi practitioner, and how he had destroyed their trap, they completely ignored him. Jin Bao said to Hao Pingyang, "Senior brother, is this formation of yours real? It can't even trap a 2nd layer Qi practitioner? If the real zombie Taoist had come, wouldn't he have been able to break through it in a single stroke? You motherfucker. I paid a great price to buy this. It's this kid who's strange." Hao Pingyang calmed down and studied Li Qingshan in confusion. He was trapped in the formation of the prison of the earth and was surrounded by 5 Qi practitioners stronger than him with 1,000 mechanism crossbows. Yet he was still unscathed. It was truly extraordinary. The formation of the prison of the earth had been prepared for a 6th layer Qi practitioner like the zombie Taoist. If ordinary people entered it, their organs would immediately rupture and they would die. Qi practitioners would struggle to move even an inch. What was even stranger was that the beautiful child beside him clearly showed no signs of practicing Qi, yet he was still able to stand in the formation safely. If it were not for the fact that he had already used it once before, he really would have doubted that the formation he had bought was fake. Li Qingshan's pride from wiping out the island of cherishing flowers vanished completely as well. There were many powerful methods in this world that he did not understand. The trap the Mahist disciples had cast down was simple, but it was extremely dangerous. They would first use paper money to hide the inscriptions on the ground, restricting the enemy's movements before unleashing 100 arrows to kill them. If it failed, they would blast them to death. It was all linked together, filled with killing intent. If it were a regular 6th layer Qi practitioner, they would probably die a violent death if they were caught in this trap. They would not even have the opportunity to fight back. "Have you come here to ambush the zombie Taoist?" Zhang Lanqing said. "Yeah. Are you doing the same?" Hao Pingyang shot a glance at him. "He wants to deal with the zombie Taoist alone?" He pointed at Li Qingshan's nose and said, "Kid, this has nothing to do with you. I'd advise you to piss off." Li Qingshan stuck out his thumb and pointed behind him. "I'm just here to investigate. The zombie Taoist has nothing to do with me, but he's right outside." Although he hid his presence extremely well, the faint stench of corpses was unable to fool Li Qingshan's nose. What? The 6 people of Moism all looked outside. Hao Pingyang focused his senses on the energy of the world. Just now, he sensed an extremely well-hidden presence peeking in from outside. He bellowed out, "Get out here." Crack, crack. Zhang Lanqing and the others immediately removed the empty boxes and replaced them with new ones. A rectangular box was attached to the 1,000 mechanism crossbow. Each box contained 30 extremely short fire crow bolts, which could all be fired in a single moment. If they did not possess a spiritual artifact shield that was specially used for defense like Li Qingshan, it would be very easy for them to be caught off guard and die to the arrows even if they were powerful Qi practitioners. GGG. A shrill laughter came from outside the door. A Taoist priest wearing a yellow Taoist robe and a pale mask appeared at the door. He said, "How dare you set up a trap to harm me, you little bastards? How dare you?" He studied Li Qingshan. "You must be Li Qingshan. You really are good material for refining corpses. That old bastard Zhuojibwa didn't lie to me this time." Chapter 169. The zombie Taoist Li Qingshan understood. Zhuojibwa had really sold him out. Of course, this was not anything worth being surprised about. It would be surprising if it was not like this. Right now, he was only worried whether Zhuozhibo would trust the zombie Taoist's strength too much and not personally come to kill him. Then the zombie Taoist said to Zhang Lanqing and the others, "Your talent might be a little lacking, but I'll treat you all the same and refine you into zombies." He basically treated them all like fish on a chopping board. Before the zombie Taoist could finish talking, the 5 of them pulled the trigger on their 1,000-mechanism crossbows and unleashed a storm of fire crow bolts. Li Qingshan stood to one side. All he saw was that the fire crow bolts were scarlet red and only 3 inches long. They basically shot out end to end, moving startlingly fast and extremely concentrated. It was basically unavoidable. Before the zombie Taoist could even respond, he was struck by several dozen fire crow bolts. The fire crow bolts rapidly heated up in his body before exploding loudly. With a series of explosions, sparks erupted from various parts of the zombie Taoist's body, blasting him to pieces. The 5 of them beamed, but Li Qingshan drew his wind-entwining blade again. Hao Pingyang bellowed out, "Be careful. That's a fake." Li Qingshan glanced at Hao Pingyang. He really was the strongest one after all. He was crude on the outside but meticulous on the inside. If the zombie Taoist could be finished off so easily, he would not have remained at the top of the Hawkwolf Guard's wanted list for so long. Although he had used a secret technique, if he listened carefully, he would discover that the voice did not come from the zombie Taoist at the entrance. The mask was just a disguise. Bang, bang, bang. The lids of the several dozen coffins in the morgue flew off at the same time, and several dozen zombies stood up. They opened their eyes and extended their arms, baring their fangs. With a fierce gust of wind, they lunged towards the 7 people in the morgue. In order to avoid raising the zombie Taoist's suspicions, Hao Pingyang did not deal with these zombies, so he immediately fell into an encirclement. 5 zombies lunged towards Li Qingshan, but Li Qingshan was already prepared. The wind-entwining blade in his hand erupted with light, and he swung it around. As the blades cut into the zombies' bodies, the muffled sound of a blunt knife cutting could be heard. However, the bodies of the 5 zombies only paused for a moment. Their 10 purplish-blue arms continued to grab at Li Qingshan. Their long fingernails were like daggers and each of them was black and blue. At first glance, one could tell that they were extremely poisonous. Hao Pingyang yelled at Li Qingshan, "Only decapitation is useful." Most of the zombies lunged at him, a total of 8. However, he was unfazed. He raised his yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and smashed the head of a zombie in front of him. Then he channeled his Jinchi and swung it horizontally. 7 zombies were sent flying, crashing into the pillars and coffins. 2 of them even smashed through the walls and flew out. His aura was ferocious like that of a god of war. However, other than the zombie whose head had been flattened by him and the 2 zombies whose bones had been shattered by him, the other 5 zombies bounced off the ground and stood up again. They were not afraid of pain or death and they pounced on him again. Reminded by Hao Pingyang, Li Qingshan thought to himself, "I'm a time traveler, but I've forgotten this common sense." He picked up Little N and leaped. 10 arms and 50 fingernails closed in on him like the jaws of a beast. The 5 zombies raised their heads at the same time, their pupilless eyes looking at Li Qingshan in the air. They leaped high into the air at the same time, their knees not bending as if springs were installed in the soles of their feet. Li Qingshan stomped down forcefully, crushing the head of a zombie. Then he used the momentum to break through the roof of the morgue. Dust and debris fell, accompanied by a ray of moonlight that fell like water onto the morgue. In midair, Li Qingshan held Little N with his left hand and gripped the wind-entwining saber with his right. He rested it on his shoulder as he looked down warily at the entire morgue. The 4 zombies that had leaped high into the air could not reach his height in the end, so they fell back to the ground. However, Li Qingshan did not look at them. These zombies were nothing to him from the start. Although the Templars were invulnerable and possessed great strength, they had no intelligence or martial skills. Their reactions were not even as great as those of regular wild beasts. Whether it be strength, speed, or reaction, Li Qingshan completely surpassed these zombies. As long as he was not surrounded by hundreds or thousands of them, it was impossible for him to be injured. He was only wary of a single person, the zombie Taoist who he had only heard but not seen. According to the information from the Hawkwolf Guard, this person knew concealment techniques and wielded a submerged shadow sword. He was extremely skilled in sneak attacks. The desolate autumn wind swept through the vegetation around the morgue, but there was not a single person to be seen. In the end, he locked onto Hao Pingyang. If he were the zombie Taoist, he would have 2 choices if he wanted to achieve victory right now. One was to kill the weakest first and weaken his opponent. The other was to directly kill the strongest and gain an absolute advantage. However, if he started with the weakest, he would definitely expose himself and deplete his true chi. He might even leave behind an opening, allowing the strongest to kill him. As a result, the best choice was to find an opportunity and heavily injure Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang and Li Qingshan were already prepared, and they were powerful as well, so they did not fear these zombies. However, Zhao Lanqing and the others did not have it as easy. Things had happened right before their eyes. They had just shot out all of their fire crow arrows, so they had no time to reload. Several dozen zombies lunged over from all directions. They were clearly idiots without any intelligence, yet they were well trained like an army. They split up the 5 of them with great tactics. Jin Bao was the weakest, so he rolled on the ground in an extremely horrible shape. The 10 claws of the zombies stabbed deeply into where he was standing just now. If he had been any slower, he would have been disemboweled. Before he could even stand up, 3 zombies lunged over with their claws and teeth extended. He was stunned. Without a weapon, how was it possible for him to fend off these zombies with just his fists? All he could do was close his eyes and await death. Jin Yuan called out, "Jin Bao!" He wanted to save his younger brother, but the 4 zombies stopped him. He could only barely protect himself. Yishur and Zhang Lanqing were the same. Idiot used the puppet. Hao Pingyang saw how his junior brother was in danger, but he had no intentions of saving him. He was the same as Li Qingshan. Right now, he focused all of his attention on searching for the zombie Taoist. He dared not be distracted at all. As the only 6th layer Qi practitioner present, if he was ambushed and injured or even killed, none of them would be able to survive. The claws and teeth fell, but there were no screams. Instead, there was the sound of nails hammering into wood. In that critical moment, Jin Bao summoned a puppet to block him, allowing him to survive. The 3 zombies pulled out their claws and plunged them down again emotionlessly. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of heavy strikes, wooden splinters flew into the air and cracks appeared on the puppet. The claws of the zombies could even pierce steel. If the puppet had not been specially refined, it would have been smashed to pieces from a single strike. However, even with that being the case, it could not last for too long. At this moment, the 4 zombies who had failed in their pursuit of Li Qingshan lunged towards Jin Bao under the control of an invisible force. The greatest use of a puppet was for attacking, not as a shield. With a whoosh, it was torn to pieces. Despair filled Jin Bao's eyes. He called out, "Save me!" Hao Pingyang sighed inside. He wielded the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light, about to go up and save him. He could no longer care about the threat in the darkness. A streak of scorching white light descended from the sky. With a rumble of thunder, several zombies beside Jin Bao were charred. It stunned all the zombies in the morgue. Li Qingshan descended from the sky and threw out a lightning summoning talisman. However, he did not even look at the result. He stared straight at Zhang Lanqing and swung down with his wind-entwining blade as a streak of light. Nice. Hao Pingyang praised loudly. He raised the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and gathered the specks of light. The dragon's head was actually aimed at Zhang Lanqing. Although it was a close shave, Zhao Lanqing was a 5th layer Qi practitioner. He was powerful. Although he could not save Jin Bao in time against 7 zombies, he had no problem protecting himself. However, the blade and the glowing yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light immediately suffocated him. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. Clang. The wind-entwining blade slashed a foot in front of Zhang Lanqing. With a metallic clang no less than thunder, a small sword appeared out of thin air. A large nick appeared on the blade, but the small sword was also sent flying by Li Qingshan's tremendous force. It spun uncontrollably. Using that streak of lightning, Li Qingshan finally grasped the submerged shadow sword's trajectory. At this moment, the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light spat out a dazzling pillar of light. It struck the small sword in midair and turned it into a piece of scrap metal, falling from the sky. A miserable cry came from the darkness in the corner. A blurry figure appeared and floated out the door. Li Qingshan and Hao Pingyang turned their heads at the same time and rushed in the direction of the cry. When they reached the door, they saw a figure stumbling away. Come. Hao Pingyang tossed aside the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and stomped on Li Qingshan. Go. Li Qingshan planted his feet on the ground, and the stone tiles beneath his feet shattered. Shockwaves spread out into the surroundings as he pushed off from the ground. He used all his strength and threw a punch at the bottom of Hao Pingyang's foot. Hao Pingyang flew out like a rocket. He quickly flew across the grassland and quickly approached the silhouette. A hideous smile appeared on his face as he spread his hands apart. True chi gushed out from his hands and struck the two temples of the silhouette. With a bang, the head exploded. Li Qingshan was disappointed instead. He thought about how crafty the zombie Taoist really was. Hao Pingyang limped over with a headless corpse and tossed it on the ground. Another fake. Even when his flying sword had been destroyed and his mind was injured, the zombie Taoist was still able to think of using a fake body to deceive them while his real body fled. He was well prepared and reacted quickly. Li Qingshan picked up the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and studied it. He shrugged and tossed it back to Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang caught the cannon and stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. He frowned and patted his leg. "Kid, that punch of yours was a little too vicious." Li Qingshan said, "How am I supposed to catch him if I'm not vicious?" Hao Pingyang suddenly said, "The submerged shadow sword has been destroyed, so that bastard's strength has been greatly reduced. It's the perfect time to kill him." Li Qingshan said, "He's most skilled at refining corpses and controlling corpses, not controlling swords. This is only one of his places of nurturing corpses. Don't tell me you're thinking of going to the zombie cave to find a 6th layer chi practitioner who's skilled at invisibility? And you've already said that this has nothing to do with me." Chapter 170. The attacks of the zombies were vicious, but they became completely disorderly. The 4 people from the school of Moism stabilized their footing and gathered together again. Zhang Lanqing and He Yishe controlled the 5 puppets to hold off the zombies for a while before suddenly dodging to the side, revealing Jin Yuan and Jin Bao behind them. They held 2,000 mechanism crossbows that had been reloaded, and they pulled the triggers suddenly. 60 fire crow bolts scattered in a circular pattern. Although the zombie's skin was impervious to weapons, they were unable to stop the fire crow bolts. Afterwards, they exploded internally, easily ripping apart their stiff bodies. With just a single volley, a large swathe of the zombies collapsed. They were no longer as ferocious or terrifying as before. The remaining 7 or 8 zombies no longer posed any threat. The puppets shot forward and sharp blades shot out from their hands, carrying out mechanical and precise attacks. The nails of the zombies only left behind white marks when they scratched the puppets. However, the sharp blades in the puppets' hands could pierce their skulls in a single stroke. Faced with an equal number of opponents, the zombies were not the puppets' opponents at all. They were slain one by one. They all let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. In the 100 schools of thought, the Mahist disciples would send out their puppets to fight against each other. They had never experienced such a dangerous battle before. Jin Bao saw how the zombies that had almost killed him just now had been wiped out so easily. He found it rather unbelievable. Actually, their strength was far greater than the several dozen zombies. If they were on flat ground, they could stand in formation and be prepared. With the 1,000 mechanism crossbows in hand, the zombies would not even be able to touch them before they were killed on the spot. Even the 6th layer chi practitioner, the zombie Taoist, would not dare to face 5,000 mechanism crossbows head-on. However, once something happened and they needed to adapt to the situation, they would be unable to unleash their full strength. Hao Pingyang pointed at their noses and cursed aloud. "How embarrassing. How fucking embarrassing. You even dare to look down on him, a 2nd layer chi practitioner? If it weren't for him, would you still be alive? With your pig brains, you can't even tell the difference between a real person and a fake one. My formation scrolls will go to waste all the same." Sanctuary. The few of them blushed with shame. Jin Bao said with grievance, "Senior brother, I almost died. Not only did you not come to comfort me, you even scolded me so harshly." Although they scolded fiercely, the few Mo disciples were clearly not particularly afraid of this senior brother. Zhang Lanqing cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Li Qingshan, sincerely thanking him. "Thank you for your help just now." The danger of that sword strike just now still made him tremble with fear. Originally, he had some resentment towards Li Qingshan for destroying their trap, but now all that was left was gratitude. It was just like what Hao Pingyang had said. Even without Li Qingshan, their traps probably would not have been able to harm the true zombie Taoist. Li Qingshan patted him on the shoulder. "It's good enough that you didn't attack me." Zhang Lanqing smiled awkwardly. "I was scared silly." Li Qingshan could not help but burst into laughter. Zhang Lanqing sure was honest. He had not eaten the several hundred chi gathering pills for nothing. Whether it was in terms of body tempering or chi practicing, He had made great progress compared to his battle with Chen Yannian. He even possessed the sharp killing intent of 1,000 people, descending from the sky like a god of slaughter. He truly did possess the bearing to intimidate his enemies. If he fought Chen Yannian in a fair battle now, he would no longer have no chance of victory like before. Simply put, he now possessed the power to threaten fifth-layer Qi practitioners. Hao Pingyang's Yellow Dragon's cannon of devouring light was even more powerful than Li Qingshan's. Zhang Lanqing was like a horse that had been targeted by a tiger or leopard at the same time. He was stunned from fright, unable to react at all. Jin Yuan pulled Jin Bao over. "Thank you for saving my younger brother." Then he said to the ashamed Jin Bao, "Say something." "Thank you as well, but are you really at the second layer? How can you be so powerful?" Jin Bao was the closest to Li Qingshan's age, but he was also a few years older than Li Qingshan. However, his face still had a childish air to it, which made him seem younger than the weathered Li Qingshan. There was some admiration in the Templar St. Hall's gaze towards Li Qingshan now. No matter where they were, the strong would receive respect. Before Li Qingshan could reply, Hao Pingyang smacked Jin Bao's head. "This is body tempering, you idiot. Don't you see the brainless muscles of the militarists? What do they do all day?" Li Qingshan thought to himself, "You sure have the nerve to call me muscular." Jin Bao flew into a rage out of humiliation. "If you hit me again, I'm going to flip." Hao Pingyang raised his hand and smacked him again. "Flip. Let me see." Jin Bao leapt into the air. "Hao Pingyang, screw you." Afterwards, Zhang Lanqing and the other two stopped him and tried to persuade him. "Originally, the zombie Taoist wanted to assassinate your senior brother Hao with the submerged shadow sword, but senior brother Hao did not give off any openings, so the zombie Taoist did not dare to attack recklessly. That's why he sent the zombies to surround you." Li Qingshan smiled. These disciples of Moism were straightforward. They were a little like the university students of his past life. Although they were not young, they still possessed some naivety. Even the bad-tempered Hao Pingyang did not have a sense of superiority even though he beat and cursed his juniors without holding back. He was very different from the Qi practitioners Li Qingshan usually saw. Jin Bao was taken aback. Only now did he understand why Hao Pingyang did not save him immediately. Li Qingshan continued, "But earlier you were in danger. Even if your senior brother Hao put himself in danger, he still wanted to save you." Senior brother? Only then did Jin Bao understand. He had almost been used by the zombie Taoist, used as a trap to kill Hao Pingyang. Zhang Lanqing, He Yishe, and Jin Yuan looked at Hao Pingyang together. Just now in the chaos they had no time to think too much. Now that they thought about it, not only had they failed to provide any help, but they had almost dragged Hao Pingyang down instead. Bullshit. Why would I save him? If an idiot like him dies, it'll save the school of Moism some food. Hao Pingyang's face above his beard reddened slightly. He sure thought, the zombie Taoist couldn't find any openings in senior brother's movements, so he went to kill senior brother Zhang. They thanked Li Qingshan once again. In that critical moment, Li Qingshan had used the lightning from the lightning summoning talisman to immediately find the trajectory of the submerged shadow sword, which was why he was able to slash out. Not only had he saved Zhang Lanqing's life, but he had also given Hao Pingyang the opportunity to fire that cannon blast. It could be said that he had turned the situation around. He had played an even greater role than the four of them. Li Qingshan said, "We're all in the same boat. I don't think you've learned any martial arts." Just now, when they fought the zombie in close combat, they basically relied on their instincts and true Qi to fight. Their moves could not even match up to third-rate masters of the Jianghu, which was why they were in such a horrible shape. Zhang Lanqing smiled bitterly. "We're disciples of the school of Moism. All these years we've learned how to make mechanisms, puppets, and even how to build cities and buildings. Although we've attended a few lessons in the school of the military's Hall of Martial Arts, how can we compare to true disciples of the school of the military? We definitely need to brush up on our martial arts when we get back." The others all expressed their agreement. Only then did Li Qingshan understand that these people were engineering talents. Fighting was not their profession. Not all Qi practitioners had the ability to kill and set fires. Every profession had its own specializations. "What do you plan on doing next?" Hao Pingyang said, "We're obviously going to attack the root of the problem." Li Qingshan said, "The zombie cave isn't that easy to infiltrate. The morgue is only one of the places he nurtures corpses. After nurturing them, he'll bring them into the zombie cave. Who knows how many zombies have accumulated in the cave over all these years? It's extremely dangerous." The reason why the zombie Taoist could remain unscathed despite being hunted down by the Hawkwolf Guard for so many years was closely related to his dwelling. Normally, he hid underground in caves that were as complicated as a maze. No one knew the exact location of his dwelling. If they wanted to search for it, they would have to face the endless attacks of zombies. Once they failed, they would be buried in there and become one of the zombies. Zhang Lanqing and the others had experienced the danger just now. When they heard that they had to enter the pitch-black underground caves, they all began to consider retreating. "Senior brother, why don't we return to the academy first and ask for a few powerful helpers before we make trouble for the zombie Taoist?" Hao Pingyang widened his eyes. "Return? What about the mission? It's been so difficult for us to come out. Just how much time will be wasted going back and forth? Will the zombie Taoist hide somewhere else? You're not afraid of being looked down on, but I still want my pride." Zhang Lanqing and the others looked at one another. Before they had set out, their master had already said that they had to listen to Hao Pingyang's orders for everything this time. His flying sword has been destroyed and his mind is injured. He doesn't have the time to refine another flying sword either. If we want to kill him, now is the perfect opportunity. That was what Hao Pingyang said, but he looked at Li Qingshan. He also felt that it was rather unreliable for the five of them to kill the zombie Taoist. However, Li Qingshan's performance in the battle just now made him hold an extremely high opinion of him. If Li Qingshan was willing to join them, their chances of success would increase drastically. Li Qingshan hesitated. He wanted to wait for Zhuozhibwa, but he had no idea whether Zhuozhibwa would come after him or not. If Zhuozhibwa did not come, he would definitely make the zombie Taoist his target. A sixth-layer Qi practitioner should have quite a few pills on him that could deal with his pressing needs. The problem right now was whether he should work with the disciples of Moism or not. With his and Little An's strength, it should be enough to kill the zombie Taoist. "If you're willing to join us, Qingshan, my share of the spoils will be yours." Zhang Lanqing saw how he could not change Hao Pingyang's mind, so he wanted to ensure his safety during this trip. He also wanted to thank Li Qingshan for saving his life. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao added, "The same goes for us." Yi Shi hesitated. "I'll give you mine too." As long as they completed the mission, not only would they be able to return with pride, but the 100 schools of thought would give them a reward as well. It was not as if they had come out empty-handed. Hao Pingyang said, "Kid, you're at the second layer, so you're taking up even more than me. Let's not talk about compensation. You take 70% of the zombie Taoist spoils and I'll take 30. How's that?" Chapter 171. Li Qingshan raised his head. "All right, I agree." He could kill the zombie Taoist with little but killing the fifth-layer Qi practitioner Chen Yannian could be described as a coincidence. Even an idiot would know that he was hiding something if he killed a sixth-layer Qi practitioner. Who knew how many probing gazes it would lead to? Yet, he just happened to have a secret that he could not afford to look into. And his gaze was not limited to the items in the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch. The reward that the Hawkwolf Guard had offered to the zombie Taoist amounted to over 10,000 points of contribution. 5 points of contribution could be exchanged for a Qi gathering pill, so that was over 2,000 Qi gathering pills. That was the true bulk of the reward. Working with these disciples of Moism would allow him to obtain these points of contribution in a reasonable manner without raising any suspicion. Zhang Lanqing and the others were all overjoyed while Hao Pingyang sniggered. Afterwards, Li Qingshan said, "Though I'm not too satisfied with this split." Zhang Lanqing and the others looked at one another, while Hao Pingyang frowned heavily. He was still dissatisfied with 70%? Wasn't he a little too greedy? Even worse, if Li Qingshan demanded an exorbitant price, he would have to agree to it. Li Qingshan smiled. 30% is enough for me, just like you, senior brother Hao, because I'm confident I can be of no less use than you and ensure everyone's safety. As for the remaining 40%, please distribute it among yourselves." With that, everyone was surprised. They never thought Li Qingshan would just hand over the benefits he had just obtained. 40% of the wealth of a sixth-layer Qi practitioner of the sacred grounds. Was there any Qi practitioner who would not be tempted by it? Zhang Lanqing felt rather ashamed over his petty thoughts Qingshan had just now. "Qingshan, that's not a good idea. There's nothing bad about it. If you want me to join, then let's split it like this. If you want to repay me for my kindness, how can this measly share of benefits be enough to repay your lives?" Li Qingshan had never been a petty person. He had taken a liking to the disciples of Moism, so he would not let them down. This was how he conducted himself. As the ancients said, spread wealth and gather righteousness. Those who haggle over every ounce and only look at the small benefits in front of them will never achieve great things. A generous and confident person doesn't have to worry about not having friends anywhere. Hao Pingyong laughed heartily and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. Good, I like you. He sure was roused by his words as well. He said proudly, our lives are precious. Let alone these few treasures, even 10 zombie Taoists can't compare to our lives. They were not boasting. They were 4th and 5th layer Qi practitioners at such a young age, so breaking through to the 6th layer was not an unreachable goal for them. Their future development would definitely surpass the zombie Taoists. Holy Church. As disciples of the school of Moism, they were not suited for battle, but the mechanisms and puppets they created were treasures that all Qi practitioners would scramble for. They were even more valuable than regular spiritual artifacts. Every single disciple of the school of Moism would be respected wherever they went. Their statuses could not be compared to the zombie Taoist who hid underground and refined corpses. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao also revealed looks of excitement. Jin Yuan said, if we work together, what's there to fear about the zombie Taoist? We won't let our gains go to waste either. Jin Bao said, we need to regain the face we've lost ourselves. We can't let others look down on us disciples of Moism. The gloomy morgue was illuminated by the hot-bloodedness of the young people. Originally, killing the zombie Taoist was only a rather terrifying mission, but now, it was an undertaking that required them to work together to complete. Their fear had already vanished. Hao Pingyong extended his hand. Then let's work together and fuck him up. They put their hands together and they looked at one another and smiled. They all felt much closer to each other, and there was no longer any barrier between them and Li Qingshan anymore. It was as if they had not just met each other, but had known each other for a very long time. Little An held her face and sat on the roof of the morgue. When Li Qingshan rushed down, he left her up there to keep watch. He told her not to use her power carelessly. She watched as the zombie Taoist fled from the morgue. There was nothing special about her eyes, but they could see through illusions. Concealment techniques were a type of illusion, but they were useless against her. She wanted to go down and warn Li Qingshan, but in the blink of an eye, the zombie Taoist had vanished, so she could only give up. If she had caught up earlier, there would probably be a very good chance for her to taste fresh flesh and blood. However, as long as it was Li Qingshan's orders, she would obey them obediently. The cold moonlight landed on her expressionless face. As she listened to the conversation below, she seemed rather cold. As her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty deepened, her mind seemed to gradually return to when she was a ghost. However, that was the numbness from being tortured to the point where she had lost her sense of self. Now, it was complete indifference. When she controlled the flames and devoured living beings one by one, it was not as simple as absorbing the essence of their flesh and blood. She was not like regular evil or demonic cultivators who refined the blood of living people into arcane treasures. At most, she would have to endure some rebuke from her conscience. Whether it be the blood flames or the pale flames, they were both a part of her. When she melted the flesh and blood, especially the flesh and blood of the living and those who had just died, she could clearly sense their resentment, fury, pain, and fear. The assault of countless negative emotions was enough to make a regular person collapse in an instant. Even cultivators with great willpower would be affected. They would begin to doubt their actions and even their existence, living under the shadow of the dead for the rest of their lives. This was originally the most difficult test of temperament in the path of white bone and great beauty. However, she did not feel troubled at all. Like she was reading a Buddhist scripture, she read the painful laments of the dead without the slightest pity. She was like a god seated on a lotus flower, watching as all life suffered. Her heart was clear and indifferent. It was not that she was purposefully suppressing her emotions, but that she was unable to feel them. She was not moved by righteousness or hot-bloodedness, nor was she troubled by resentment and curses. There was no difference between a red ant and a black ant. All life was equal. They could all be killed except for him. In the morgue, they discussed the specific plan of action. The sky in the east gradually brightened. Suddenly Little An stood up and gazed into the distance. His gaze passed through the plains and saw a group of people rapidly approaching them. He leapt off the roof and arrived beside Li Qingshan. With just a glance, Li Qingshan understood that Zhuozhibwa had finally arrived. He said to the disciples of Moism, "Please go ahead first. I have some personal matters to attend to. I'll catch up in a little while. Hao Pingyang said, "What's more important than hunting down the zombie Taoist?" Li Qingshan smiled without saying anything. Hao Pingyang did not ask too much either. Seeing how determined he was, he said, "All right then. We'll go first and wait for you at the entrance of the zombie cave." Chapter 172. Bang, 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 bang. Black Wolf guards in black Wolf uniforms directly pierced through the walls and entered the morgue. The sacred hall dust filled the surroundings, but they were completely untainted. Their clothes drifted with their true chi as they stared at Li Qingshan coldly. Sharp killing intent interwove and wrapped around Li Qingshan firmly. Although the strongest was only the fifth layer Xiananda, their presence could not be compared to Zhang Lanqing and the others. They were professional killers, a pack of wolves that hunted their prey. Every single one of them had survived countless battles of life and death. If Zhang Lanqing faced off against Xiananda, he would have been slain on the spot as soon as they clashed. At this moment, Li Qingshan instead sat down. He leaned on his wind-entwining blade and did not even look at the Black Wolf guards. The dust approached Li Qingshan every 5 steps, but it could not advance any further. Little and stood beside him. Her pearl-like eyes were filled with some desire. All paths of escape had been sealed up, only leaving behind the pitch-black hollow entrance of the morgue. Cold wind whistled in and a black boot stepped over the doorsill. With the wind came an iron hawk. Its wings were raised, its eyes were wide open and its beak was like a hook. It stared at Li Qingshan as if it could come alive at any time and kill Li Qingshan on the spot. The presence he gave off alone was even more powerful than all the other Black Wolf guards combined. Li Qingshan finally raised his head. "Commander Zhuo, what a grand lineup." Zhuo Zhibua glanced past the corpses strewn across the morgue and asked in surprise, "Did you do all of this? You repelled the zombie Taoist?" "As you can see." Li Qingshan opened his left hand. Zhuo Zhibua sneered, "Then he's still just trash." If the zombie Taoist had been surrounded by the hawks and wolves, he definitely would not have been able to escape as easily as he did against the disciples of Moism. He would only have been slain and torn to pieces. Li Qingshan agreed. "He really is trash. The sacred hall." Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Zhuo Zhibua no longer concealed his killing intent. "Before you die, do you have anything to say?" Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. "I won't die." Zhuo Zhibua said, "Yes, you won't die quickly. We have the most brilliant interrogators here. We will cut you open bit by bit and not let you die." He really wanted to admire Li Qingshan's expression of fear and despair, but he was disappointed. Li Qingshan only smiled, revealing his snow-white fangs that were longer than a normal person's. Even the child beside him was expressionless. As Li Qingshan and Zhuo Zhibua spoke, none of the Black Wolf guards in the surroundings interrupted them. They did not even show any changes in their expressions. Even the weakest Gujian's eyes shone brightly, locking onto Li Qingshan's presence. He refused to lower his guard at all. Although they were facing off against an enemy, Li Qingshan could not help but praise them inside. Now this was a true warrior. As one of the most powerful organizations of violence in the Great Xia Empire, even the weakest Black Wolf guard possessed such qualities. He possessed absolute confidence in victory. The only problem right now was that he could not let a single one of them escape. Li Qingshan stood up. With a clang he drew his jagged wind-entwining blade. He extended his left hand into his talisman belt and took out a lightning summoning talisman. Little and wielded his sword in one hand and the skull prayer beads in the other. They did not even look at each other, but they had already decided on a strategy. It was exactly the same as the zombie Taoist strategy just now, which was to erupt with all their strength and kill the strongest Zhuo Zhibua instantly. The remaining people could be dealt with as they pleased. Even if they scattered, it would be relatively easy to hunt them down. Zhuo Zhibua nodded slightly and drew his 7 wind-entwining blades. The battle was about to erupt at any moment. However, a yell rang out from outside. "Li Qingshan, are you crippled? Why are you so slow?" Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. "What are you doing back here?" Zhuo Zhibua suddenly turned around and saw a burly man with a full beard standing several dozen meters away. The presence he gave off and the bronze cannon in his hand made his eyes narrow. Hao Pingyang said, "If I want to come back, I'll come back. Is that any of your business?" Beside him, Zhang Lanqing and the other 3 carried loaded 1,000 mechanism crossbows. They all frowned. Zhang Lanqing said, "Are you still not done with your business? If you're done then hurry over." Zhuozhibwa said coldly, "I was wondering why you were so fearless. Turns out you've received reinforcements. No wonder you're still alive." Li Qingshan completely ignored him. He said loudly to Hao Pingyang, "I'm not going over right now. You can go first. There's no need to wait for me." Hao Pingyang called out, "I told you to come over, so come over. I'd like to see who dares to stop you. I'll blast them to smithereens." Li Qingshan felt rather helpless but also rather touched. He sheathed his blade and said to Zhuozhibwa, "Commander Zhuo, looks like there won't be many opportunities today." Just like that, he made his way towards the entrance of the morgue with little Anne. The moment they brushed past Zhuozhibwa, they could both sense the startling killing intent that had erupted from each other, but neither of them struck out. Gu Jian said, "Commander." Zhuozhibwa raised his hand indicating for them to be quiet. Li Qingshan arrived beside Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang whispered, "What's going on?" Li Qingshan smiled. "There's just a small conflict." "A small conflict?" Hao Pingyang called out. A small conflict could be surrounded by a group of Black Wolf guards with killing intent, and their leader was a 6th-layer Qi practitioner Black Hawk commander. Jin Bao said with lingering fear, "That man, even from so far away and with his back to me, it still feels very terrifying." The reason why Cave Town got its name was because there was a huge karst cave near the town. It was a tributary of the clear river that flowed into the cavern, never to return. The boats and people were the same. Even though there were curious villagers who tried to enter the cavern to investigate, none of them returned. It had become a forbidden ground that could make people pale at the mere mention of it. However, according to the location marked out by the Hawk Wolf Guard, the cavern was called the Zombie Cave. It was the hiding place of the most wanted criminal, the zombie Taoist. He was also a terrifying existence in the Hawk Wolf Guard of Jiaping City. Zhuozhibwa had once personally led a group in an attempt to complete this mission, but in the end they lost 4 Black Wolf guards, and they failed to find the zombie Taoist's hiding place. It only doubled the contribution required for the mission, setting a new record for the Hawk Wolf Guard of Jiaping City. Li Qingshan currently stood at the entrance to the zombie cave. The entrance stood over 30 meters tall and was extremely wide. It was like the mouth of a huge beast spraying with a cold air. Li Qingshan could clearly smell the faint stench in the air. It was the stench of corpses. He gazed into the cave, but his gaze vanished into the darkness in the end. The pillars that hung down from the ceiling were like the fangs of a huge beast. Even the rising sun in the east was unable to weaken the gloominess of this place. Zhang Lanqing took out a small boat and tossed it into the water. The boat rapidly expanded until it could fit 8 people. The 2 sides were lined with oars that resembled a 1,000-legged insect. "You better go first. Those people won't spare me. They'll definitely catch up." Li Qingshan had already roughly explained the entire story to them. They were all furious, but after the fury they became fearful. The infamy of the Hawk Wolf Guard was extremely resounding among Qi practitioners. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao lowered their heads. They said nothing. From the clash earlier, they had understood the difference in strength between them and the Hawk Wolf Guard. He Yisher's eyes flickered as he mumbled, "That works too. It'll be a little easier if I flee alone." Hao Pingyang said furiously, "If there's something good to gain, we'll appreciate each other and get along well. If there's danger, we'll split up and go our separate ways. Are you still human?" Jin Yuan and Jin Bao were both ashamed. He Yisher said, "I'm just saying." However, he wondered inside whether Li Qingshan was intentionally using them to block the disaster. Zhang Lanqing said, "Yeah. Qingshan, it'll be a little safer if you stay with us. Once the mission ends, we'll return to the Clear River Prefecture together. You can appeal to the Hawk Wolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. We can all testify for you." Hao Pingyang said, "That's a good idea. If it doesn't work out, you might as well resign from your position with the Hawk Wolf Guard. The 100 schools of thought will open next spring, and you can join our school of Moism. I'll personally teach you the art of engineering." Li Qingshan took in all of their reactions. Hao Pingyang was truly a straightforward man. Although he had a bad temper and a foul mouth, his flaws did not obscure his virtues. Zhang Lanqing was an honest person, and he was meticulous in his thinking. The other 3 paled in comparison. They could be roused by loyalty and hot-bloodedness, but they could not last for long. However, Li Qingshan did not resent them at all. This was just human nature. Not all ties of friendship would be reciprocated. Even if the 5 of them were no longer willing to travel with Li Qingshan did not find it strange at all. Now that there were two people who were truly willing to help him, it was already extremely rare. Now they were truly friends worth making. As for the three of them, they were just acquaintances. Li Qingshan said, "All right, I'll keep you company for a little longer." Hao Pingyang said, "Now that's more like it." The seven of them boarded the boat. Under Zhang Lanqing's control, the wing-like oars on the two sides immediately began to move. The boat followed the flow and entered the cave. Soon after they left, Zhuojibuo's group arrived at the entrance as well. Gujian asked, "Commander, what do we do?" Zhuojibuo said, "Let them scout the path ahead and clear out the obstacles. Once they're exhausted, kill them all and push the blame onto the zombie Taoist. Then kill the zombie Taoist." He decided everyone's fate with a single sentence. He demonstrated his cold, iron-blooded demeanor. "Yes, sir." The Black Wolf guards answered loudly, following his lead. Zhuojibuo joked, "I'm a little glad that I didn't kill him right from the beginning. Instead, I gained quite a lot of benefits." Since their boss was joking, how could the subordinates not respect him? The Black Wolf guards all smiled in agreement. Looks like the Mahist disciples have quite a lot of good stuff on them. The boat moved extremely quickly with the flow. Very soon they entered the cave. The cave gradually narrowed and the surroundings were pitch black. At this moment, a small lantern lit up at the front of the boat. Although Qi practitioners could see at night, their vision would still be affected in the darkness. The one who was truly unaffected was Little An. The one who felt like he could see even more clearly in the darkness than in the day was Li Qingshan. Chapter 173. Li Qingshan said, "This boat is not bad. Little An likes it too." Little An was lying on the side of the boat, concentrating on the wing-like rudder that was moving in the water. Chapter 72. Zhang Lanqing smiled and said, "I made this myself. This child is called Little An. Won't she be in danger if she stays with us?" Li Qingshan patted Little An's head and said, "She can take care of herself. Why doesn't she use a propeller?" "What is a propeller?" Li Qingshan explained a little and Zhang Lanqing understood. He immediately fell into deep thought. "This structure is very unique. It seems to be compared to a normal or," Li Qingshan said, "Be careful." Zhang Lanqing was distracted, and the boat directly crashed into the rock wall. When he regained his senses, he quickly turned the boat around and patted his chest. That was close. Hao Pingyang said, "Clear your head, don't become muddle-headed when you think about machinery." Zhang Lanqing said, "I will definitely test it out when I get back. Qingshan, you will definitely achieve something if you come to the Mo family." Li Qingshan said, "Maybe. This could also be considered as using other mountain stones to improve one's own jade." In the place where the boat had just passed, on both sides of the cave, where the light couldn't reach, a pair of bright green eyes lit up. It was actually a dried-up corpse. Its entire body seemed to have fused with the rock walls and was covered in moss. After so many years, even the stench of the corpse was gone, and there was no breath. Even Li Qingshan did not notice it. It seemed to have received some order and struggled to leave the rock wall, but its movements suddenly stopped. It saw a white prayer bead floating not far in front of it. Even after being refined, it only had the consciousness to obey orders and the desire for flesh and blood, but it still felt an instinctive fear. The skull prayer bead penetrated its head, and a red light shone from its body, turning its flesh into fire, and its bones into water, merging into this small prayer bead. Somewhere in the depths of the cave, a skinny old Taoist opened his eyes. He had just awakened a corpse, but he had lost his sense of it. That feeling was very strange. That slight fluctuation seemed to signify fear. Of course, this was an extremely absurd thing. How could a corpse understand fear? Although the soul was still bound to the body, it had long lost the ability to feel fear. It was just an illusion. Then, for some reason, he recalled his experience at the giant sinkhole outside ancient Wind City. He was a cultivator who chased after corpses. Although he was infamous and ranked at the top of the blacklist, he was not bold enough to go around killing people and refining corpses. Once he crossed a certain limit, the Hawkwolf Guard would send even stronger guards to kill him. The cavern could not stop truly powerful cultivators. Hence, most of the time he was a grave digger or a corpse robber. Once he heard about what happened in ancient Wind City, he would immediately set out. There were 1,000 corpses there, and there were even quite a few Qi practitioners among them. He would definitely be able to find the best materials to refine the corpses. However, when he arrived, all he saw was an empty sinkhole. There was only shock and fear in his heart. He rejoiced that he had not arrived in time. Fear was an emotion he had not felt for many years. With a thought, he thought back to the morgue. The body of a body practitioner was quite tempting, but he had never trusted Zhuozhibwa. As a result, he was extremely careful. The traps of the Mahist disciples were childish and laughable to him. Although his submerged shadow sword had been destroyed in a moment of carelessness and he was forced to flee, he was utterly furious, but he was not afraid. In his lengthy life, he had faced many more severe failures and dangers than this. However, just when his fake body successfully fooled his opponent and his true body successfully escaped from the morgue, he saw a strange sight. An extremely beautiful child sat on the ridge of the roof under the moonlight, staring at him quietly as if he had completely seen through his concealment technique. He did not give off any powerful aura, but the pair of calm dark eyes made him tremble from the depths of his soul, as if he had encountered a natural predator. However, he escaped from the gaze very soon. The trembling feeling seemed like an illusion, but the sight was deeply embedded in his mind, unable to disperse even after a very long time. He felt like there was some sort of connection between these images, but he was unable to understand it no matter what. Sacred Hall, he shook his head. He had only lost an insignificant corpse. How could he have so many thoughts? Discarding all distracting thoughts, he revealed a sinister smile. Those intruders would soon die and become a part of his zombie army. He supported a stone coffin beside him. The stone coffin was engraved with runes that extended all the way to the ground and was locked down by heavy chains. With this treasure, no one could kill him, not even Zhuozhibwa. Little Anne leaned on the side of the boat and gently stirred the water. She stealthily scooped up the skull prayer beads, but when she turned around she saw Li Qingshan glaring at her. She stuck out her tongue. The skull prayer beads were not ordinary spiritual artifacts. It was more like a part of her body, so it could fly very far away and even look and listen in her place. Frankly speaking, she did not really like the smell of zombies. They were somewhat dry and somewhat similar to the specialty food of a certain place that she had taken her to eat some time ago, a kind of dry and hard pancake. However, the advantage was that it was easier to burn and not as noisy. Hao Pingyang suddenly said, "Something is coming." The few of them looked forward. Zhang Lanqing patted the lantern, and the light merged into a beam like a searchlight, piercing through the darkness. Vaguely, something could be seen floating on the surface of the water. It was densely packed together, a field of white. It did not float down with the current, but rather floated on the water surface as if waiting for the boat to arrive. "Corpses," Yisher exclaimed. Those white things were floating corpses that had swollen from being soaked in the water. They looked like fat people floating on the water surface, covering the water surface. It was impossible to tell how many there were. Hao Pingyang said, "Don't let them get close." The few of them took out their 1,000 mechanism crossbows and fired fire crow bolts at the floating corpses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the floating corpses exploded one after another. Li Qingshan pulled out the wind-entwining saber and infused it with true qi, wanting to unleash a wind blade. However, the wind-entwining saber did not react at all. He knocked on the blade and confirmed that it was completely broken. In his hands, an inferior-grade spirit artifact really couldn't withstand the torment. Although he could use true qi to achieve the same effect, it would consume too much true qi. The gains did not make up for the losses. Zhang Lanqing handed 1,000 mechanism crossbow and a few boxes of fire crow bolts to Li Qingshan. "I'm going to steer the boat. You use it." "All right." Li Qingshan took the 1,000 mechanism crossbow and fired furiously at the water surface, blowing up 7 or 8 floating corpses. He had learned archery before and his accuracy was better than Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's, earning him a few praises. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a gaze on him. He turned around and saw Little Anne looking at the 1,000 mechanism crossbow with anticipation, no longer looking at the oars. "Try it." Li Qingshan handed the 1,000 mechanism crossbow to her. Little Anne happily took it. Hao Pingyang hurriedly stopped him. "Don't mess around." He complained that Li Qingshan did not know the gravity of the situation. How could he give such a dangerous weapon to a child? The 1,000 mechanism crossbow was extremely powerful. If Little Anne lost control and fired it recklessly on the boat, it would be terrible. He extended his hand towards the 1,000 mechanism crossbow in Little Anne's hand, but he missed. He was stunned. Looking back, all he saw was that Little Anne had already arrived at the bow of the boat, shooting at the floating corpses. Her aim was extremely good too, basically killing a floating corpse with each arrow. Li Qingshan patted Hao Pingyang's shoulder. I said she can take care of herself. She can take care of you too. Hao Pingyang's eyes widened. This kid was so mysterious. Even the child beside him was so strange. With little and taking action, the others put down the 1,000-mechanism crossbow to save some fire crow bolts. They watched her performance from the side and praised from time to time, "Nice one." Jin Bao smiled complacently. Is this the zombie Daoist trying to use these little tricks against us? Looks like it's nothing special. However, before he had even finished speaking, he smelled a foul stench. The stench was so intense that it almost made him dizzy. Hao Pingyang said, "Hold your breaths. The stench is poisonous." The boat just happened to arrive where the floating corpses had exploded. Li Qingshan could clearly see that although the floating corpses had been destroyed and cleaned up, the gas within them had been released, turning into a heavy, faint green gas that filled the cavern. The further they advanced, the thicker the gas became. Even the lantern was unable to penetrate it. They all held their breaths in a hurry. As Qi practitioners, they could circulate their true Qi through their bodies, which could completely replace breathing. However, as the gas grew thicker, their eyes began to tear up. Even their skin felt like it was burning. Even without Hao Pingyang's reminder, they had already released their true Qi to protect themselves instinctively. Just as everyone was busy fending off the gas and their vision blurred, undercurrents surged underwater. Li Qingshan was the first to sense it. There's something underwater. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Waves surged and cyan hands so rotten that their bones could be seen reached out from the water. They grabbed the oars and then the railings of the ship, climbing up the ship. Heads without eyes or noses were exposed, and they let out terrifying whimpers. Just as Isher aimed his 1,000-mechanism crossbow at the railings of the boat, a gust of wind blew over from above. He raised his head in a panic and saw a dried corpse pass through the poisonous gas, lunging towards him from the pitch-black ceiling. There's one up there too. Hao Pingyang bellowed. He swung his yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and sent a dried corpse flying. Li Qingshan raised his head. Withered corpses hung from the jagged stalagmites at the top of the cavern, lunging down one after another. On the two sides of the cavern were specks of green light. Corpses broke free from the restraints of the walls, opening their withered mouths and lunging towards the boat. The quiet cavern seemed to come alive in that instant, turning into a terrifying hell. Vicious corpses littered everywhere. Isher and the others raised their 1,000-mechanism crossbows, but they didn't know where to aim. Although they had said that they wanted to wipe away their previous humiliation, battle awareness wasn't something that could be obtained just by saying it. It required countless battles or a talent like Li Qingshan's. Clearly they didn't have either of these things. Jin Bao pulled the trigger in a panic. He almost hit his companions, but he didn't hit a single zombie. The wind-entwining blade drew an arc of light in the air, decapitating 2 dried corpses. Li Qingshan said, "I'll deal with the ones above. You guys crouch down and focus on dealing with the ones underwater." They hurriedly crouched down. Needless to say, Hao Pingyang raised his cannon and sent the zombies leaping towards them flying. Before they could even stabilize themselves, shrill screams came from the bow of the boat, rapidly approaching. Chapter 174. The massive corpses slowly floating on the water suddenly spat out poisonous gas and shot out of the water with astonishing speed. They flew into the darkness of the boat. Isher's mouth was agape, and the 1,000-mechanism crossbow in his hand drooped down. Terrifying corpses filled the space around him, making him feel like he was trapped in a terrifying hell. Even though they were the proud sons of heaven from the 100 schools of thought, it was clear what would happen to them if they were dragged into the water. Hao Pingyang roared as he swung the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light at the floating corpses, but he was unable to send them flying. The corpses exploded, releasing large amounts of poisonous gas and spewing out dark green corpse fluid. With a sizzling sound, the fluid splashed onto the deck of the boat, causing white smoke to rise. It landed on Hao Pingyang's face. Although it was blocked by his Jinqi, he still cut a sorry figure. Bang, bang, bang. Corpses exploded on the boat one after another. A thick poisonous fog completely enveloped the boat, making it impossible to see beyond a foot. All one could hear were the moans of the corpses echoing through the cavern. Losing his vision, Jin Bao panicked. He shouted, "Brother, brother." It was as if he was the only one left in this terrifying hell. He roared and shot into the water, instinctively releasing his Jinchi to block the attacks from all directions. The boat was too small and the puppets could not move at all. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The fire crow bolts ran out in an instant, disappearing into the fog. Most of them shot into the water, exploding and kicking up even more ferocious waves. The boat seemed to be sailing in a stormy sea, but it just couldn't move a single step. Countless corpse hands held the boat firmly in place, climbing onto the side of the boat and dragging it into the water. Not good. The boat is sinking. Jinbao shouted in panic. At this moment, an extremely withered corpse hand suddenly pierced through the fog and grabbed his hand. Ah! Jinbao screamed and retreated, knocking into someone. Although the corpse hand was blown away with a burst of Jinchi, his mind was not so easy to calm down. Holy Church in the thick fog, Jinyuan heard his little brother scream and also shouted, "Jinbao, what happened to you?" Jinbao panted as he tried his best to lower his head. The yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light buzzed above his head, stirring up a gale that did nothing to disperse the mist. Instead, it grew thicker and thicker. "Oh no, my true chi is about to run out." Yisher's tone changed. He no longer had the heroic spirit he had before he set off. Amidst the poisonous gas, not only did he have to release his Jinchi to protect every inch of his skin, he also had to slap away the attacks of the corpses from time to time. The other four were silent, and Zhao Lanqing was dumbstruck. Hao Pingyang wielded the yellow dragon's devouring cannon like a flaming wheel, repelling all the zombies that attempted to board the ship. Li Qingshan wove a web of blades with his wind-entwining blade, dicing up all the corpses that fell down from above. He felt extremely helpless over the performance of his teammates. Although the water corpses were terrifying, they were nowhere close to the zombies in the morgue. As long as they were prepared, even the masters of the Jianghu could deal with them. The zombie Taoist had successfully used the geographical advantage to unleash his full strength, dealing a mental blow to their minds and depleting their true chi. Even though he was not a strategist, he was a tactician. It was possible to imagine what the outcome would be if the submerged shadow sword were still around and they launched a sneak attack in the mist. Li Qingshan touched his talisman pouch, but then he smiled and pulled his hand back. He called out to Zhang Lanqing, "Prepare to set off." Zhang Lanqing returned to his senses. "What?" Little N was expressionless, but he moved as nimbly as a monkey. He snatched the 1000-mechanism crossbow from Jinbao's hands, and with 2 clicks he loaded a new box of fire crow bolts into it. He spread out his arms and the crossbow spat out bolts. He spun around and the fire crow bolts formed a circle, brushing past everyone's hands and feet, landing on the water corpses on the side of the ship with great precision. Boom, boom, boom. A series of intense explosions sounded out, kicking up waves of air and water that knocked the ship off the surface of the water. Zhang Lanqing called out. He channeled all of his Jinchi into the ship, and a stream of air spurted out from the stern. It took off and charged out of the poisonous mist. All that was left behind were mangled corpses and outstretched hands. His vision cleared up, and Yisher could not help but ravish with joy. He looked at the others and they were no different from him. Only Li Qingshan and Hao Pingyang remained calm. Screeching sounds rang out again. Giant floating corpses spat out poisonous gas as they crashed into the ship. At some point Little N had already stood at the bow of the ship. Her clothes billowed in the wind and her thick, wavy seaweed-like hair was pulled behind her, brushing past Zhang Lanqing's face. He widened his eyes, and felt that this silent child emitted a dazzling light. Her expression did not change and her 2 small white hands gripped the 2000 mechanism crossbows. She did not move at all in the violent turbulence. The floating corpses exploded in the air, and not a single one was able to get within 10 steps of the ship. Bang! The ship once again landed heavily in the water, sending up countless waves. It sailed forward at full speed, leaving the dangerous waters behind. Cheers rang out from the ship, and Hao Pingyang could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Li Qingshan placed his hand on Little An's shoulder and smiled approvingly. Even he could not have done a better job while controlling his strength. In the end it was still his own people who were more reliable. My Little An is not a pig-headed teammate like you guys. Little An's lips curled into a smile, and she blinked her eyes, which twinkled like stars. Li Qingshan nodded slightly, and the skull prayer beads were thrown into the water once more. Hao Pingyang mumbled, "Is she still a child?" Even as a 6th-layer Qi practitioner he did not have a better performance. Of course, his position was not that of an ordinary 6th-layer Qi practitioner. The explosive power of the Yellow Dragon's cannon of devouring light was enough to kill any 6th-layer Qi practitioner, and its killing range was extremely long. It was an even more frightening weapon than ordinary flying swords, but it was not suited for close combat. Li Qingshan shrugged. Those behind you are the ones who are more like children. Before he could speak, Hao Pingyang's spittle flew everywhere as he cursed. You bastards, and you still say you want to wash away your shame? Wash my ass, you can't even compare to a child. I think the 3 of us together will be much safer than with you guys. They looked at each other and then lowered their heads, unable to say anything. Little and reluctantly returned the 1000-mechanism crossbow to Jin Bao, and handed the other to Zhang Lanqing. She felt that this trip was very interesting, more interesting than Jiaoping City. At least shooting zombies was much more fun than stabbing ants. If Hao Pingyang and the others knew that their bitter battle was just an interesting shooting game to her, they would definitely be shocked. But compared to the dangers that Li Qingshan and the others had experienced, this was truly at the level of a game. There was no danger to speak of. Zhang Lanqing said, I'll give it to you. I still have another one. This is a spare. Zhang Lanqing wanted to rub Little An's head, but Little An dodged. He did not feel embarrassed and smiled as he rubbed his own head. Jin Bao gritted his teeth. I'll give you mine too. He was indebted to Li Qingshan and Little An for helping him twice, but he had no way to repay them. Seeing Zhang Lanqing's generosity, he could not bring himself to do this at his young age. Moreover, this thing in his hands was completely different from when it was in the child's hands. Now that Little An held the 1000-mechanism crossbow, he felt more at ease than when he held it himself. His life seemed to be more secure. Then the 2 of them very happily gave each of them 10 boxes of firecrow bolts. These were all things that could not be avoided on this trip. Rather than wasting them in their hands, it was better to give them to the child. Li Qingshan thanked Little An on his behalf. These 2000 mechanism crossbows were truly powerful weapons. An ordinary 3rd or 4th layer Qi practitioner could pose a threat to a Qi practitioner 2 or 3 layers above them. Moreover, it consumed very little true Qi. This kind of effect was not something an ordinary low-grade spirit weapon could compare to. It was worth at least a few hundred Qi gathering pills. Little An lowered his head and played with the 1000 mechanism crossbow. This crossbow's design was extremely intricate. Who knew how many parts it was made of? Although it was made of wood, it was as heavy as steel. In reality, Li Qingshan had still underestimated the value of these 2000 mechanism crossbows. These Mahis disciples had not even brought a single talisman with them. They had only brought a few puppets, a crossbow, and as many firecrow bolts as they could. This was a sign of their trust in these weapons. If they were sold outside, the price could easily exceed 1,000 Qi gathering pills. They were expensive because of the blood, sweat, and tears the disciples of Moism had poured into them. However, as the makers, the cost was not that high, which was why they were so generous. In the region of water they had just left, the skull prayer bead turned into a huge skull. It spat out flames and swept away all of the corpses whether they could move or not. After eating their fill they left just now. A while later black figures caught up quickly. They were the Hawkwolf guards led by Zhuozhibua. They did not use a ship, using their own strength. Some were like apes, extending their arms and grabbing the rock pillars at the top of the cave before leaping forward. Others would step on the slippery walls and gently push off the ground when they ran out of strength, arriving on the other side of the wall. They advanced in a crisscrossing manner. They were no slower than the boats that traveled with the flow. Whether it be their reactions or their movement techniques, they were all first-rate. The most graceful of them all was Zhuozhibua. He did not use his legs, but he stood on the surface of the water like it was flat ground, advancing rapidly. Only at a closer glance would they discover that he was standing on the tip of his foot. At this moment they stopped to investigate. Xiananda said, "That's strange. I clearly heard the sounds of battle just now, so why aren't there any corpses?" "Whatever. Let's catch up to them and kill them all first. We don't have to worry about anyone escaping in this cave. Aren't we going to use them to kill the zombie Taoist?" "I don't think they'll be able to reach the zombie Taoist's nest." Zhuozhibua pondered silently for a while before suddenly swinging his hand forward, making a gesture to kill. The cave constantly twisted and turned. In such a terrain, Hao Pingyang's cannons were unable to unleash their full power, so there was nothing to fear. Chapter 175. Li Qingshan and the others were indeed facing this problem. The boat was anchored on the water. The cavern before them was no longer a single path. Instead, it had split into three. Every single path seemed similar, pitch black and deep. Who knew where they led to? Splitting up was obviously impossible. Who knew how many more forks there would be if they ventured deeper? They would definitely outnumber them. What do we do? Li Qingshan gained a better understanding of why the Hawkwolf Guard had failed to finish off the zombie Taoist. He even doubted whether he could do it. The most difficult part was not fighting but searching. Hao Pingyang smiled complacently. Would I have come down here if I wasn't prepared? I knew these guys were unreliable, so I considered the worst-case scenario. As he said that, he fished out a wooden sphere that resembled a rugby ball from his 100 treasures pouch. Afterwards, he turned the mechanism at the top, and with a series of creaks, many tiny holes appeared on the sphere. It was like a beehive. With a buzz, a swarm of tiny insects flew out of the beehive, but they were not bees. Instead, they glowed like fireflies. Little Anne's eyes lit up again. He extended his hand and grabbed one, only to discover that it was not a real insect. Instead, it was an extremely intricate mechanical insect. There was a green gem on its tail, and every single one of them seemed like a fine piece of art. Li Qingshan asked, "What are these?" Hao Pingyang said, "You'll know once you see." Under his control, the swarm of insects split into three groups and flew into the three caverns. Hao Pingyang then turned the top of the beehive, and the tip shone with green light, forming a ball in the air. There was a huge speck of light and countless smaller specks of light in the ball of light. The tiny specks of light split into three groups, all starting with the huge speck of light. They left behind three twisting paths in the ball of light. At a closer glance, they were three caverns of different shapes. They actually formed a three-dimensional map in the ball of light. Li Qingshan immediately understood their use. He praised the wonders of Ma's techniques once again. Afterwards, the specks of light began to split up, leaving behind even more paths and creating an even more detailed map. Hao Pingyang said, "I found it in the storehouse. It's a puppet specially used for searching and drawing. Everyone rest up and catch your breath. Once we find the zombie Taoist's nest, we'll set off." "Senior brother is wise indeed," Jin Bao praised. Everyone sat down, took some pills and harmonized their auras. Hao Pingyang, on the other hand, focused on controlling the puppet insects. After a while, a mechanical insect probed out of a cave that had traces of human carvings. Then, the mechanical insect was destroyed by something and lost all sense of it. Annoying bugs. A withered hand crushed the insect. The zombie Taoist rubbed the stone coffin beside him like he was touching the face of his lover. "Don't fret. There'll be fresh blood very soon. It'll all be the blood of Qi practitioners." Li Qingshan pointed at the ball of light. "Looks like it's here." Zhang Lanqing and the others also revealed excited expressions. The goal of this trip was right in front of them. Hao Pingyang said, "Once we summon the mechanical insects back, we'll set off." When the last mechanical bug returned to the beehive-like wooden sphere, Hao Pingyang got up. He was just about to give the order to set out, but he suddenly frowned and looked towards the cave behind him. Li Qingshan said, "Looks like I can only send you here." At the end of the day, he still had to deal with his own matters. After clashing with Zhuozhibua twice, he could not do it a third time. It was time to put an end to it. Zhang Lanqing said, "What?" Afterwards, he sensed the powerful aura from the cave as well as the sharp killing intent. His heart skipped a beat. Heisher and the other two sensed the determination to kill, and their expressions changed as well. They could not help but look at Li Qingshan. Although they had spent most of their time studying the arts of engineering in the 100 schools of thought, they were not naive youths. They knew very well what it meant to be caught in the crossfire. If the Black Hawk commander had truly made up his mind to attack, he probably would not care about them at all. Instead, he would try to silence them. Hao Pingyang immediately said, "Let's set off right now." Lanqing set sail. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. "No, the ship won't be able to shake them off with its speed. This has nothing to do with you in the first place. Go first. Once I shake them off, I'll catch up and rendezvous with you very soon." Qingshan's right. A single person is still a little smaller. The cave is so complicated, so we might not be able to find him. If we flee together, we might be pincered from both sides. Senior brother, hurry up and make up your mind." Yisher could not help but say. He did not want to become enemies with the Black Wolf commander over a kid he had just met. Not only would there be no benefits, but it would even lead to life-threatening danger. The zombie Taoist had lost the submerged shadow sword, and his ambush had been destroyed. He was extremely weak now. Even without Li Qingshan, they were confident they could take him down. As for the even darker thought in his head, he did not even bother to think about it carefully. If Li Qingshan was gone, then there was no need to split the 30%. Hao Pingyang said, "Then let's fight." However, apart from Zhang Lanqing, who stood up nervously, no one else responded. The aura grew closer and closer. Jin Bao said, "Qingshan, you can leave Little An here for now. We'll take good care of her." Little An wielded 2,000 mechanism crossbows. She was extremely powerful and she did not need to split the loot either. Of course, he would never admit he had such thoughts. "How can you do this? Didn't we say we were in the same boat? If it weren't for Qingshan, we would have died in the morgue," Zhang Lanqing could not help but say. Zhang Lanqing could not help but ask. Li Qingshan was his savior, so how could he be ungrateful? He Isher grumbled, "My life has never been saved." He was a noble disciple of the Mahis school. He would definitely accomplish great things in the future, so how could he risk his life? Zhang Lanqing pointed at He Isher, speechless. No matter how he looked at it, He Isher and the others would be doomed if Li Qingshan killed him. Jin Yuan lowered his head and grumbled slightly, "Senior brother Zhang, you're a 5th layer Qi practitioner. We're not that powerful. Even if we stay, we'll just be more of a hindrance. You're strong, so of course you're confident. We're weak, so it'll be very easy for us to be killed. You 3 idiots." Hao Pingyang was extremely disappointed in his 3 junior brothers. Not only was their actions unjust, but they were also brainless. After the Hawkwolf Guard killed Li Qingshan, wouldn't they hunt them down and silence them? If they did not combine all their strength for battle right now, instead hoping for a moment of peace and comfort, they would be as foolish as they could be. He raised his hand high into the air. This was no longer a joke between his junior brothers. Instead, it was a heavy hand that resented them for failing to live up to his expectations. He wanted to beat them to their senses, but Li Qingshan grabbed him. The hearts of people were not exactly dark, nor were they exactly bright. Calculations of benefits would always exist in everyone's hearts. It was just that everyone's choices were different. In the face of true life-threatening danger, just how many people would be willing to go through thick and thin with you? Although Li Qingshan felt cold, he still smiled. "They're right. There's nothing you can do to help me. You've witnessed my abilities as a body practitioner. It's easier for me to flee alone. However, Little An has to stay by my side." With that, before Hao Pingyang could persuade him any further, Li Qingshan leapt backwards gently with Little An leaping off the boat. He said, "Be careful. We'll meet again." He turned around and vanished into the black cavern. Zhang Lanqing was still in a daze. He Isher rushed over and controlled the boat, heading towards the cavern on the other side, the zombie Taoist's lair. They parted ways just like that. Actually, Li Qingshan was not particularly optimistic about their chances. Although he had never met the zombie Taoist before, he knew just how cautious and crafty his enemy was from the 2 clashes he had with him. If he did not have absolute confidence in victory, he would definitely vanish into the web-like caverns. If he was willing to stay behind, it would be quite a terrifying matter. Only people with hidden strength like Li Qingshan could ignore this danger. He had already witnessed the battle prowess of the disciples of Moism along the way. Of course, he would not take pleasure in their misfortune and hope that they would die. He was not that narrow-minded, and Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing were very loyal too. He wished them a safe journey from the bottom of his heart. However, he was not a nanny, nor was he the Virgin Mary. He believed he had a clear conscience and had done everything he could. As for the rest, he would leave it to fate and the hearts of people to decide. Zhuozhibwa hurried over with a group of Black Wolf guards. He sensed the 2 presences in the 2 caverns. Li Qingshan did not hide his presence. Gu Jian asked, "Commander, which way do we go first?" Zhuozhibwa said, "Let's kill Li Qingshan first. We can deal with the disciples of Moism later." This was his main objective for coming here in the first place. As the presences drew closer, Li Qingshan smiled. He used the power of the spirit turtle's Niden to control water to walk on the water and charge forward. The caverns rapidly receded before him, sometimes descending and sometimes turning. It was like there was no end to it. He constantly came across new forks and chose new paths without any hesitation. Suddenly, the sound of surging water rang out from up ahead. Li Qingshan seemed to return to the days when he cultivated under the waterfall in the mountains. This was the sound he heard every day. The sound grew louder and louder, becoming deafening. His vision cleared up. The surging river water suddenly dropped down without any prior signs, forming an underground waterfall. Li Qingshan leapt down over 30 meters and landed on a platform in the water. He looked around and all he saw was emptiness. It was a huge underground cavern half the size of a football field. It was enough for him to demonify freely and stretch out his limbs. This was not a coincidence. Instead, he had chosen the battlefield along the path that the mechanical insects had discovered. It was also the graveyard of the Hawk-Wolf guards. From the outside, it seemed even more perfect than the map that the mechanical insects had discovered. He sucked in a deep breath and gestured towards Little Anne with a glance. Little Anne immediately vanished into the water. Without waiting for too long, the murderousness rushed into the cavern very soon. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw Zhuo Zhibue and a group of black wolf guards leap down from the waterfall, landing before Li Qingshan. Afterwards they quickly dispersed, surrounding Li Qingshan. Zhuo Zhibue said coldly, "I've finally caught you." Chapter 176. In the gloomy depths of the earth, the sound of a waterfall rang out endlessly. The underground river surged down, gathering into an underground lake in the large cavern. A small island protruded from the center of the lake. Swoosh! Zhuo Zhibue and the 7 black wolf guards surrounded Li Qingshan in the center of the island. Every single one of them sneered. Gu Jian said, "Don't tell me this kid has lost his mind from fright. Don't waste your breath on him. Hurry up and kill him." A black wolf guard said impatiently. Xiananda said, "Yeah, Commander. We still have to chase after those Mahist disciples. I have my plans." Zhuo Zhibue seemed to enjoy this feeling very much. He raised his hand to signal the black wolf guards to quiet down. He said to Li Qingshan, "Do you regret becoming enemies with me now? If you had come to Jiaping and behaved a little more politely, I wouldn't have to kill you, right? If you're willing to kneel and beg me right now, I might spare you." The absolute mental advantage he felt when he faced weaker enemies always made him feel very comfortable. Li Qingshan lowered his head and looked at the insignia on his black wolf uniform. The insignia on this is a wolf, not a dog. Seeing how the 7 black wolf guards were furious, he raised his hand. "Don't be angry. There's nothing wrong with being a powerful person's dog, but I just don't like it." A cold glint flashed across Zhuo Zhibue's eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, the sharp knife was once again held in his palm. "Before I kill you, I have a few things to ask you. If you are willing to answer honestly, I will let you die a little more painlessly. Don't worry. You don't need to say anything. I'll give you a painless death," Li Qingshan interrupted with a vicious smile. The fangs in his mouth seemed particularly long. Zhuo Zhibue suddenly felt a powerful, terrifying demon chi erupt from Li Qingshan, kicking up a whistling gale in the cavern. The black wolf guards raised their hands in fright as they stared at Li Qingshan in disbelief. Li Qingshan tore off his black wolf robe, revealing his sturdy chest. His bronze-colored skin gradually darkened, and there was a hint of steel luster. His eyes lit up with 2 red lights and his black hair turned scarlet, draping over his shoulders. It continued to grow downwards, 3 feet, 5 feet, 7 feet, but no matter how hard he tried he could not touch the ground. His aura also continued to rise until it reached the peak. Li Qingshan looked down and said to himself, "It seems to have grown taller again." The medicinal pills he had eaten these days were not in vain. His height was about 27 feet, and he was about to break through the 3-foot mark. Standing there he was much taller than a 2-story building. His body seemed to be cast from black iron, and he exuded an immovable might like a mountain. Zhuo Zhibue's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, "You're a demon. That's impossible." Li Qingshan had only joined the Hawk-Wolf Guard after being examined by Wang Puxi and Gu Yenying. With their cultivation, how could they not discover Li Qingshan's true body? However, he suddenly remembered that the important figure of the Rui Commandery possessed the bloodline of demons in the first place. However, because her bloodline was just too sacred in Great Xia, even more noble than many of the royal clans, many people often forgot about this. Was this part of her scheme? From a certain perspective, his guess was not wrong, but it was not some scheme. Instead, it was just a misunderstanding. He sighed for a moment, but it was all a sudden. If Gu Yenying wanted to set up some scheme, even the current Li Qingshan did not have the right to be a part of it. "Commander, what do we do?" Gu Jian said in a panic. He could clearly sense that Li Qingshan only needed to extend his hand right now, and he could crush him to death. When he thought about how he had always provoked something as terrifying as this, he felt a lingering fear. I understand now. That's how you killed Zhao Liangqing and Chen Yannian. As Zhuozhibwa said that, he had already stabilized his mind. Li Qingshan was not the demon general he originally believed him to be. Although he could assume a human form, he was only a 6th or 7th layer Qi practitioner. He was not completely invincible. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why the great antagonists in stories would always spout nonsense, including Zhuozhibwa from earlier. It was because the feeling of power that came from grasping the situation in one's hands was just too great. It was easy for him to think clearly. However, with so many counterexamples before him, he still had to hold back his emotions. He said with a deep metallic voice, "You've guessed correctly?" He raised his left foot, or perhaps his left hoof, in a seemingly unintentional manner before stomping down with great force. The sacred hall, his innate ability, the ox demon tramples. Jump. Zhuozhibwa was the first to sense that something was amiss. He leapt into the air. Most of the other Black Wolf guards were veterans of the Jianghu, so their reactions were not slow either. True Qi surged from their feet and they all shot into the air like rockets. Only a 3rd layer Qi practitioner Black Wolf guard reacted a little slower. Just when he wanted to leap up, the shockwave had already reached his feet and spread through his entire body. Several hundred of his bones immediately shattered, and his skin became riddled with cracks. He exploded with a bang. Zhuozhibwa and the other Black Wolf guards looked down in fright, but they were not looking at the dead Black Wolf guard. Instead, they looked at the entire island. With a great rumble, the island shattered, cut into countless pieces by countless cracks. At the center was the bottom of Li Qingshan's right foot. The lake water surged violently, swallowing the rock and soil. Li Qingshan crushed the island with a single stomp, sinking it. It formed several hundred vortexes of various sizes. Li Qingshan stood on the waves, gazing up between the vortexes with his scarlet-red eyes. Zhuozhibwa gripped his dagger firmly. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was not something a regular demon possessed. If he was no different from regular demons, why would Li Qingshan need to practice the ox demon's fist of great strength? With his recent days of cultivation, he was close to breaking through to the 2nd layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength. He could feel his strength grow by leaps and bounds again. Although the ability became more difficult to practice and required more and more resources, the power it brought was greater and greater. Little and hid at the bottom of the surging water. Her lips curled into a smile, but she was in no hurry to strike, as she could sense that Li Qingshan was currently in high spirits. He needed some release. Li Qingshan said with some pity, "This move doesn't seem to be very useful. Let's try this move." He sucked in a deep breath and roared at the sky. The tiger demon's slaughter's howl. The sound waves shook up the surroundings. The wind swept through the air like blades. It was countless times more powerful than the wind blades from the wind entwining blade. Zhuozhibwa's expression changed. Oh no! Before the wind had arrived, the sound had arrived. The 2 Black Wolf guards at the very front clutched their heads in pain. Their true Qi had basically dispersed and they were about to fall out of the air. However, in the next moment, they were reduced to a bloody mist by the gust of wind that followed closely behind, scattering through the air. The howl echoed through the cavern for quite some time. The other Black Wolf guards barely managed to return to their senses from the shock of the sound waves. When they saw this, their hearts completely sank. The enemy in front of them was not something that any of the enemies they had encountered in the past could compare to. As long as they were struck by it, they would be smashed into pieces and consigned to eternal damnation. It was impossible for them to even think about getting injured and escaping. Li Qingshan said, "That's not a bad move. It should be described as a good combo." The enemy had been forced into the air by the ox demon tramples. Even Qi practitioners would be unable to move, so they could not dodge the tiger demon's slaughter of the tiger demon's howl. Li Qingshan was killing his subordinates wantonly in an almost experimental manner. Zhuozhibwa was both surprised and furious, and he even felt a sliver of fear. He had never thought that a hunt he had been so confident in would actually reverse the roles of the hunter and the prey. It had become a one-sided slaughter by Li Qingshan. This kid is even more dangerous than the zombie Taoist. If I don't find a way to turn the situation around, even I'll be in danger today. Zhuozhibwa quickly chanted an incantation. He separated his hands and pulled out a ball of fire. The flames surged into a scorching dragon of fire, illuminating the entire cavern as it let out a long roar. It lunged towards Li Qingshan with its claws and fangs. He had already used his full strength in this strike. It could not be compared to when he was in the Hawkwolf Guard. Even if he could not heavily injure Li Qingshan, he had to turn the situation around and gain the upper hand. Li Qingshan completely ignored the incoming flames. He extended his claws and grabbed the dragon's neck. The dragon's roar came to a halt. Zhuojibo was not surprised. Instead he rejoiced. He practiced the Bing fire method of qi of the 5 elements. It could ignite his true qi and turn it into scorching flames. All fire techniques seemed to be assisted by a god of fire. This was true qi that was extremely suited for battle. Its destructive power was only second to the gung metal method of sharpness, and its destructive power over a large area might even surpass it. The temperature of the flames could even melt steel in an instant. Since he was bold enough to grab it with his bare hands, he'd better leave a hand behind. However, his smile immediately froze. Under Zhuojibo's control, the fire dragon struggled desperately in Li Qingshan's hand. The flames on its body grew more and more intense, almost to the point where it shone with a golden luster. However, it was still firmly trapped under Li Qingshan's hand. Red light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. He closed his hand forcefully, and the fire dragon turned into countless shattered sparks, drifting through the air. The same move is useless against me. However, it did not even leave behind a burn mark on his hand. The 5 elements reinforced and countered each other. His demon qi was of the water element, so it just happened to suppress fire. The demon qi of demons completely surpassed the true qi of humans in terms of quantity, so extinguishing Zhuojibo's flames was nothing difficult. The 4 remaining Black Wolf guards used this opportunity to launch their full-powered attacks. They knew they were facing death, so every single one of them used their full strength. Low-grade or even mid-grade talismans turned into flames, wind blades, and lightning as they shot towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Spirit Turtle's profound shell." A faint, blue barrier of light protected him. Not a single attack managed to penetrate the Spirit Turtle's profound shell and reach him. All of the Black Wolf guards despaired. How were they supposed to defeat an enemy that they could not even touch? Zhuojibo was filled with regret. He did not have any irreconcilable grievances with Li Qingshan. If he had known this earlier, why would he have turned against him in a moment of anger? Gu Jian called out, "Commander, let's retreat. The turtle shell is quite effective, but I wonder if it can block the assassination of a mid-grade spiritual artifact." Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at Zhuojibo, waiting to continue experimenting with his moves. However, Zhuojibo ordered firmly, "Retreat." Chapter 177. As a matter of fact, Zhuojibo was not even bold enough to try using his flying blade. The range of his artifact was 30 steps. To regular people that was quite a distance. However, with Li Qingshan's terrifying physique, he only needed to take a step and extend his hand to reach him easily. Swoosh. Zhuojibo had not lost his mind when facing an enemy like that in close combat. He would probably die to Li Qingshan before his flying blade could pierce through the barrier around Li Qingshan. He could not die here. As long as he returned and exposed Li Qingshan's true face, powerful masters of the Hawkwolf Guard would come to deal with him. How could the Hawkwolf Guard allow demons to mix with them? As Gu Jian fled out of the cave, he looked back and discovered in fright that Li Qingshan had vanished from where he was. The colossal figure had instantly appeared before him with unbelievable, terrifying speed. Before he could even respond, he felt his body tighten and ache and he lost consciousness. Li Qingshan grabbed Gu Jian and casually tossed him towards another Black Wolf Guard. The Black Wolf Guard cried out in surprise. The wind whistled past his ears and he suddenly looked back. All he saw was Gu Jian's bleeding face inches away. With a bang, the two of them collided into the wall together and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. They slowly slid down and were no longer separated. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and spat out. The Spirit Turtle's demon core shot out, piercing the other 4th-layer Black Wolf Guard and reducing him to a corpse. In the blink of an eye, only Zhuojibo and Xiananda remained. The unstoppable Hawkwolf Guard had basically been wiped out. While all of this seemed to take a long time to describe, it actually happened without the slightest hesitation. Zhuojibo fled the fastest. He had already arrived at the entrance of the waterfall, while Xiananda treaded on the water as well. When he reached the end of the waterfall, he suddenly saw the demon core turn around in the air and fly towards him. He cried out, "Save me, Commander!" Zhuojibo would never stop. Xiananda bellowed out and unleashed his full strength. The true qi he had cultivated for all these years surged towards the incoming demon core like the tide. However, before an absolute difference in strength, any resistance was pointless. The demon core only paused slightly before suddenly accelerating, piercing Xiananda's head and leaving behind a tiny hole. Holy Church, whether it was a 5th-layer qi practitioner or a 4th-layer qi practitioner, it was no different from killing a regular person to Li Qingshan. Zhuozhibua didn't care about what was happening behind him and rushed straight to the entrance of the cave. Although the cave wasn't small, it couldn't accommodate Li Qingshan's huge body. As long as he entered it, he would be able to escape. Suddenly he was alarmed. He forcefully twisted his body in midair. A white prayer bead flew out of the waterfall and brushed past him. With lightning speed, it brushed past his chest and tore off a piece of flesh. "You are." Zhuozhibua saw the child that Li Qingshan always brought with him, blocking the entrance of the cave with an expressionless face, standing on the silent flames. Although he did not release any aura, the sense of danger he exuded was not inferior to Li Qingshan's. Moreover, he could control an artifact. This child was actually an expert above the 6th layer, but how could he be so young? Zhuozhibua was left dumbfounded. Li Qingshan called back the demon core. Just as he was about to fall down, he used his demon qi with a thought, and a pillar of water rose up from the underground lake. It lifted up Li Qingshan and went straight for Zhuozhibua. There was a wolf ahead and a tiger behind, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Within the suffocating killing intent, Zhuozhibua's heart almost stopped beating. At that moment he was filled with regret. He did not have any irresolvable conflicts with Li Qingshan. If he had ignored Li Qingshan in the beginning, he would still be the authoritative Black Hawk commander of Jiaoping City. He would have all the women he wanted and he would never end up like this. However, it was already too late for regret. In this moment of life and death, Zhuozhibua's eyes reddened. He raised his right hand and a flying dagger shot towards little Anne. If she was willing to move aside, then so be it. If she was unwilling, then he would drag her down with him even if he had to die with her. As expected, little Anne did not move aside. Forming a seal with her hand, the skull prayer beads also flew towards Zhuozhibua. Li Qingshan called out, "Little Anne." He watched helplessly as the flying dagger pierced little Anne's chest. At the same time, the skull prayer beads struck Zhuozhibua's body, but they were blocked by a layer of protective true qi. They failed to pierce through Zhuozhibua in a single stroke, but they still sent him flying towards the waterfall. Li Qingshan's huge tiger claw carried a strong gust of wind as it clawed towards Zhuozhibua. Zhuozhibua's body lost balance and his true qi was injured, so how could he avoid this claw? Li Qingshan immediately used all his strength, and with his unparalleled divine strength and enormous demonic aura, he crushed the layer of protective true qi on Zhuozhibua's body. Then he did not stop. With the sound of bones breaking, Zhuozhibua violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Most of the bones in his body were broken and he could no longer use any tricks. Li Qingshan rushed in front of little Anne. "Are you all right?" Zhuozhibua knew that he was going to die after being held in Li Qingshan's palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed wildly. "He was hit by my spiritual flame saber. He's definitely going to die." Little Anne shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Li Qingshan was still worried. As if he was picking up a doll, he picked up the little girl in his palm and examined her. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she was completely unharmed. There was only a small hole in her clothes. How is this possible? Zhuozhibua's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if he was a qi trainer, he would definitely die if his vital organs such as his heart and head were pierced. The outer layer of little Anne's flesh and blood, including her vital organs and heart, were all condensed. It was the appearance of her skin. Her real body was a skeleton. Even if her physical body was completely destroyed, she was still alive and kicking. Something like the heart could be repaired after being pierced. It wouldn't take much effort for her to do so. That was why Xiaoan didn't dodge. Instead, she took Zhuozhibua's attack head-on. Zhuozhibua suffered a great loss because of the information asymmetry. If he had not been so cruel, he might have been able to jump between the gaps of Li Qingshan's fingers for a while. Li Qingshan raised Zhuozhibua in front of his eyes. "You are much weaker than I thought." Zhuozhibua said, "Don't kill me. I can give you great benefits." At the same time, he focused all his attention on the spirit flame saber, looking for an opportunity to give Li Qingshan a fatal blow. "Keep it for yourself." Li Qingshan tightened his grip. He did not listen to Zhuojibua's nonsense and crushed him to death. The best way not to be bewitched by the enemy was to not give them a chance to speak. The spirit flame saber fell into the water silently. Zhuojibua had seen Li Qingshan's true form, so Li Qingshan would never allow him to continue living in this world. Right now the only benefits he needed were pills, large quantities of pills. As long as his cultivation increased, there would be benefits everywhere. The Soaring Dragon Elder's Sumeru ring was in his possession. Even if Zhuojibua took out all of his wealth, it probably would not be as valuable as a single item in there. Li Qingshan found 100 treasures pouch from the bloody mess. He called out, "Little N, clear the area." Flames immediately surged over and took away Zhuojibua's corpse. They did not even leave behind a single droplet of blood. Afterwards, they dispersed and devoured the corpses of all the Black Wolf guards, reducing them to the purest energy. Whether it was their bones or flesh, the quality of Qi practitioners far surpassed that of regular people. They were rare delicacies. The color of the skull prayer beads became even purer. Afterwards, he returned with 700 treasures pouches and 7 low-grade spiritual artifacts. Li Qingshan picked up the spirit flame saber that had fallen into the water. It was a true mid-grade spiritual artifact, so it went without saying that it was worth quite a lot. However, before he could even check it, he suddenly sensed something. Someone's coming. Little N nodded, expressing that he had sensed it too. Although the person concealed his aura as much as possible, slivers of it still leaked out, unable to fool the senses of the two of them. The person was actually a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. Li Qingshan said to Little N, "Let's hide and see who it is." He used the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, and the spirit turtle's demon core sank into his dantian. He turned back to normal, concealing all of his aura, and dove into the depths of the pitch-black lake with Little N. Before long, a figure arrived at the entrance of the cave. He scanned the cavern silently like a cat. The dark underground greatly affected his vision, so he could not see into the water at all. However, Li Qingshan saw him clearly. The person also wore a black uniform of the Hawk Wolf Guard, but the patterns on his clothes were different from regular Black Wolf Guards. Li Qingshan immediately realized that this person was the Black Wolf commander he had never met before. He had no idea how he had ended up here. The newcomer was Lao Shishan. He had followed Zhuojibua all the way here, waiting for a chance to take revenge. However, when he followed Zhuojibua to the first fork, he almost couldn't tell which direction Zhuojibua had gone. Only by relying on his sense of quantity did he choose the correct direction. He had only just reached the 6th layer, so he was still rather unable to control his true Qi. As a result, Li Qingshan discovered him easily. Lao Shishan widened his eyes and patrolled the cavern extremely carefully. The demon Qi he had sensed earlier was no joke. If he really did run into such a powerful demon, it would be extremely dangerous. The auras of the Qi practitioners earlier vanished one by one. As it seemed, they were probably done for. He did not want to follow in their footsteps. However, after sensing for quite a while, he found nothing in the end. The demon Qi seemed to have vanished into thin air. The spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression was so effective that even a 9th-layer Qi practitioner like Grandma Shiman could not sense it, let alone a 6th-layer Qi practitioner like him who had just grasped the basics. Don't tell me Zhuojibua is dead. Lao Shishan thought of this, but his emotions were very complicated. He was happy but also regretful. He had endured hardships for several years, and just as he was about to take revenge on his old enemy had died in the hands of some inexplicable demon. However, he was still more happy at the end of the day. He also decided not to take any risks, silently retreating along the same path he had come from. Li Qingshan and Little N burst out of the water and sat on the beach to rest. Let's see what we've found. Suddenly he thought, I wonder how Hao Pingyang and the others are doing. I wonder if they've found the zombie Taoist dwelling. Hopefully they're fine. Fresh blood continuously flowed from Jin Bao's body. He died with his eyes wide open and fear of death was frozen on his face. However, he was unable to stop the arrival of death. From his chest to his lower abdomen, his abdomen was cut open with a heavy technique. He died an extremely tragic death. Chapter 178. Chapter 76, Iron Plate Corpse. The small boat drifted with the waves. It fell silent for a moment and the atmosphere was rather cold. Hao Pingyang's face was completely sunken. He sat at the front of the boat, gazing into the depths of the cavern. The waves he kicked up landed on him. Zhang Lanqing furrowed his brows firmly. All he cared about was steering the boat with his head lowered. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao both felt rather awkward and ashamed. They said nothing. He Yisher suddenly said, "How many years have we known each other? We've only known Li Qingshan for less than a day, yet you're turning us against each other for the sake of an outsider?" They had all attended the 100 schools of thought when they were young, and they were in the same year. Although there were differences in strength due to their different talents and efforts, it did not affect their relationship. Or in other words, Hao Pingyang did not look down on them because they were weaker than him. Instead, he took great care of them. Jin Yuan said, "Yisher is right. Senior brother Hao, don't be angry. Qingshan will be fine. Our priority right now is to work together to deal with the zombie Taoist and complete the mission Master gave us." After a moment of silence, Hao Pingyang sighed heavily. He nodded slightly and said, "Make your preparations. This time you won't have that kid to look after you." Jin Bao said confidently, "Don't worry. We'll definitely perform well this time." These images flashed through Jin Yuan's head rapidly, but they had lost their original color. They became pale white, only leaving behind Jin Bao's deathly still face. Tears constantly flowed down his face. He glanced at his younger brother one last time, but he dared not stop. He was like a headless fly, running around randomly in the pitch-black cavern. The heavy, beast-like breathing behind him grew closer and closer. A boulder suddenly blocked his path. He could no longer advance. He had actually reached a dead end unknowingly. How did this happen? If he had stayed behind and faced the enemy with Li Qingshan, would the outcome have been different? Yes, it would definitely have been different. Even a Black Hawk commander could not be more terrifying than this monster. Bang! Jin Yuan turned his head abruptly and saw a human head flying out of the darkness. It bounced a few times on the ground and landed beside his feet. It was the head of a puppet that he had released to block the monster. It had been smashed into pieces in a single exchange. A tall figure walked out of the darkness in front of him. His feet seemed to be wearing iron boots, clanking as he stepped on the ground. His eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light, and 4 long fangs protruded from his lips. He was panting like a hungry beast. "Ah!" Gold Ingot howled as he fired a string of fire crow bolts from his 1000-mechanism crossbow. Clang 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 clang. When they landed on the black shadow, sparks flew everywhere. The sharp fire crow arrows were actually unable to penetrate the monster's skin, and the series of flame explosions were also unable to harm it in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to be completely enraged as it let out a roar. In the light of the fire, the monster's body was covered with a layer of iron armor. It wasn't worn on his body, but was tightly attached to his body, covering his entire body. Every inch of his skin, even his face, was covered with half of an iron mask, making him look extremely cold and ferocious. Don't come over. Senior apprentice brother, save me." The monster leaped up and pounced at Gold Ingot like a bolt of lightning. A sharp claw stabbed into Gold Ingot's chest and lifted him into the air. Then it bit down on his neck and sucked large mouthfuls of blood. Gold Ingot struggled with all his might, constantly hammering the monster's body, but it was to no avail. His arms and legs gradually lost strength, and after twitching a few times he fell to the ground. His last thought flashed through his mind. If I didn't run away, I could at least have died with Senior Apprentice Brother and the others. Senior Apprentice Brother, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a hurried bell rang out from the depths of the cave. The monster suddenly raised its head and carried Gold Ingot's corpse. It let out an unwilling roar and ran in the direction of the bell. The monster carried the 2 corpses to a wide cave, then lay down on Gold Ingot's neck and sucked his blood. The stone coffin was no longer on the platform in the cave. The thick chains that had originally locked the stone coffin were now tightly binding Hao Pingyang. To no surprise, He Yisher and Zhang Lanqing stood beside him. Their limbs were tied up as well. They were haggard and on the brink of death. Hao Pingyang became utterly furious when he saw Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's miserable deaths. He called out, "Jin Yuan, Jin Bao." The chains rattled wildly. Zhang Lanqing and He Yisher were devastated as well. Kukukuku. The zombie Taoist laughed madly. "You want to deal with me with just a bunch of trash? Have you witnessed the power of an iron plate corpse?" He had spent all these years hiding underground and studying corpse refinement painstakingly, but he had not only refined a bunch of useless corpses and zombies. These things could only be regarded as rudimentary items in the path of corpse refinement. They could be used to bully the weak, but they were basically useless against powerful chi practitioners who were skilled in battle. Only by refining an iron plate corpse could he claim to know how to refine corpses. The zombie Taoist said, "Do you know just how much effort I spent to refine this iron plate corpse?" Hao Pingyang and the other two cursed aloud. The zombie Taoist said to himself, "I spent several years digging up graves and corpses everywhere. Who knows how many people I killed, but I only found 12 suitable corpses out of over 1,000. Afterwards, I refined a lot of refined metal into molten iron and poured it over these corpses layer by layer, dissolving and replacing their original flesh and blood. Just this process took me another 3 years and I lost over half of the corpses. Afterwards, I constantly watered them with fresh blood and refined them with corpse refinement. Only then did the corpses gain intelligence and come alive. This took me another 3 years, but only this one succeeded in the end. The owner of this corpse was a top expert who practiced external martial arts. I poured molten iron on him and used true qi elixirs to keep him alive. I didn't let him die until he had accumulated enough resentment and hatred before I started to refine him. Sure enough, this is the only one that was successful. I really can't be merciful." Yisher shuddered all over. Having scorching molten iron poured over him was a terrifying form of torture. The zombie Taoist's words chilled his heart even more. The zombie Taoist laughed madly. Although it took a decade of hard work, it was worth it. It was worth it. The iron plate corpse was impervious to weapons and moved like the wind. Its body was as tough as a spiritual artifact. Even 6th-layer Qi practitioners could only avoid it if they encountered it. When Hao Pingyang barged into the dwelling with his junior brothers, the zombie Taoist, who had been prepared long ago, released the iron plate corpse. The zombie Taoist had been prepared long ago. He released the iron plate corpse and the outcome was as clear as day. They were basically surrounded by 2 6th-layer Qi practitioners, and they had the assistance of a group of zombies. They were heavily injured very soon. Jin Bao took advantage of Hao Pingyang clashing with the zombie Taoist and the iron plate corpse attacking the others to flee. Jin Yuan immediately followed him, but the iron plate corpse still caught up to him in the end, and he died a violent death. The zombie Taoist vented the depression he had accumulated for many years. He calmed down and said sinisterly, "Do you know why I'm telling you all this? That's because I want to refine you into iron plate corpses as well. With the experience from last time, it'll definitely be very easy this time." This was the terror of refining corpses. As long as he had the time, he could become an army all by himself. Hao Pingyang continued to curse loudly. All of the blood immediately drained from Zhang Lanqing and He Yisher's faces. If they were refined into iron plate corpses, just the process alone would be worse than death. He Yisher's willpower collapsed. He sobbed and begged, "Please don't kill me. I'll give you everything. Once I become a proper mechanism master, I'll be able to earn lots and lots of spiritual stones. I can't die here." Hao Pingyang said, "Don't beg him. He won't spare you. We disciples of Moism have to die like men even if we die. Master will avenge us." He Yisher said resentfully, "It's all your fault. If you didn't bring us here, it would all be your fault." Hao Pingyang was stunned. He was speechless. Zhang Lanqing said, "He Yisher, have you lost your mind?" He Yisher said, "I haven't. You're the same as him. 5th or 6th layer, beating and cursing at us as you please. All of that is because of your talent and cultivation. What's so great about that?" Hao Pingyang's heart chilled. With his cultivation he only had 30% of the profits. He could have easily found better companions. He just wanted to take care of a few classmates he was on good terms with, but he never thought he would end up like this. The zombie Taoist laughed aloud as if he was watching a show. Then He Yisher fawned over the zombie Taoist. "Taoist master, I'm willing to be your slave. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I just hope you can spare my life." The zombie Taoist said, "All right. If you want to be my slave, there'll be plenty of opportunities." After a pause he said, "Just wait until you become a zombie. Compared to living people, zombies are much more reliable. TSK, with your talent, you probably won't be able to become an iron plate corpse." He turned to Hao Pingyang. "You're not bad. It's a pity that Li Qingshan didn't come with you, or I'd have 3 iron plate corpses. Who in Jiaoping City would be my opponent then?" As soon as He Yisher ravished with joy, he sank back into despair. His face was ashen. Even as a zombie he was not as good as Hao Pingyang. That was extremely sarcastic. With a gentle smack, a small figure shot past quickly. "Who's there?" The zombie Taoist suddenly turned around and looked at the pitch-black entrance. He controlled the restless iron plate corpse before waving his right hand. 4 zombies leapt out. He had specially refined the 4 zombies so they were much more powerful than the zombies in the morgue. Although they were not as powerful as iron plate corpses, they were equivalent to 3rd or 4th layer chi practitioners. However, when the zombies leapt out, they did not make any sound at all. The zombie Taoist's expression changed. His connection with the zombies was severed at the same time. "Who is it? Get your ass out here." "Brother Hao, you really don't make friends." Li Qingshan walked in from the entrance. Zhang Lanqing said, "Qingshan?" The zombie Taoist was overjoyed instead of surprised. "It's you?" He studied Li Qingshan up and down. "You really are great material. If you can be refined into an iron plate corpse, you might even be a little more powerful than this guy." Hao Pingyang said, "Be careful, that's an iron plate corpse." It's too late. A cold light flashed through the zombie Taoist's eyes. He struck Yin Ling and the iron plate corpse lunged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan retreated rapidly. At the same time, he drew his wind-entwining blade and swung it forcefully. It shot past the zombie Taoist and directly shot towards the chains around Hao Pingyang's limbs. Chapter 179. The zombie knows martial arts, don't even think about it. The zombie Taoist extended his hand and easily grabbed the wind-entwining blade that shot past him. He swung it forcefully at the stone platform, and the damaged wind-entwining blade immediately shattered. With a rip, the black wolf uniform that could block crossbow bolts was ripped open 3 times by the iron plate corpse's claws. Li Qingshan was forced out of the dwelling in an extremely horrible shape. He called out, "Little Anne." Clang. The crossbow string tore through the air, producing a sharp sound. The zombie Taoist suddenly looked to the left. All he saw was the child standing silently under the moonlight on the roof of the morgue, holding 2,000 mechanism crossbows. He shot out 60 fire crow bolts, which turned into 60 specks of red light. They flew up, down, left and right, sealing off all of the zombie Taoist's escape routes. "Luring me away?" The zombie Taoist sneered. Since he could not dodge, then he would not. However, 6th layer chi practitioners possessed powerful true chi aside from refining corpses. How could he be killed so easily? True chi surged out violently from his sea of chi. He took off his low-grade spiritual artifact robes and flung them before him. Channeling his true chi into them, the robes turned into a metal screen. Boom, boom, boom. The fire crow bolts landed on the robes and were immediately triggered, exploding. Although his Taoist robes had been reduced to ashes, the zombie Taoist was completely unscathed. He took out an identical 1,000 mechanism crossbow. "Now try mine." He had just obtained this from Zhang Lanqing. He wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Zhang Lanqing had never thought that the weapon he had created would end up being his enemy's weapon. Little An did not block it forcefully. He retreated behind a stone pillar, and with a few clangs, a few fire crow bolts nailed themselves into the rock. They exploded loudly, blowing the stone pillar to pieces. However, Little An had vanished from behind. The zombie Taoist frowned. Suddenly, he turned the 1,000 mechanism crossbow around and aimed it at Hao Pingyang. "What are you trying to do?" He shot out a few fire crow bolts. Hao Pingyang lunged over with the broken chains in an attempt to launch a sneak attack. Little An did not think he could defeat the zombie Taoist with just the 1,000 mechanism crossbow. He wanted to use this opportunity to save Hao Pingyang. A few fire crow bolts accurately destroyed the chains. The zombie Taoist was observant and alert, so how could he not know? Hao Pingyang neither dodged nor retreated. He swung the metal chain viciously and blew up the fire crow arrow. He charged at the zombie Taoist furiously as if he wanted to perish together with him. He was filled with endless fury that he wanted to vent. Faced with Hao Pingyang, who lunged over like a mad tiger, the zombie Taoist stood there without moving at all. He constantly fired the 1,000 mechanism crossbow, but he was extremely restrained, pausing slightly after firing 2 or 3 bolts. He was not like Jin Bao and the others who fired them all at once. The light from the explosion flickered on his face, illuminating the sneer on his face. How could he be defeated by an enemy he had just subdued? As soon as Hao Pingyang arrived 5 steps away from the zombie Taoist, the violent fire crow arrows forcefully blasted open the chains, creating a gap. Finally, an arrow passed through the gap between the chains and shot towards his chest. Hao Pingyang tried his best to use his true chi to block the attack, but he was also sent flying by the explosion. He fiercely crashed into the stone wall several dozen feet away, and his efforts were in vain. A Qi practitioner who had lost their spiritual artifact was like a tiger that had lost its claws and teeth, and he was a feeble tiger at that. The zombie Taoist lowered the 1,000-mechanism crossbow with contempt. Suddenly he was alarmed and hurriedly raised his hand to protect his waist, but it was already too late. A tiny figure shot over with unbelievable speed and snatched the bell from his waist. The zombie Taoist was surprised, but he did not lose his composure. He said coldly, "Do you think you can control the iron plate corpse just because you have the bell?" The bell was only a tool to summon and control the iron plate corpse. However, what truly controlled the iron plate corpse was his own will. The bell needed to be activated by him in order to be effective. Little An turned around and rushed out of the cave. All he saw was the iron plate corpse chasing Li Qingshan everywhere. Although he had the swift breeze talisman to accelerate him, his black wolf uniform had already become tattered. Fortunately, he had the ox demon forges its hide, which was why he was not too heavily injured. If it were not for the fact that he had to consider how to explain himself, he would have transformed a long time ago and killed the iron plate corpse. Although the iron plate corpse was fast and powerful, it was not intelligent. It did not know any techniques either, so it was not his opponent. Little An shook the bell, but the iron plate corpse did not seem to hear him at all. It continued to chase after Li Qingshan. Sure enough, it needed the zombie Taoist himself to control it. Little An placed down the bell and raised his hand. Li Qingshan dodged the iron plate corpse's claw by a hair's breadth. Suddenly the iron plate corpse seemed to sense something. It turned around abruptly, and all it saw was a swathe of dark red flames filling the cave and surging over. A familiar hint of fear suddenly appeared in his resentful and bloodthirsty heart. The iron plate corpse did not possess true Qi or demon Qi. Its armor alone could block the attacks of any technique or spiritual artifact, but right now, it struggled to block the invasion of the flames. The dark red flames swallowed the iron plate corpse, wrapping around it like a snake. It all poured into the iron plate corpse's mouth, leaving nothing behind. The iron plate corpse's movements suddenly halted. Faint dark red light shone from the depths of its eyes. In its skull, its shriveled brain had been burnt away, turning into a furnace that began to dominate the iron plate corpse's body. Little An shook the bell, and the iron plate corpse immediately arrived before her. Of course, it was not the bell that was controlling it right now but Little An's flames. Her flames could attach themselves to the skulls of inanimate objects and control their bones. The bodies of regular people or even Qi practitioners were not worth controlling, as their flesh and blood would naturally decay. Bones that had not been refined were limited in strength, so it was not worth wasting her energy on. However, the iron plate corpse was different. After being refined, it would not decay even after 1,000 years, and it possessed tremendous strength. It was basically like it had been prepared for her. This was the absolute suppression that high-level abilities had over low-level techniques. Their cultivations were clearly similar, but it did not even have the power to threaten her. Li Qingshan smiled. Well done. Just like that, he would have a powerful helper and his strength would increase drastically. It would also be much more convenient for him to do anything. One of them was that he could kill the zombie Taoist in a perfectly justifiable manner. Little An copied Li Qingshan and shrugged. She smiled. In the dwelling, Zhang Lanqing and He Yisher, who had just seen hope, sank into despair once again. They believed that before long the iron plate corpse would return with Li Qingshan and Little An's corpses, just like Jin Yuan and Jin Bao. Hao Pingyang pushed himself up from the wall with difficulty and stared at the zombie Taoist with a sharp gaze. However, he was currently injured and most of his true Qi had been depleted. He did not have any spiritual stones or pills to replenish it either, so he posed no threat to the zombie Taoist at all. The zombie Taoist was filled with confidence, but whenever he thought of Little An, he would feel rather uneasy. Suddenly his eyes widened. His connection with the iron plate corpse had actually been severed. He immediately lost all of his composure and charged out of the cave without any regard. This was the fruit of many years of hard work. He could not afford to lose it. No matter the price, he had to take back control of the iron plate corpse. Before he had even made it out of the cave, a tall figure blocked the entrance. It was the iron plate corpse. The zombie Taoist chanted a technique in a hurry and used a technique, but all of his orders were like rocks sinking into the ocean. He received no response at all. Little An shook the bell and the iron plate corpse swung its claws, reaching towards the zombie Taoist. The zombie Taoist was filled with disbelief. How could the iron plate corpse that he had refined for so many years be taken away so easily? If that were the case, then all the corpse refiners in the world would be dead. However, the cruel reality was right before him. He had no choice but to believe it. He had only taken out a decade of hard work to enjoy it for a while before it was forcefully taken away. This feeling was like a child he had raised after so much difficulty, only to be called father by someone else. It was so disgusting that he wanted to vomit blood. Good. Hao Pingyang cried out. Zhang Lanqing and He Yishe beamed as well. They did not know how to refine corpses, so they had no idea how strange it was. They only felt that Li Qingshan's luck was just too great. He had actually managed to turn the tables unbelievably. His mind was in a mess and so was his movements. There was a flash of blood, and 4 horrific wounds appeared on the zombie Taoist's chest. However, the pain made him return to his senses immediately. He turned around and fled. Where there was life there was hope. He already had the experience of refining the iron plate corpse. As long as he could escape, there would always be a chance for him to make a comeback. The iron plate corpse blocked the zombie Taoist's way. It raised its hand and threw a punch, compressing the air and producing a sharp whistle. The zombie Taoist blocked with his palms in front of him instinctively, but the iron plate corpse used its terrifying strength to forcefully smash through his protective true qi, sending him flying. The zombie Taoist stared at the iron plate corpse with widened eyes. It's impossible for my iron plate corpse to be so powerful. He knew exactly how much power the items he refined possessed. The current iron plate corpse was much more powerful than when he controlled it just now. This was obviously the work of little Anne's pale, red flames. Her flames could turn even regular skeletons into powerful warriors, so it would obviously benefit the iron plate corpse greatly. And when the zombie Taoist controlled the iron plate corpse, all he did was issue an order, and the iron plate corpse would attack instinctively out of its thirst for blood. It did not care about any moves or how it used its strength. However, little Anne was particular about it. Under the control of the flames, the iron plate corpse was basically like a clone. She could control it to make the most detailed movements. This was just like how an ordinary person had suddenly practiced inner force and understood moves. Obviously, their strength would increase drastically. Before the zombie Taoist could even return to his senses, the iron plate corpse strode over. It seemed to move with some kind of footwork, making it impossible to determine where it was attacking. It was completely different from its straightforward method of attack. The zombie Taoist took a great step back and avoided the range of the iron plate corpse's claws. Afterwards, he stared at it in disbelief. The iron plate corpse raised its leg and kicked him in the face violently. The shockwave twisted the zombie Taoist's face and he spat out a few teeth. Why did the iron plate corpse know how to whip its leg? He had never heard of an iron plate corpse using its leg to attack an enemy. It had always used its claws and teeth. Before the zombie Taoist could even land on the ground, the iron plate corpse caught up and grabbed his calf. With a shoulder throw, it threw him against the ground viciously before lifting him up and throwing him against a stone pillar on the side. The iron plate corpse's movements were like that of a master of external martial arts, using brute force to overcome technique. All that was left was speed. Li Qingshan could even tell that many of the movements were imitating his ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Little Anne had seen Li Qingshan practice these two fist techniques countless times. Right now he was using them all through the iron plate corpse. The zombie Taoist did not even have the strength to fight back. Li Qingshan sighed. Sure enough, zombies know martial arts. No one can stop them. P.S. I've accidentally dropped out of the top 40 in my monthly votes. There's not much difference between the people before me. I need to work harder. I need to work harder. I need to work harder too. The following scenes will only become more and more impressive. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.